Welcome, adventurers. I'm the GM for the Heist of the Ebony Spears, Smiter. This is an archived episode. It was originally recorded for another podcast, so you may hear the name of that podcast from time to time. The events of this episode are still canon to the Dragon's Den adventure, so consider this a bit of a prequel to that adventure. Thank you for listening. Now for today, it's time for another story. One of our newest stories today is going to be coming from Pathfinder and my group of players here. I'm Smiter. I'm usually a player on other Pathfinder adventures, but today I'm actually going to go ahead and be your game master for today. Really what that means is that I'm just going to go ahead and put out the toy box and I'm going to let the rest of the players fill out the rest of the story. For my players today, we're going to be starting with Will. Introduce yourself and introduce your character.
Hey guys, this is Will, and I'm going to be playing the role of Bass Coltrane.
Thank you. Along with him is my older brother.
Hey everybody, it's Jingles. My character today is Samson Holiday.
And along with us, two very special guests, the first of which, our good friend Katherine.
Howdy folks, I'm Katherine. Today I'll be playing Doc.
Thank you, Katherine. And then finally, our youngest player, Beeno.
Hi, howdy, hello. I am Beeno, and today I will be playing Ashanka, otherwise known as Furfoot.
Excellent. Now that we've all gathered here today, we're going to go ahead and just sort of invite this environment of storytelling and having fun. I hope you guys listening will continue to enjoy it. Thank you very much. Now, we're going to get into it. Oh, those hot summer days. The kind of heat that, when dust kicks up under the hooves of your horse, seems to only bounce back the sun's unyielding hatred for your own skin. From even beneath you, from even underneath the shade of your own hat. But it's these kinds of environments that breed a number of people. There are the survivors, there are the conquerors, and then there are those that fight back. But today, our story is about survivors. Specifically, the survivors of the Dugan Gang. Or, if you're somewhat informal, the Dugan Misfits. Now, the Dugan Gang had been wandering, stealing, living, and trying their best not to be the worst nuisances for their entire community, to differing levels of success. The Dugan Gang made up of a great number of people that have, for one point or another in their life, found themselves at the end of their rope and unable to find any sort of support out in this harsh world. But the Dugan Gang found each other, and in finding each other, formed a family. Even with family, luck can run out. And when that luck does run out, you find that law and bounty hunters tend to stay on your heels much closer than you would like. Led by the titular Dugan, this poor band of misfits have been having a less than fortunate run-in with the law. Town here, city there. Deciding to stay low, the Dugan Gang finds a almost pristine patch of green out just a little bit farther west. Over on this patch of green is a prime outlook out into a valley surrounded by tall trees, thick grass, and the steady fall of pristine white stone. Dugan Gang, y'all have been traveling off and on throughout this week, and now that last night Dugan decided this will be our new camping spot, you're doing your best to get comfortable. You finally set up your own personal tents. You're all surrounded in a tight-knit group around each other for protection and surveillance. And unfortunately, you've grown to like each other. So proximity and close quarters has become more and more normal and comfortable for all of you. It's about 8 o'clock in the morning. It was a cool night, and the heavy dew is still there on those gorgeous meadows. And for some of you, this may be an annoyance. On top of your tent, sometimes on the grass right outside of your tent. But as energy is beginning to move around the camp and people are beginning to go about their business and their chores for the camp, one by one you all wake up and begin to collect yourselves. Some of you can even smell sausage and bacon and eggs in a massive pan being cooked up by your gang's cook, Maribel. Or, for those of you that are a bit more fancy, Maribel. She has a very warm and maternal instinct towards most of you, but she also has a tendency to lose her patience very quickly if you insist on interrupting her process for meals. Now, the gang leader Dugan, as he continues to formulate the next steps for this gang, postures himself at the edge of the cliff just right inside your guys' camp overlooking the valley. As everybody's waking up, your other compatriots, Carla, Spritz, Zeke, Annie, are all beginning to wander around, chop firewood, thinking about what chores need to get done for the camp. And I would ask, in this beautiful morning, where you could hear the birds singing, and you could see that brilliant cerulean providing a background to those gorgeous ebony clouds over in the sky, I want to ask what you guys are going to do this morning.
Mm-hmm. First things first, I want to establish how much money was Samson paid from the previous gig that they did.
Okay.
Previous job.
The last job that you had didn't pay out as well as other gigs prior. You guys are actually kind of on a dry streak right now. Mm-hmm. And it was a stagecoach robbery. Fortunately, nobody got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And it was you, Doc, and Bass. And out of that, each one of you only got 25 gold pieces.
25 gold?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Sam's going to get up. In the mornings, he likes to check on everybody, making sure everybody's fine.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of developed a pattern of checking up on everybody, especially just like over time, the things that have happened and the people that they've lost. And especially since he knows Spritz is still on the mend at the moment, he definitely wants to check on Spritz. But he wants to go and just check on everybody.
Okay. We'll start with Spritz.
Okay.
All right. As you're getting out of your tent, Samson, you're squinting your eyes, you're scratching those handsome stubbles along your chin.
He's very handsome.
And putting that long mane into a ponytail.
Mm-hmm.
You can see not far outside of your tent, there's Spritz, little red kobold, about Furfoot's age.
Mm-hmm.
You can see his arm is still in a sling, and you can see that there's still there's this morning a fresh bandage on his shoulder from where he sustained a gunshot.
I can imagine who put that on him.
And you see him, he's resting the axe handle that he's using on his leg, bending over, grabbing a new little log, putting it down on a stump, grabbing the axe, and then chopping all with one hand.
Okay.
He's going slow about it, but it's pretty clear that he's being deliberate. And you can see there are a couple of times as he's chopping and he raises the axe, because Spritz is who he is, you recognize him sort of going off into errant thoughts while he's performing his chores as he's raising his axe. And then just his head sort of lists off to the side and watches a bird as he brings it back down.
I go. Sam comes up and he's like, whoa, Spritz, hold on there.
Oh, hey, good morning, Samson.
Hey there, buddy. They really got you out here chopping wood with that bum arm of yours?
No, look, you know you can't keep a good kobold down, so I figure I'll do it. You see, Annie was gonna do it, and then I was all like, don't you worry about it, Annie. I got this covered. And he grabs another log, puts it up as he's looking at you, and raises the axe to chop one more time.
Well, hey, hey, and I'm gonna reach out and try to like stop him from chopping again.
Yeah. He looks confused.
Yeah. Whoa, hey, so I have a really, really important job for you, buddy.
Oh, dude. Yeah?
Yeah. You know, Mocha, my horse?
Yeah.
She's been real tender on one of her hooves.
Yeah.
Could you, by any chance, have a look at her hooves and make sure there ain't nothing like jammed up there?
He looks at you for a moment and considers it and then says, I don't think Mocha likes me.
What? No, Mocha loves you. You just gotta make sure not to sneak up on her.
And he looks down at his own feet and considers it and then says, I don't know, Sam. Mocha's a big horse.
Well, yeah, she better be.
Oh, well, do you want me to just look?
Yeah, just look.
Well, all right. I mean, I don't know. You know, I'm not good at shoeing horses if something's wrong.
Oh, just check and see. We'll get somebody to actually shoe the horse if it needs be.
All right.
Just
all right.
I need some good cobalt eyes. Listen, not a lot of people here like us have dark vision. Only we can see the minute details.
Go ahead and give me a diplomacy check.
Or how about a bluff check instead?
Oh, this is a bluff check. Yeah, go ahead and give me a bluff check for this.
I will happily give you a bluff check, sir. Go.
That
21 bluff.
All right, a 21 to bluff. And he got a look at when you tell her like, hey, look, man, and you're like, you know, you have dark vision, I have dark vision. Yeah. He looks at you and he squints, and then his eyes widen back up, and he goes, "Oh!" And he taps his nose and
I tap my nose and I pointed at him.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go look at it.
All right. As soon as he starts walking away, I just chop like 5 logs really quick, and then pile them up and just put the axe next to it. Like, that's done. He doesn't have to do that now.
Okay, great. While you're doing that, you're trying to save your friend from hurting yourself. Let's go ahead and go on to Furfoot.
Yes.
Furfoot.
Oh, God.
How is your morning going? What are you curious about? Who do you want to go and talk to?
Furfoot has, just woken up. Because, cat, they sleep a lot. They have just woken up.
All right.
And they are immediately smelling food.
Nice.
And they're hungry. Because,
all right,
of course, Furfoot is driven by food. So they go and take a visit to Annie, right? Maribel, sorry. I'm very thank you.
You are going to go and talk to Maribel, and you're specifically to go and ask about breakfast.
Yes.
Doc, it is a cool morning, and most cool mornings, you're a bit stiffer than other heated landscapes. You guys just left a very, very arid desert area. Lots of cactuses, rocks, and sand, and now you're in a much cooler, more humid environment. How is that treating you, Doc? How are you doing when you're waking up?
So Doc's already been up. He rises with the sun. He's already had to put a fresh bandage over there on Spritz, but he's feeling it. He's an old snake. And he knows this humidity is probably going to push him into a shed, and he ain't got time for that. Now, he knows he smells eggs over there from Maribel, but he got his nose whacked a couple times with a wooden spoon, so he's going to wait his turn, even though eggs are something that he's got a mighty weakness for. But he's been watching Samson and Spritz's little kerfuffle over there, and he knows what Sam's doing. He knows. He's seen it. And he's torn between wanting to chastise Samson for doing that kobold's work for him, because we all gotta pull our weight. Come on, Sam. And also, finally keeping that kobold from re-injuring that dang injury. he is
Yes.
so sick of patching that little fella up. We got limited supplies. Doc he will fix you up, but he is not going to be patient about it. And if he has to waste any more supplies on a simple gunshot wound, he's going to.
Simple gunshot wound.
Simple. Yeah, you know, we've seen worse. Hey, we survived, you know?
We have actually seen worse.
Pastor Rangers race, we survived. We've seen worse. And so he's going to be just kind of meandering around. He's going to check on his horse wing, and then he's going to wait for breakfast, even though it's going to kill him to be patient for those eggs.
As you're going over to check on your horse wing, you could see that Spritz is already there trying to do something to Mocha. All you caught was that Samson just kind of pointed at Mocha, and then Spritz made some sort of goofy gesture between him and Samson. And now Spritz is over there, and it looks like he's kind of annoying the horse as he's like trying to get her to pick up any of her hooves to look at. And the entire time he's all like, no, come on, no, stop, no, leg up.
Doc's gonna come over and kind of raise himself to his full height, which is a pretty impressive height, but he's gonna make sure he ain't gonna spook the horse. And kind of cast a shadow over Spritz and be like, what are you doing, son?
Hey, I don't know what's going on, but you're standing in my light. And he turns around and he's now looking at your stomach. And then that's when he looks up and he goes, oh, hey, morning, Doc.
Morning, Spritz.
Oh,
You need-
I was just checking on Mocha because Samson was saying that, well, and he looks around. No offense to anybody here, but I got real good eyes. So I'm just checking to see if Mocha's in good shape.
Doc just kind of lets out a real exasperated, sibilant sigh that sounds like a long hit.
What are you doing this morning, Doc?
Trying to figure out how many of our gosh darn medical supplies I'm going to waste on you. If you get your hide trampled doing whatever it is that you're doing, I ain't patching you up this time, boy.
And when
He's just going to slither away. Okay.
As you slither away, you can hear him go, well, you know, I won't, well, I got legs. It's clear he really had nothing else for you. You kind of got him in a checkmate.
Doc's just going to roll his eyes. It's not like he hasn't heard far worse about being dodgy, and he's just going to put a little extra kind of like snaky movement in as he saunters away.
Very nice.
He's not over being a snake.
All right, we're going to go ahead and go back to Furfoot. Furfoot, you said that you were on your way to breakfast.
Yes, I'm on my way to breakfast. I will attempt to help with breakfast, but I also might steal.
He doesn't want to steal.
Get that brekkie in.
Listen, I'm hungry. I smell food. I'm food oriented, so therefore I'm gonna go where the food is. And Furfoot just casually meanders up behind Maribel and is just, good morning, Maribel. How are we doing?
Maribel is a woman closer to 6 foot. She's a little bit on the heavier side, and she proudly wears these long pigtails that come down the front. And she doesn't even look at you. She says, "Nuh-uh, Furfoot, you ain't gonna get at this."
Nah, come on, Mary. You know I ain't like that anymore. And you can just, if anyone's looking behind Furfoot right now, they have their fingers crossed behind their back.
She's gonna actually turn to you and point this wooden fork that she's been using to flip the egg, to stir up the eggs, flip the bacon. So it's got all of the delicious smells on it. And she's gonna point it right at your face and say, "Don't you think I know what you're talking about? Don't you think I don't already know what you're planning? You've already tried sneaking a few fast ones past me, little one."
Nervous glancing, just back and forth. Furfoot is going to slowly lean forward and attempt to lick a little bit of the bacon grease off of the fork.
Give me a sleight of hand check.
Oh!
Sleight
Okay,
of
hold
mouth.
on.
Sleight of mouth.
Sleight of mouth.
Oops, slip of the tongue.
All right. Sleight of hand. Roll it. Normal. I'm just gonna normal roll.
Whoa.
Oh.
24.
It's not really sleight of hand. It's just
Yeah.
lean forward, lick,
Yeah.
back up.
At this
Smug
point,
smile of superiority.
At this point, Furfoot, your sleight of hand is so good that by the time she notices what you're doing, you've basically got the whole, like, spoon in your mouth.
That's a win in my book.
And and when she realizes, she goes, no! And she puts her hand on your forehead and starts pushing to get the spoon out.
Furfoot just starts hissing.
No, stop!
Get your hands off me!
And it's at this point, I'm going to say, Bass, you've been up, I would say, probably for a better part of an hour. You've actually trying to stretch out some of your joints now with the deeper humidity that you guys are in. You've actually been trying to enjoy some of the nature and kind of go for a small walk. It's at this point that you're getting on back, figuring that breakfast is going to be ready soon, that you see that dangle Furfoot and Maribel are at it again. What are you going to do, Bass?
Now, Furfoot, you know good and doggone well. You don't need to be messing with Maribel while she's cooking breakfast. Now, you need to go get up off that spoon. Let her wash it now, because you'll lick all over it. And let her finish cooking so you can eat.
Furfoot just gives you a sour look, and then just
Go,
spits the
give her the
spoon out of her
spoon
mouth.
back. Okay, see, it'll be a whole lot better when she gets done and you can eat the whole meal. Let her lick it off the spoon. Try to get a little taste off of it. You know the meal's gonna be better. You ain't ever had a bad meal from Maribel yet.
No.
And Maribel is actually going to now wag the freshly salivated spoon at you Furfoot again and say, and don't you ever forget it. Every time I come around here and you trying to grab a piece of the meal, every single time I'm trying to cook it, heaven help me. Sweet Sarah and Ray, give me strength to not throw this little cat off that damned cliff. And then she turns
Furfoot
around
just hisses again.
She's going to turn around and she's actually just going to toss the spoon into a bag of utensils, turn around and grab another one that's smaller, but at least it's clean. And she's going to go back to tending to the breakfast. The entire time she's all like, it's like, I got all these damn children running around here. You know, back when I was growing up, we knew our manners. We knew our manners.
Hey.
And she's going to keep mumbling to herself.
Now, Maribel, I came by here to see if you needed some supplies. I was going to see if there was a town nearby that I could go grab some stuff real quick, try to keep it under the weather while there's not as many people in the town. Do you need anything?
Unfortunately, Maribel is still wound up. And that's sort of the impression that you get from her. As she turns around, she says, oh, supplies. The man says supplies. I need supplies yesterday, mister. Now, yes, we've got the town of Gulch at least an hour away. They're telling me about supplies. We need food, we need medical supplies, and how much money, sir, do we have to spend on all of that?
Well, I'm trying to get that together so I can get the list together thing so I can ride into town and try to get them, woman. That's why I'm asking you what you need.
Asking me what I need without counting up all your money. And she actually goes over to the chest that she had nearby with these utensils, and she pulls out a notebook and she starts writing stuff down. She's writing a grocery list while complaining to you about writing a grocery list.
Okay. I understand you're frustrated, but I just need to know what we need so I can get it. I'll try to get it. Some of it anyway.
She continues to write down, and she rips off the note and she says, here, I don't know what you're gonna need when you come on down with some sort of flu or y'all end up getting shot. So you're gonna need to talk to Doc about all that medical supplies. But this is what we're gonna need to last us throughout the week. And she kind of slaps the note into your chest.
Okay. Well, I thank you kindly for the list. I'm going to go see Doc and see what we need as far as medical supplies. Now, Furfoot, you stay away from it. Let her finish cooking so we can eat a good meal. Now, all right?
Furfoot just rolls their eyes at you, but just silently nods.
You can roll your eyes all day long as you understand me. All right. Well, I'm gonna go see Doc, talk to him, see what kind of medical supplies we need. Y'all be good.
All right.
Be good at it at least.
Or at least try to be good at it. We're going to go ahead and go back to Samson. Samson, after you've gotten done just blitzing through that wood, I'm going to say that, you guys have passed through Gulch a couple of times. And it's one of like the last few towns you guys might be able to squeeze on through without anybody making a peep about, like, hey, ain't that the Dugan Gang? So I'm going to say, right after you're chopping up the last bit, off to your side, you hear Carla's voice. And she says, wasn't Zeke supposed to be working on that? And when you turn and you see Carla, she is tall and bulky for an elvish woman. She has a couple of scars on her face, and she usually wears leathers and wool like the rest of you guys. But this morning, as chilly as it has been, she's actually leaning on a tree not too far from you, and she's got a pelt wrapped around her from a bear that she's killed not that long ago.
Sam will turn, and is she far away?
I would say maybe 15 feet.
I'm going to put the axe down, and I'm going to walk up to her so that, because I don't want anybody to be listening in on this. And I say, now, Carla, you and I, we're quite capable. We can chop wood. Spritz was shot. Part of me is like, yes, Spritz needs to keep working, which is why I have him doing something. But I don't think it's right to have him chopping wood or anything of this kind of strenuous and exacerbating that wound of his. You know what I'm saying?
She's going to take a sharp inhale and actually survey the camp as everybody's wandering around. She's going to see Doc slithering away from Spritz in some sort of mood. And she's going to say, yeah, but you know how Doc gets about people not pulling their weight.
This is very true. But, and I reach out and I pat her on the shoulder and I say, but you also know how Doc gets when people continue to injure themselves. And more gauze, more medicine, more painkillers, that's more expensive than not getting wood chopped.
All right. I could see where you're coming from.
He puts his thumbs in his belt loops and is all like, I thought you might.
And then she's actually going to give you a wry smile and she's going to say, you are always such a self-satisfied bastard, now aren't you?
Only when I'm right. And I give her a grin.
It's at this point that you can see not that far off. It looks like Maribel and Furfoot are fighting, but like fighting like an owner and a cat fight.
He looks over it. He kind of says it a little bit under his breath, but enough for Carla to hear. It's just all like, am I going to have to go over there and intervene? And he waits for a little bit, and then he sees Bass go over and the conversation happen and stuff like that, and he's like, no, I don't need to intervene. I think it solved itself.
Alright, the situation has abated itself.
And then Sam is just going to be like, Carla, you need anything else?
Carla is actually going to pull the pelt a little bit closer, and she's going to look off in the distance and just go, I don't need nothing. I don't need nothing at all. Go ahead and give me an insight check.
All right. I believe you mean a sense motive check.
Give me a sense motive check.
I will sense that motive super hard. I put a little bit into sense motive because I was all like, he's a talker.
Let's see it.
Not great, but...
Okay.
That's
17.
pretty good.
It's not a terrible roll.
You can't exactly ascertain the finer points of her intention.
Right.
But you're starting to get the feeling that she might be reconsidering her commitment to the gang. Not in a worrisome, treacherous sort of way.
Yeah.
And you can't ascertain what sort of plan she might have in her head.
Right.
But you get the impression that she might have it in her head that when everybody gets up one morning, she won't be there.
Sam will make a mental note of that. He won't say anything.
Alrighty.
Is Zeke around at the moment?
Give me a perception check.
He's definitely one of the other people that Sam really wants to make sure that he keeps an eye on. 21.
Alright. You take a look around. Zeke's nowhere to be found. And from where you're standing at, you can even look over at his possessions.
Mm-hmm.
And he had, ever since his most recent hardship, where he would usually put out a tarp, put out a tent, protect himself from any sort of rain, protect himself from any sort of animals. He's only been assembling lean-tos for the past month or so.
Mm-hmm.
And you look over at his lean-to, his cot's empty.
Okay. But his stuff is there?
Yeah,
Okay.
The bigger parts of his accessories are still there, like his backpack.
Right.
But you notice that his boots are gone.
Okay. Yeah. So Sam wasn't planning on saying anything. He just wants to make a note that he hasn't done anything drastic
No,
overnight.
yeah,
And
good,
it seems,
solid observation.
there seems to be signs of life there.
yeah.
He knows, like, he doesn't want to talk to Zeke because Zeke doesn't seem to be wanted to be talked to.
Yeah, Zeke hasn't exactly been open to talking to too much of anything to anybody
Yeah.
recently.
But part of the thing, ever since Dugan's initial plan to eventually bump Sam up,
Mhm.
Sam has really wanted to make it a point of checking in on everybody that he can. And he knows Zeke doesn't want to be talked to right now.
Yeah.
But he just wanted to just make a mental note. Where is he? Okay, well, he's not here, but his stuff is. So he'll probably be back for them.
Mhm.
So whatever he's doing, he's probably going to be back.
Yeah. I would say at this point, Carla has gone over to one of the fold-out tables that you guys had. She pulls out a book and is starting to read to herself. We're going to go ahead and go back to Doc. I'm going to say, Doc, after that conversation, you're seeing the life of the camp starting to wake up. People are talking, laughing, arguing, as they always do. As you're actually moving through the camp, Doc, would you mind giving me a perception check?
Sure. 23.
Oh, brilliant.
Nice.
Great. Doc, as you're moving through the camp, you pass by the edge of your guys' settlement. Somewhere in the trees to your left, at first you're not quite sure you heard it right until the sound repeats itself a second time. And when it does, you can tell it's the sound of somebody throwing up.
All right. As the one qualified medical professional here, I'm going to go investigate the sound.
As you go through and moving through the brambles and the brush, it's really not that far until you round a tree and you see Annie, one of the few humans in the gang, using one hand to hold her red hair back and the other hand to lean against a tree. She's vomiting. She gets through her retch and pulls out a napkin and wipes her mouth. And when she turns around, you see shock in her face when you're not more than 5 feet away from her. There's a long pause before she goes, "It's probably just the stomach flu."
Doc's going to kind of do the snake equivalent of sitting back on his haunches, and he's going to look her up and down and say, "If I had a copper piece for every time I've heard that, Missy, I wouldn't be needing to run with the gang."
Well, maybe there's one of those times that, that might be something nice to consider, not having to run with the gang. Maybe settle down somewhere, and you see her face go flush again, and she goes, "Oh, sorry," and she turns around and she Ralphs again one more time.
Doc's going to give her moment, kind of square his shoulders up and say, "Listen, what you do is between you and your gods. But if anything needs to be between me and you I'm here."
She wipes her mouth again, and she turns back to you. This time, tears kind of coming down her face, and you can't quite tell if it's because of the vomiting or it's because she's suddenly very emotional and very open with you. And she says, "I think you know what exactly we're talking about here." And I'm going to ask Doc, go ahead and give me a heal check. I'm usually used to knowledge medicine, but...
30.
Oh!
Natural 20.
Oh, natural 20. Nice.
Doc, she's pregnant.
No.
Oh.
And when she says that, she can sort of recognize the aha moment in your eyes when you've sort of caught her in a lie and you know the truth. She actually comes forward and she grabs you by the shoulders and she says, "You can't tell anyone."
Settle down. You know, one, I've sworn an oath. And two, it's not like I got that big of a flapping mouth on me. I ain't gonna go around spilling your secrets. All I want you to know is that I'm here, whatever path you want to go down. And you know that I might be a snake, but I've been around you humanoids for long enough that, again, we'll take care of it, whatever choice you make. Be easier if you laid eggs, but beggars can't be choosers here.
When you say eggs, she actually kind of starts looks shocked, almost horrified that you would say that, and then she kind of softens, and then she starts chuckling and then laughing, and she says, "Damn it, Doc, sometimes you don't need to be so honest."
Doc's gonna kind of soften at that. Obviously, he knows that this is a tricky predicament, and he's got his own thoughts and feelings, despite being a abject medical professional. But he'll take the laughter. So he kind of cuffs her on the shoulder, and he's like, "Annie, you'll be all right. You'll be all right, Annie. We got this. And I ain't never gonna stop being honest with you."
And she's actually gonna go ahead and hug you, and she's gonna say, "Thanks, Doc." And when she separates from you, she says, "It's only been happening recently, but," and she's actually gonna place her hand on her stomach and go, "But I want it."
Doc's gonna try and stifle the quick intake because I think he ultimately was more scared of that than performing any other.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
This isn't the environment, but on the other hand, as he's kind of parsing his thoughts, he gets it. He's got this complicated relationship. He's going to kind of send up a quick mental prayer to Serenray and just be like, "You know what? This gang's my responsibility and I can do what I can do, but make this easy for her." And I don't know if Annie's going to notice that kind of quick moment or whatever. Doc doesn't look shocked or anything. He's just going to take that moment.
And she seems to appreciate this sort of hard-nosed, no-nonsense person that she's known for a while, actually trying their best to be delicate with the situation. She's gonna smile at you, and right before the next step in the conversation comes on in, she's actually just gonna place her hand on her stomach again, and look a little bit worried, and she's gonna be all like, "Am I gonna get really big?"
Doc's gonna let out a chuckle and be like, "Time's only gonna tell, Missy, but I have a feeling you're in for a great number of surprises."
I would say at this point, I see what you were saying, Will. You were walking around camp in their general direction and calling out to Doc. And that's close enough that Doc and Annie would be able to hear it.
Doctor, you're around here somewhere. I'm trying to go through and get a list of things we need and get supplies there. You nearby? Can you hear me?
Doc's gonna look at Annie and just be like, "You know me, I ain't gonna say a word. Now, I am gonna pick up some things in town because I think that's what Bass over there is all over and about. I'll go talk to him. You take a moment and freshen up." And he's gonna turn away from Annie and start to walk towards Bass.
Alrighty. She says thank you. It's very clear that she really appreciates all of this that you're trying to do for her. So, Bass, as you're walking around camp, out of the bushes and behind a couple of trees, emerges the giant snake doctor on your guys' team.
You all standing up there all tall, everything. All right. Thank you for letting me know you're there. Kind of scared me a bit, but, I appreciate you. I was trying to figure out a list to go into town with in order to go and get some supplies, and I figured you needed some things. Was there something you needed to pick up? Because I'm trying to get the money together to go into town and get the things we need.
Riding alone, or we taking a party?
Well, I kind of didn't know if anybody else could break away. I kind of figured I usually get the supplies when we're in different places, but if you'd like to come with me, I'd enjoy the company.
I think at this point it's probably easier to accompany you into town and get what I need myself than to try and send somebody else with a list. So I'll ride with you.
Fair enough. I appreciate it. Like I say, I'll always enjoy the company rather than ride by myself. Only other thing we need to do is just check with the rest of the crew and see if there's anything else we need before we part ways. I talked to Maribel. I got a list of things, food. So I just figured we just need to make sure there ain't nobody need nothing else before we head out.
I would also say that, traditionally speaking, whenever there's big push or grocery run or even a big heist or anything, historically speaking, the gang usually at least goes and talks to Dugan and lets him know what's going on. And up to this point, it's been kind of hit and miss. The habit that he would usually do is that he would choose people in the camp to say, okay, so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so, you guys all ride together. So that's sort of the last step in all of this for whenever you're like, okay, let's go grocery shopping, but before we go, let's go talk to Dugan.
All right, then, I can make sure to do that. Trying to get everything together before I approach the man.
In that case, I'm going to say let's go ahead and bounce back to Furfoot.
I was going to say that if nobody had actually checked up on Zeke, has anyone checked up on Zeke yet?
Not really. You did notice earlier that Samson was actually walking around the camp, and it looked like he was looking for somebody. You're probably sure that it was Zeke, because you saw Samson walking over to Zeke's lean-to and actually looking around inside.
I'm going to go check up on Zeke. That's just what I'm thinking.
Earlier, Samson did a perception check. Didn't see him anywhere. As far as you guys can see, his lean-to is empty. He's not in there. His backpack is still there. His big packs are there. And his saddlebag is there. But his boots and his coat and his hat are gone.
Let me actually...
Yep. So if you want, you can link up with Samson, see what he knows, and go about it that way, or however you want.
Yeah, I was checking my character sheet because I thought that because Furfoot is catfolk, like, don't they have good smell, or is that like a feat or something like that?
I do not think so. I think
no.
different animals have got good smell. I don't think catfolk do.
Garath does.
Garath does. He's
I
got
know
a good
Garath does. Garath has a very good student.
My sleight of tongue would get a good scent going.
Yeah, I only have low light. I'll recoup with Samson. Just
Alrighty, go ahead.
Oddly enough, Furfoot almost always, whenever they're trying to talk to someone, they always approach from behind.
Oops.
So, yeah, wow, okay. Cool, thanks.
Didn't mean to do that.
Yeah.
It's alright.
It's because I'm assistant
Wow.
GM. I can talk as other characters. Apologies.
Oh, wow, okay. Identity theft is not joke, Jingles.
I realize this. I did it so casually.
Oh, no. Yeah. Furfoot, whenever they're trying to talk to someone, almost always ends up approaching them from behind, for better and for worse,
All
in a
right.
sense.
So let me ask you, when you're approaching Samson, are you intentionally trying to be hidden, or are you just approaching him?
I'm just sort of approaching, but because cat feet, they're not intentionally trying to be loud. If anything, they're sort of trying to be quiet, but not stealthy, in a sense.
Okay, in that case, I will not have you do a stealth check on this, but I will have Samson do a perception check.
Sure thing.
Yeah, I figured that would be happening.
I will proceed. 25, natural 20.
God damn it!
Samson, you are squatted down in front of the lean-to.
Mhm.
You are literally hovering over and looking stuff over for any clues. You can hear Furfoot approaching behind you.
Mhm.
You don't even need to turn around. You know it's them.
I'm not going to say this, but in my mind I was just all like, Furfoot, I know that was you. I don't even have to look.
I've had enough sass for now, please.
Yeah,
I've been sassed out enough.
but I will be like, morning, Furfoot. How can I help you?
Oh, jeez. Didn't expect you to actually hear me. Good morning.
Morning.
Any idea what happened to Zeke? I was going to check up on him. I have no idea where he is right now. And I feel like that's something that we need to know. You know?
10 out of 10 enunciation.
10 out of 10.
It's just the way that they talk. They're not doing it on purpose. It's just the way that they talk.
Oh, yeah.
You can call it a quote-unquote catfolk accent. It is said.
Yes. Samson goes, well, he ain't here right now. I was intending to go check on him as well, but He ain't here, so more than likely he doesn't want to get talked to.
I'm going to say with that knockout perception,
20,
not only did
20.
you realize that Furfoot was behind you, but judging by some of the crumpled grass and some of the turned up dirt, you also noticed that his horse is here too. You guys were remembering that when you guys were coming into this campground, there was, down in the valley, there was a beautiful blue river that's just cutting through some loose rocks down there. And when you guys were coming on through, you definitely noticed that Zeke, even in his antisocial state, remarked how beautiful the river was. And so you know that that's a key feature that at least caught his interest.
Sam will stand up, he'll dust his pants off, put his hat on, and be like, my best guess is that Zeke headed down to the river and had himself one of them big thinks. I think it would be the right thing to just let him have his thoughts for now. We can catch up with him later. I don't think he's hurt or anything, and his horse is still here.
You think he told Dugan about where he went?
It's a possibility. And Sam kind of like exhales at the thought of talking to Dugan, as things have been awkward between Sam and Dugan for a few months now.
Yeah.
And Sam, because of how long it's been going on for, Sam is starting to feel like he probably shouldn't even talk to Dugan like at all.
Yeah.
But he knows that he's kind of the number 2 right now.
Yeah.
And so if something needs to be done, he still needs to talk to Dugan about it, but he's not enthused about the idea of doing so. He's all like, oh, there's a possibility. If you want to go ask Dugan, you can, but remember. And he looks down, he gets really serious with Furfoot. And it's all like, I like you, kid. You're a good kid. And I know that you're just trying to look out for a friend. But there are some things that words can't help at the moment. The only thing I can help really is time. I hope you understand that.
And Furfoot is, without trying to properly express it in the face, silently taken aback, but just, wow, you got really serious for a moment. But they don't say any of that, they just silently nod, trying to keep a very neutral, thoughtful expression without trying to say,
Jesus Christ, the mood just shifted dramatically. Wow.
Without saying, hey, Jesus Christ, I just sat down.
Who starts a conversation like that? I just got here.
But Sam then just gives like a big old smile and boops Furfoot on the snoot and says, now come on, let's see if we can get ourselves a hearty break.
Break this!
Furfoot is in much better spirits now and immediately trots over back to Maribel, probably going to bother her again.
All right. Well, I would say at that time, Doc, Bass, all of you guys are sort of congregating around Maribel, and now breakfast is more or less ready. She's handing out servings to everyone. Even Dugan's there. Dugan is an older gentleman, maybe even a couple of years senior to Bass.
Oh, dang. Yeah.
But he's old. But he's also maintained an athleticism and a physique for a guy that you wouldn't expect for his age. As he's been riding hard, he's been living fast, but he's also been loving this life for as long as he has been. And you can see some parts of it of age are catching up to him. His hair on the top of his head is fading a little bit, but it's still salt and pepper up there. He doesn't have his hat on as he's over getting food from Maribel and telling her, "Now that just smells heavenly, Maribel. Thank you kindly." And Maribel says, "Well, you're welcome very kindly, sir." She starts passing around dishes to everybody, and whenever she passes a dish over and everybody comes on over, Dugan says, "Morning, Doc."
Morning, Dugan.
Bass comes on over, plate gets passed over, Dugan says, "Morning, Bass."
Morning, Dugan. Oh, this smells wonderful, Maribel.
Furfoot comes on over. When you come on over and you get a plate passed over to you, Dugan actually takes off your hat a little bit and ruffles up your hair and he says, "Good morning, kid."
Morning, Dugan. How you doing?
Oh, it is a beautiful morning, as much as it ever could be, now isn't it? And then
It really is.
as he's ruffling Furfoot's hair, plate gets passed over to you, Samson, and Dugan just looks and nods, and then goes back to talking to the rest.
Sam will also nod back in an understanding way, and then just try to find a spot to eat that's not super
Try to
close
find
to
a
Dugan.
hole to sink into.
Just a nice spot. I'm sure he's found a log that he's already claimed dibs to that he'll sit down and start eating.
Now, as you all are starting to eat your breakfast and get through that, by the way, Maribel, reading the room, likes to separate out her crunchy bacon from her chewy bacon.
Excellent.
And
and Sam just says, "Thank you kindly, Maribel. This is delicious as always."
Maribel actually kind of gives you a pitied look and puts her hand gently on your cheek before you break off.
I give her like a knowing nod and just kind of walk away.
I'm going to say that she actually whispers and tells you, like, he'll turn around.
He nods in like agreement, just a little nod.
Yeah.
But in his mind, he thinks to himself, "I'm not sure he will."
So while you're all sitting around each other enjoying your breakfast, in between bites, Dugan is going to ask you all as a group, all right then, family, what's the plan for today?
You can see Furfoot's tail swishing. They want to talk first, but they're not going to. They're just going to let everybody else who has more important things to say, probably, speak first. But their tail is swishing as they're just looking around the rest of the group, trying to see who makes any sort of bodily movement indicating they're going to talk first.
Yep. I would say at this point, Spritz actually comes in and joins the group and gets a plate. And when Dugan says, what's the plan for today? Spritz is going to say, well, everybody, I got good news. Mocha is in fine shape. He, nods self-satisfied and then, snaps his finger and points over at Sam, clicks.
Sam, mouth full of eggs and a bacon strip hanging out of his mouth, big old cheeks, he just thumbs up really big back towards Spritz.
And Spritz is going to go over and sit next to you, Furfoot.
Oh.
And when he does, he's going to just kind of quietly go, what'd you get?
The usual. Just whatever Maribel made. I'm not complaining. Food's food.
I know. Did you get any sausage? You got any sausage?
I got a couple.
You could see you could see he's got 6 sausage links on his plate.
How many would Furfoot have by this point?
Just 2.
You know what I'm about to try to do.
Can I? Spritz is all like, hey man, can you spare any more of that sausage?
Look at your plate and look at mine right now, buddy.
Huh? And he looks down at his plate and he goes, oh yeah, you're right. Hey, can you spare any more of that sausage?
I would like to try and steal one of his sausage from under his nose.
Sleight of hand, please.
God damn it.
All right, against his perception, I'm going to roll the dice.
Please. I have my fingers crossed here, man.
That is a 7, so I'm going to say you get 2 sausage links off the guy.
I've scarfed them into my mouth immediately.
And then he's gonna go, what the? Hey, Dugan, Furfoot took some of my sausages. And then Dugan's going to laugh and then say, all right, now do we have any actual important news?
But Dugan, since you mentioned it, I was talking to Doc. And I was getting money together to get some supplies. I got a list from Maribel, and then Doc's going to go in to get his medical supplies he needed. I was just needing to know if there was anybody else needed anything so we could pool the money together to go into town to get the supplies while it's still early in the day so there's not as many people in town.
Well, we definitely need supplies. Scratches his chin for a moment. And he says, and this is usually the part where he tells you guys, okay, so here's our plan of attack. We're going to send this person, and this is how we're going to do it. You guys are going to watch out for each other. 2 of you hang back, make sure everybody's safe. And you're used to his plans being like that. But then he just shrugs and just says, well, who do you think you're going to need?
I hadn't really thought about it. You usually just tell us who's going to go when. We just follow through.
Yeah, well, today's Sunday, ain't it? We can be a little bit relaxed about how we go about our work, I suppose. And he sort of waves his hand very non-committed through the air and says, Bass, why don't you go ahead and take Doc, Furfoot, and he just sort of lazily throws a finger out towards Samson and says, Mr. Holiday as well.
Sam was not looking up from his plate while this whole thing was going on.
Yeah.
So when he hears Mr. Holiday, he's like, what? Like shocked to hear his own name.
Yeah.
His last name, no less. Ooh.
Yeah.
He used his Christian name.
He used his Saren Ray name.
Well, all right. As long as everybody's willing to go, we can go ahead and get saddled up and head on into town as soon as we get done with breakfast.
Furfoot's just kind of thinking to themselves for a moment before they just sort of snap their fingers for a moment and then just shoot their hand up, trying not to interrupt.
All right, kid, what is it?
Anyone seen Zeke this morning?
All of that
I'm
energy,
sorry.
all of that joy from Dugan's face, just leave. And then he goes,
Did I say something wrong?
Sam exhales.
What? Did I say something wrong?
Dugan actually walks on over to you, Furfoot, while you're sitting down, and he puts his hand on your shoulder and he says, Wrong? No, not really, kid. But you definitely didn't say something right. As far as I know, last I saw, he was heading on down to the creek. And he's just gonna turn around and actually clean off the rest of his plate and put it into a dirty dishes container and just kind of go back to observing the vista. And then Spritz, sitting next to you, having no clue about the gravity of what the hell is going on, is gonna go, in between bites, go, I don't get it. Furfoot, did you mess up? Did you mess up, Furfoot?
I don't know.
I think
And
you messed
that's
up,
the
Furfoot.
problem. Yeah, I think I definitely messed up. That's the problem.
Yeah, you shouldn't have done
Furfoot-
that, Furfoot. And he keeps eating.
Furfoot jokingly just looks over to Spritz, elbows him in the shoulder, and rolls their eyes playfully as they scarf down the rest of their food.
Dugan has walked away from the group, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
As soon as Dugan is out of eyesight,
Yeah.
Sam takes his poncho, wipes his face,
Yeah.
and he gives the plates back to Maribel. And he says, well, gang, I guess that means we gotta start getting our stuff together. Everybody, come on now. Get up. Finish up. Let's go.
At this point, Doc hadn't touched his breakfast at all and looks through, trying to make sure nobody's making eye contact with him, and then lifts his entire plate and just in one swallow, horrifying display, consumes his breakfast, which to anyone in the gang kind of know not to look at this point, but he gives everyone a chance to eat first.
I would say you're right, except for Spritz.
Oh, Spritz definitely watches
Like
this.
when you bring your plate and you shovel in the last bits, you bring your plate back down, everybody else is respectfully looking away, but Spritz is staring right at you.
I'm gonna make unbroken eye contact with Spritz and tell him, if you want to watch, you better not look away.
Spritz is, like, shocked by that. Give me an intimidation check.
Oh!
And I think... No, they don't get it.
All
17.
right. And that is a 14. He fails. And Spritz is going to look at you wide-eyed and then lean over to Furfoot and go, hey, he wouldn't, eat us, would he?
I don't know. Why don't you piss him off and find out?
And at that, Doc just opens his mouth a little. He swallowed his food, but he just opens his mouth a little, just kind of angles his head so the sun catches on, one real big fang.
Furfoot just with the smuggest grin leans over to Spritz.
I think you messed up. I think you said something you shouldn't have. I think you messed up.
All right, so you guys are all done eating. I'm assuming that you're all going to grab up your saddlebags, hop on your horses, and head on over to town. Head on over to Gulch. All right. As you guys are riding on out, Who is taking the lead?
Sam will be one of the ones that takes the lead.
Okay, great.
That's what he's used to doing. But he'll have somebody up next to him, whoever wants to be like
We'll go
side
2
by
by
side.
2 then.
2 by 2.
All right.
Me.
All right.
I will either be directly beside or behind Samson.
Nice.
And I'll
you'll
be beside Furfoot.
Hell yeah.
Yep. Bass and Furfoot, you guys are on the back row. Furfoot, you're behind Sam, and Bass, you're behind Doc.
Got it.
Yep, go ahead and arrange that.
I'm just arranging it
Perfect,
there for
yeah.
you, just so that you have an
perfect
idea.
riding order.
Before we get too far on
Yes.
the ride itself, Sam is going to lean over towards Doc and just be like, Doc, I'd like to make a little bit of a donation to the church, if you don't mind.
Ooh.
Doc, I'm gonna look him up and down and say, all right, he's gonna kind of stutter a little bit, because this is something that's maybe happened, but like, they don't talk about it. So he's kind of wondering where this is coming from on this exact morning.
Well, I've just been thinking about all the mistakes I've made in my life, and I just hope this little and he pulls out a sack of coins and he hands it over. So I hope this little donation will help and appease old great Saren Ray. And he puts his hands up in like a worship motion. Just like, oh, Saren Ray.
Perfect. Doc's gonna take it. He's gonna open his medical bag and really tuck that in there, almost like there's like a secret compartment in there. A very well used compartment in the back there that feels really safe and secure. He's just gonna give a really solemn nod and say, I'll make sure this gets where it needs to go.
Excellent. I wanted to make sure that got taken care of
great.
before we get too far into town.
Before you point out Doc's general attitude and negativism.
General attitude and negativism.
Consider the lilies of the dead gum field.
I mean, use Furfoot as your example of inspiration.
What?
All right, so you guys are riding out and going on 2 by 2. Where you found yourselves in the woods, it was a perfect clearing, yes, but it is a little tough navigating on horseback, and especially it was hard getting your guys' wagon through there with all of Maribel's supplies in order to keep the camp going.
Mm-hmm.
And as you guys break out of the foliage, you hop on the main road. Now it's much easier riding. And now with the sun getting a little bit higher on in the day, there is still a nice, cool northern wind that's cutting through that you guys are riding into all the way back to Gulch. I'm going to say Samson and Furfoot. Give me perception checks, you guys.
Sure thing.
Ooh, okie dokie. I do actually have a question. Are we passing by the creek on the way to the Gulch?
You are. And this is what that's for.
11.
Yeah, I want to see Zeke. I want to see him. Hold on. Gills, thank you. My God. Roll good, please. Roll.
Oh,
21.
Yes!
All right. So you guys are riding and getting into small talk about errands and the weather, and those last couple of bounty hunters got a little closer than you would have liked. You guys are Furfoot. This is a perfect morning to just zone out and start looking at things around you.
That is the most in-character thing for both me and Furfoot ever. Thank you.
the tiny, insistent mind goblins in your brain are telling you, I wonder what kind of flower is that? Those trees sure are big. Can you lose a tree in the middle of a forest? As you're thinking about all of this stuff, there's a parting in the trees where you guys can actually get a much better look down into the ravine where the river's at. Sure enough, there is light reflecting off of the river, but not enough to really hurt your eyes. And Furfoot, you are able for a moment to see the telltale figure of your guys' friend Zeke. He looks to be almost like a dot, but you can kind of make out his posture, and he seems to be just sitting on a big rock facing the river.
Furfoot's just gonna squint a little bit. Everyone else is probably still riding, but they have stopped their horse by this point, and they're just squinting a little bit.
Hey! Can you guys watch Blaze for me real quick?
And they're just gonna let go of the reins, hop off of the horse, and just noggin to noggin, just give a couple quick nuzzles to Blaze right on the snoot, and get on all fours and immediately start running down towards the creek.
Sam is just gonna make sure to be like, Furfoot, you really oughtn't, but if you are, be quick about it.
They're going.
Yep.
They have no intention
He wasn't gonna stop you either.
No?
Good.
All right. Who's grabbing the reins of Blaze?
Now the reins of Blaze, since Blaze should be next to me.
Yes.
Brilliant. Thank you, Bass. All right. So we're going to go ahead and have a couple of beats going at about the same time.
Okay.
All right.
It's going to take Furfoot a little while to get down into the ravine, not fall over, bust their head open.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So,
no. They're a careful kitty cat, but they still gotta be careful.
Mm-hmm. For now, we're going to go with the trio, and you guys are coming into the town of Gulch. This town, it's obviously has a focus on trade, but you could see that there are the beginnings of a small lumber mill that wants to start using the natural resources of the trees around them. You guys can see that there's also an auction area for livestock where people are bringing in their cattle, their sheep, their horses. You're able to trade, you're able to buy, you're able to sell there. But you guys know that most of your supplies are going to be over at the general store.
Right.
And just cutting on down the main street, I would say that it doesn't take long for you guys to be able to find it. Along the main street, you're able to find a general store, a tavern, and a hotel, proper hotel with, baths. So now you guys are plodding down the main street. There was the soft click-clack of your hooves along the road and along the stone. There is now a much softer, much wetter splat sound as your horses move through some of this mud that still hasn't had a chance to dry up from the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And now you guys are coming on down Main Street.
All right.
We're relaxing, feeling good.
Do we see the general store on the main street?
Yes, yeah, the three of you can see it.
All right. Bass, there's the general store there if you want to go and check that out. And I turn to Doc and be like, Doc, do we need to go to like a particular place to get your stuff?
You guys also do see that there's a barber pole outside of the tavern.
Okay. Good to know.
All right, so Doc's going to clock in on that as well, but he's going to be like, I'm going to check out the general store for a couple things, see kind of what sundry they're carrying, but I'm going to pop over to the saloon before we leave. Don't let me forget. So I guess he's going to hitch up Wing and start plodding on over to the general store.
Yep. All three of us will hook up all our horses in front of the general store and just head there first.
Yep. As you guys are coming up the steps, already tied off your horses, you're going up the steps to the general store, coming out of the store. Sam, there's unfortunately another guy coming out, another human person coming out. He bumps shoulders with you and he says, "Oh, sorry, partner." And he says that instinctively, and then that's when he pulls up the bill of his hat, and there was a smile on his face, but when he sees you, that smile goes away, and it almost looks like that there's a frown before he looks at the rest of you and just keeps walking.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. You can tell that orcs and half-orcs and snake people are pretty uncommon around these parts.
Okay. Good to know. Sam will make a mental note of that and just continue on and be like, sorry about that, as he continues in.
Mm-hmm. As you guys walk on in, it is a wonderfully quaint general store. There's just one aisle taking up the middle of the room with produce and, canned goods.
Mm.
And on the other side of the room, there appears to be a halfling woman with her hair tied into two very tight buns on the back of her head.
Mm.
And she says, "Well, good morning."
Howdy there, miss. Me and my fellows here are needing a few supplies.
"Well, fortunately, I believe I have enough for you, but let's see what you need."
All right. Bass, be kind and pull out the list.
Yes, sir. I'll make sure to do that. Here you go, ma'am. Here's the list of the supplies we need.
Bass, I'm going to say that you've stepped up to the counter and you're basically reading off the list of all the bacon, cheese, eggs, bread, everything that you guys are going to need. While you're doing that, Sam and Doc, give me perception checks.
Sure thing.
Ooh!
Natural 1 for Doc, 21 for Sam.
All right. It's at this point that the two of you are just sort of now browsing, since one of your guys' team members is actually handling the list and how much that's all going to cost. While the two of you are beginning to browse, Doc, you're noticing that on the shelf, you can see a display titled Norman Houston's Amazing Cure-All Bitters. And so you're picking up one of the bottles that's overly designed and you put on the back and you spin around the back. You can see that the list of ingredients are kind of on the vague side. And you get the impression that there's a good chance there's a ton of morphine in this thing. But while you're doing that, Sam, you notice that over on the west wall, there is a billboard with a ton of advertisements and odd jobs posted all over the place. But then there's something underneath one of the other flyers that catches your eye. You can see looks like half of a wanted poster.
Okay. Sam is gonna just look around, make sure nobody's fully paying attention to him at the moment, and just kind of peel away the top poster to look underneath.
Wanted, $200, Furfoot. And it is a terrible rendering of Furfoot.
Oh no.
Like, it's not even a bobcat.
Yeah. It looks like a photograph of a regular house cat.
With a hat
With
on.
a hat on.
I am gonna weep and sob if I find that poster. I will claw at it.
Sam is going to go ahead and just yank the poster down from the thing, roll it up, and put it into his...
Give me a
his pack.
sleight of hand check just to make sure that nobody notices that you're kind of covertly hiding
Sure
something.
thing, sir. Sleight of hand. Here we go.
Oh, and it's
17.
also Furfoot of the Dugan Misfits.
Okay, yeah. 17.
Aw.
Alrighty. I'm going to go ahead and do a perception for the lady. I'm going to say that she's going to take a penalty as well because she's in the middle of talking to Bass.
Crossing my fingers. Don't
Actually,
roll
you know
good.
what, Bass? If you could, go ahead and roll a sleight of hand check. What this is going to do is that this is going to aid another.
Yeah.
All I need you to do is to pass a check for me, and you'll be giving Samson a +2.
Ooh, okay.
So roll the sleight of hand.
Oh,
Natural
baby!
Hello, nat 20, let's go.
I'm going to say that with a nat 20, and this is just a Smiter rule, this is not a Pathfinder rule,
Yes.
we're going to bump that up to +4 for
Sweet.
him.
Hell yeah.
That would
And
make
mind
it...
All by the-
This is Bass not even really trying. You just Bass, I'm going to say out of the corner of your eye, you notice that Samson is trying to fiddle with something with this board and this message board, and you see him look over his shoulder and look at you to be all like, dude, keep her busy.
Ma'am, by the way, while you were talking, which I greatly appreciate, I was just wondering, you got a box of playing cards by chance? Just regular old-fashioned cards, 52-card pickup type cards, you know, that type of thing.
She says, well, sure, I have those kinds of cards, but don't you know? And she leans forward and she says, gambling's a sin.
Well, you know, I don't use them for gambling. You see, when I was a younger man and my son was young, I do card tricks for him. So I'd flip him cards and do different things, do little tricks with card bridges and things like that. So I don't gamble. I just do card tricks. You know, sometimes if they're cheering around, you know, things like that, just to ease the tension, make sure they ain't scared if something's going on. I'll start doing card tricks to ease their mind.
She says, oh, well, in that case, card tricks are lovely. Now, I do have a deck for you. How old is your son?
You know, he went off to school. He would have been 18 on the day he'd gone off to college. So he's just a fantastic age. He's an inventor type. Love reading magazines and all sorts of stuff and engineering and things like that. So, matter of fact, I can show you a card trick if you don't mind me showing you one.
She says, oh, well, a card trick is lovely. No gambling, though. And she giggles when she says that.
Oh, no gambling, ma'am. You ain't got to worry about me. Like I said, I am not a gambling man. I'm just trying to do the best that I can.
And when he says, I'm not a gambling man, that's when Samson just quickly rips off the wanted poster and tucks it away.
Tucks it away.
He does a little bridge. He takes the deck of cards. He spreads them out on the table. And he takes one of the cards and just kind of flips it with his finger and his thumb. And so it like spins in the air and flips to the other hand. And then he takes it up and he flips it in his hand a couple times and throws it back into the deck. And he's like shuffling and just having her look at him while he's doing it.
Cool. Go ahead and give me a bluff check, bro. Because you ain't a gambling man.
No, just trying to do the best I can. So I rolled a 13.
Brilliant. So your hands are kind of stiff from this morning. You haven't had a chance to really sort of flex your knuckles and warm your hands up. And this is sort of an impromptu display because you're kind of covering for Samson. I'm going to go ahead and roll for her. That's a natural 1. So your hands are actually pretty stiff from this morning, but you're able to get through the entire trick. And she goes, "Oh, that's lovely, that is."
Well, I'm glad you enjoy it. You know, like I say, I just like to be able to do stuff like that every now and then. It keeps the hands limber, too.
She says, "Well, that's really good to know, love. Now, for the rest of your friends, what else do you need?" Now she's actually able to collect everything that you needed off the grocery list for food.
So at this point, Doc's going to come over, and he's been surveying the shop and looking around, and he's having a bit of an internal struggle about that their bottle of... Oh, and he doesn't like this term, but that their bottle of snake oil. But he also knows that, you know, while it might not be what it purports to be, that, you know, a whole bottle full of morphine is never something to turn one's nose up at. So he's going to bring a bottle up to the counter and put it down nice and gently in front of that lovely halfling shopkeep and kind of inquire about the price. And then he's going to lean in, not conspiratorially, but just to kind of lower his voice. And he's going to start inquiring about if she has any kind of like dried herbs that he doesn't want everyone else in the shop to hear.
Okay. I'm going to say that because Bass is right there.
Right there.
So for you, for sure, Doc, let's go ahead and do a sleight of hand check. Will, if you want Bass to notice this and try to suss out what's going on, give me a sense motive check from Bass.
Sleight of hand is 11 for me.
Okay. Bass rolled a 10. So you're able to just covertly converse between you and the shopkeeper, and she asks you about particular dried herbs. She asks you about if you need ginger or anything like that. You basically are able to list out everything that you need. Fortunately, it's not too expensive, but when you bring up the miracle cure, she kind of perks up and she says, "Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? You see, young man come through here and he starts selling, and then it turns out old Mr. Johnson starts growing his hair back."
Sounds like something I might be able to use. You know, I've been bald-headed as long as I've been young.
And how much for the amazing mystery magical cure there, ma'am?
Oh, 1 bottle will be 2 gold pieces. I'm going to say, Doc, you personally, with your medical background, you are getting really big charlatan vibes going on here. Like, it's clear that this lady is super sweet and really into meeting new people, and who knows how much she gets out, but it's pretty clear that she is enthusiastic about, "Oh, new miracle cure, how interesting."
Certain that it's pretty much just morphine in a bottle. Like, do I need to do a medicine check or anything?
Yes.
Like,
if you wanted to know specifically like what's in this thing, I would say give me a heal check.
Heal check, thank you.
And while that's going on, we are going to flip the scene. We're going to go back to
Natural
Furfoot.
20.
Natural 20.
Wow. What is with everybody getting such good rolls. It's gonna bite us later, isn't it?
Oh, for sure.
For sure.
This is gonna bite us so hard.
I can't save you, but I can tell you what's in that bottle.
It's not
No,
great.
you can save us, you just don't want to save us because this is the 5th gunshot wound in a day and you're tired and you're just going to bed.
It's just full of cartoon ingredients. Red dye number 5, red flannel.
The hell's a blue 57?
All right, so we're going to actually go ahead and go back to Furfoot. Furfoot, go ahead and give me a climb check as you're sliding down into this ravine.
I am a kitty cat. I should do fine. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do great.
Cross your fingers for not a natural 1. That's a 25 to climb.
Oh yeah, I'll
Furfoot,
take it.
It is easy and effortless. You know when to cling onto the wall, you know when to cling onto the hill, and when to just slide on down. It doesn't take much time to be able to get down there, and now you're coming up behind Zeke. Zeke is a big guy. Zeke also usually likes to just wear a simple shirt, some jeans, and his boots and his hat. He's really
How tall is he, would you say?
I would say he's about 6'1". And
Okay, let me mark that down really quick.
he's 6'1".
So they're like an entire foot taller than Furfoot. Despite their name, they are not very tall.
An entire Furfoot taller.
There you go. His back is pretty large, easily over 200 pounds. Not much of that is fat. Before you knew him, he grew up on a farm. He was a farmhand. He and his brother Tuck, they lived there together until eventually the farm got bought up and their parents couldn't afford to keep them around. And so they went to go live with relatives. They realized that they hated those relatives, and so they struck out on their own, and they met up with the Dugan Gang. And with what happened to Tuck not that long ago, only a month ago, Zeke has been more and more distant from the gang. And now you find him sitting there, and it looks like he's just got a handful of pebbles that he's just sort of chucking into the river.
Furfoot's just gonna break their own personal character. Most of the time, they're usually very outgoing and sociable and energetic and a little bit loud, but for once, they're just gonna sort of calm down and chill out. They're not gonna try and sneak up on Zeke. They're instead just gonna sit on one of the bigger rocks next to Zeke, still trying to give him some distance, but be close enough to at least be seen without startling him and getting a rock thrown at them.
So you just kind of sit up, perch up next to him. There's a long quiet, and Zeke's actually the first one to break the silence. He doesn't look at you. Just in between, chucking pebbles into the river. What you want, furry?
First of all, ow! And Furfoot, also not
He's in a bad
looking,
mood.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah.
Furfoot, without looking, is also going to, while still sitting on the rock, just use their bottom paws to pick up a small handful of smoother pebbles, maybe some flat ones, maybe some rounder ones, and also start chucking them into the river with Zeke. And in between chucking pebbles is just going to say, "You didn't show up for breakfast this morning. I got worried."
He throws out a couple more pebbles. Weren't hungry.
Did you tell Dugan you left? Or did you just go?
He actually drops the pebbles right down at his feet and takes a big old breath, wipes some of the dust off of his hand. What's this all about, Furfoot?
And I'm assuming Furfoot knows about what happened to
Oh, yeah.
Tuck, right?
I would say everybody in the camp knows about what's happened to Tuck, what's happened to Dugan.
Furfoot is still going to continue throwing pebbles, trying not to make eye contact unless Zeke is, like, actively shifting so that they're at least facing where Furfoot would be looking.
You've been getting distant. Been worrying me and the rest of everyone else.
And at this point, they will set down the pebbles on the ground in front of them. They're not going to drop them, they're just going to quietly set them down. And at this point, they'll put one hand on the rock, not shifting the way their body is, but just turning their head and just giving a genuine look of concern. Just ask.
Go ahead and give me a diplomacy check. This is just to be able to sort of get through that exterior layer that he's clearly putting up.
Are you
Natural
kidding me?
one.
It's a natural one!
He's gonna stand up and he's gonna say, And he's not walking away. He's just standing up, and he's actually taking a couple steps closer to the river and kind of kicks a couple of rocks down into it. And he says, "Worry. Well, you tell everybody that they ain't got nothing to worry about because they don't have to worry about me."
Are you sure?
Am
You
I
left
sure?
your horse here this morning.
He's now rubbing his face in frustration, and when he turns around to you, that light blue tone that's usually deep set into his orcish features, you can kind of actually see red kind of coming into his face. "What does that matter? When I'm out here and I'm just looking at a river, all of a sudden everybody's worried because I'm just looking at a river? That's all that I'm doing."
Furfoot just is starting to get a little pissed off at this and also stands up, just planting their hands on their hips. Well, excuse me, when one of the gang members I care about so much just ups and leaves out of nowhere, doesn't show up for breakfast, doesn't tell Dugan they left, leaves their horse, and leaves no trace behind, not even a note saying, "Hey, I'm down by the river." And they start to walk a little bit closer. They're not trying to sound angry or accusatory, but they're coming off that way without realizing it. I don't want anything to happen to you, okay?
Go ahead and give me another diplomacy check.
Please. Please. God
Okay.
damn it, it's a 10. My rolls are... This is what I get for all of you guys taking up my good rolls. Screw you guys.
That's
Screw
definitely what's happening
you.
here.
He's gonna say, "Okay, maybe I went out for a walk. Maybe I wanted fresh air." And then that's when he looks around himself and says, "Fresh air. I don't know. Okay, Furfoot? I don't know what you want. I don't know what anybody else wants. I don't even know." And then he stops. And he actually takes off his hat and throws it down on the ground. And he says, "I don't even know what Tuck wanted."
And Furfoot just kind of drops their hands from their hips and slowly walks up. And getting on their tiptoes a little bit, they just place a soft, furry hand onto Zeke's shoulder. Their claws were starting to come out a little bit out of frustration. It's just something that happens. They can't help it. They've tried training it away. They've tried trimming them down. They can't help when their claws just happen to be there. But there's no sign of claws whatsoever. It's just soft, furry paws on his shoulder.
I'm gonna ask you one more time, okay? And I'm not gonna force you to tell me if you really don't want to. But it's just us out here. And I ain't no snitch, and you know that. I'm a thief. I'm petty in that regard. But I'm not a snitch. So you wanna tell me what's going on? Why you're down here?
All right, one last diplomacy check.
Please.
Yes! Nat 20.
How do we bounce back
Thank
like
you,
that?
Orange Jesus. Thank you, Orange Jesus.
I'm back.
I was so back. It's so over. We're so back.
We're so back.
I need to find the image I'm referencing. Hold on.
No, I get it.
All right. When you do that, Zeke is actually going to put a hand back on your shoulder, and you can see now he's actually trying to fight back tears. And he's saying, when we were little, it was so stupid. It was so stupid. When we were little, Tuck would take me to the river every once in a while. And when he would, we would get into these big arguments. Like, we would fight so much. And Tuck, you know, he would say this stupid thing. He would tell me, "I bet you I could skip the rock 6 times." And I would tell him, "You're a damn liar." And then we would fight. But I would win because I'm bigger than him. Because I was bigger than him. And then, you know what would be the damnedest thing? I would throw the rock and I could never get it to skip 6 times. But he could. And he looks back over the river and he says, "Tuck could do anything. Tuck could do anything." And now you can see he's really starting to break down. And I can't. I can't do nothing. I can't do nothing without him. I can't.
Furfoot's just gonna cut him off in the middle of his talking and just hug. It's a very soft hug. It's firm, but it's meant to be comforting. And just quietly.
Yeah. And he reciprocates and he wraps his arms around you. You can feel this big guy just sort of sobbing in your arms. And he keeps whispering to himself, I can't do anything. I can't do anything without him. You guys stay in that moment for a while. And before he eventually pulls back, he pulls out a handkerchief and he wipes his face, he wipes his nose. There's a moment of calm between the two of you. You can tell it's playful, but he says, "Now don't you tell nobody about what I said."
Furfoot just gives a very gentle smile and just nods. I told you, I'm a thief. I might be petty, but I ain't no snitch. I ain't gonna tell no one about what happened, what you said, why you were here. Your secret's safe with me, man. Promise on all my lives.
He bends down, picks up his hat, puts it back on, and wipes his face one last time. He says, "Oh, I know. I know you wouldn't tell anybody. I'm not worried about that."
Can I actually do something? Before, assumedly, Zeke walks off?
Mm-hmm.
Would I have to roll a perception check to see if I can find the flattest rock on the ground? Like, the flattest one that I can possibly find.
I'm gonna say no, but for what you're thinking about doing, give me a dexterity check.
Damn it.
10.
Okay. So, Furfoot, you go ahead, you bend down, grab yourself a rock. What do you do?
I'll actually grab 2.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take a less flat one myself, and the flattest one that's in the immediate area, I'm just gonna hold in my free hand and just look upwardsly at Zeke. You want to give it one more shot before we go back?
He chuckles
I'm sure
and he
Tuck would
says,
want it.
He chuckles and he says, "Well, there's no beating Tuck's number, but I guarantee you're not going to be able to beat my number."
How many you got under your belt?
And he holds up the rock. He says, "I bet you I can skip this 5 times."
Bet's on. 10 gold pieces.
And he's going to go ahead and do a roll. All right, and we're going to compare it against yours. Okay. With the both of you, you both throw your rocks out at the exact same time. And given where your rolls landed, both of your guys' rocks hit the water and then go bloop right down into him. Don't even skip once. And when that happens, Zeke doubles over laughing. He was all like, "That feels about right," and he just starts roaring laughter. He pulls you in, he puts an arm around you, he pulls off your head, he gives you a little noogie. He puts your hat back on and he says, "Now you said there was breakfast back home?"
Mm-hmm. But before we go, Furfoot's gonna dig around in their pocket a little bit, and they actually do pull out 10 gold pieces, and I will actually subtract this from my total amount of gold that I have. They pull out 10 gold pieces, and in a furry fistful of gold, they just hand it to Zeke. That's a bet. Take your prize, man.
And Zeke says, "I didn't win," and he just splits half of it. 5 for you, 5 for him.
I'll take it. I'll take it. You know what? I'll take that. I'll take that. God, I love these NPCs so much. I love them.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Now that you've done that, we're going to go ahead and get back to the trio.
Yes. Go ahead.
Guys, you did the last bit of transaction in between that. As you guys are paying for everything. Doc, you're looking at the bottle, and with that natural 20... you can tell that there's like 2 ingredients in here that are helpful, and the rest of it can just be found in cola.
Now, those 2 ingredients that are helpful, I'm trying to ascertain if this is going to be some like quick stash of painkillers.
Yes.
Because, okay, perfect.
Yes.
So Doc's gonna play along, and he's not gonna upset this fine halfling woman. Yes, he knows that this is a scam, but he also knows that he can use it the way that he wants to. So he's gonna go ahead and pay for that bottle of snake oil, and also the herbs that he had previously discussed with the shopkeep as well. So
okay, I'm gonna say that with everybody pulling in their money that they got in from the last job. The money that you all got from the last job is just enough to pay for all of this, so none of you have to pay out of pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I gave Doc all of the gold that he got.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. So that 25, Doc, that you got, we'll go ahead and mark that got used to pay for all this.
Okay.
You guys are loaded up on groceries, you're loaded up on medicine, and you were even able to find some medical supplies. Not a lot, but able to find exactly what you were looking for. You guys step on back out. Horses are still waiting for you. All three of you, give me a perception check.
Sure thing.
8.
7.
Ooh.
Got 10.
You got 10?
Yep.
Okay.
10.
I'm going to say, as you guys are loading up your saddlebags and putting now all the groceries and everything on Blaze, Furfoot's horse.
Yep.
I'm going to say, Bass, something catches your eye. Down the main street, it looks like that there is a man with a wide black hat and a long red overcoat. We're talking almost out of sight. It looks like that he has a piece of parchment similar to a wanted poster, and he's looking at it, and he's looking in your guys' direction, and he's folding it up, and he leans over and he talks to a bystander who turns and points in your guys' direction. And then he breaks off from that conversation. He's quite a bit of ways off, but it's clear he's looking right at you guys.
Guys, I think we got some problem. I think we got somebody that might be coming after us as a bounty hunter or something. He's got one of them there parchments that was on the wall earlier. And he's coming our way.
And I look over. Do I see that?
Now that he's pointed it out, you could see, that individual, it looks like he's about 300, 350 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like that, he's looking right at you guys as he's fiddling through his saddlebags.
Okay. Sam, in a low voice, so just the three of them can hear, he, very serious, he says, all right, saddle up. Let's get moving.
Okay, let's go. I'm with you.
Okay.
All right.
We're gonna
Yep.
unhitch our horses and start in a hurried but not like obviously hurried manner.
Right. So you guys hop back on your horses. You're riding back to camp. And about the spot where Furfoot hopped off their horse, went down into the ravine, you now see Furfoot clambering back up and coming back through the brush. Furfoot, you see your friends. They're coming back down the road. You caught them just in time. And none of them had the gall to put any of those groceries or anything on any of their horses. They're all on Blaze.
As Furfoot's scrambling back up, Sam says, well, you're looking whole and ungobbled.
Furfoot, not even acknowledging what Samson said, just immediately looks to Blaze. What the hell did you do to my horse? And they just immediately run over and start looking at all of the different groceries.
Did you start using Blaze as a pack mule?
Well, I mean, you weren't riding him.
I had to ride this one. And he gives Furfoot just like a sly grin. His tusks kind of poking out a little.
Yep.
They just blink at you.
Never do this again. One time. Never do this again.
Sam says, oh, don't get your tail in a bunch. And he reaches down to help you up onto Mocha, his own horse.
Furfoot will give you another eye roll, but will in fact not try to protest this action of pulling themselves onto the horse. They will not protest. They will just get on the horse.
Yep.
Sam will help them up on the horse.
Yep. All riding up on Mocha.
Sam kind of fills Furfoot in at this time. Be like, saw some suspicious people. He takes a deep breath and then releases. I'm gonna have to tell Dugan.
You hear Doc just quietly kind of hiss under his breath, and he's like, yeah, shit.
You guys are all riding on back.
Oh, and he pulls out the wanted poster and be all like, somebody captured your likeness, handsome.
Furfoot, you take the wanted poster, and it is a terrible render of you.
Furfoot just looks at the poster, looks back at the rest of the gang, looks down at the poster again, and then looks back to the rest of you.
Why
look
would you
back and
keep
see-
this?
It says 200 gold pieces for the capture of Furfoot. No known real name.
Well, at least they got that part right.
Yep, it said part of the Dugan Gang. And the wanted poster says wanted for theft, thievery, stealing, and mischief.
Correct.
Accurate.
Theft, thievery, burglary, grand larceny, and general mischief.
General mischief.
Correct.
Oh, you want to be careful about that tomfoolery. That one's the heaviest charge.
That's right. They've executed people for less.
Before you guys get back into camp, I'm going to say all four of you give me a perception check.
Alrighty.
Oh boy, yippee! We love making
Well,
checks.
if one of us does a good job.
You better watch out. You better watch
You better
out.
watch out.
Watch out.
You better
watch out.
Jingles.
10.
Come on,
Perfect.
where's my nat 20?
Perfect. Ooh, not bad, guys.
Yep.
I rolled a
Alright.
19.
Doc, you're kind of busy going back through your medical bag, making sure everything's there, and begrudgingly putting
Hold on.
that snake oil in there. And Bass does, Furfoot does not. Furfoot, you're still kind of going over the atrocity that is this wanted poster. But Bass, you and Samson look back, and you guys can see following pretty far off, but still definitely following. It's that rider from earlier. Long red coat, black hat, and it looks like that he's riding by himself. But I'm going to say, Samson, with your natural 20, not only are you able to see him, but you can see what looks to be like a wagon even farther back from behind him, following his same path.
I think we got a straggler.
Eh?
Furfoot just
Well-
whips their head around.
That one guy with the red cloak that I had it on, yeah, he's behind us. And so, what are we going to do?
You can tell they're still a ways off. You guys might have some time to run in and at least pass the word along.
Yeah.
We definitely don't want to lead them back to camp unless we're ready for it.
I don't think we have much of a choice. And Sam is gone serious face right now. If we hurry, we might be able to let everybody know. If anything, if these people are here to cause trouble, I only see two at the moment. Don't know if there's more in that wagon behind, but if they intend to do us harm, they're gonna have a fight waiting for them. Let's double time, folks.
All
On
right,
it.
step it up.
All right. You all go from a trot into a canter and ride your way back. You guys do a sharp cut into the woods, hopefully to throw them off a little bit, buy yourself some time before you come riding on into camp at a fairly rigorous speed. At this time, Annie is around, Zeke is around, everybody is around in camp, thankfully. And as you guys come right down into town, Spritz is the first one to be all like, welcome back. Whoa, where's the fire?
Sam does this move that he's practiced with the other people
Oh, yeah.
plenty of times where he stands on just one of the stirrups
Yeah.
to get off, and he takes the reins in his hands and he passes them back to Furfoot as he steps off his own horse.
Damn!
It's a very quick, very swift movement here.
Yeah, great.
And he says, Spritz, get your gun. And he's gonna just keep walking.
He said,
And he's
Yeah.
making a beeline right to where Dugan is.
You're going to walk right past Spritz as you say that, and Spritz is going to go, my gun! My gun! And he runs back to his tent.
I love
And any other people
Yeah.
that I see that's within...
They're coming up to you, and they're
Yeah.
like, what's going on, Samson? What's going on?
Some people coming. Grab your stuff. We may need to defend ourselves. As I
Where's
just
the
keep
Annie
going.
get your gun reference?
Annie, get your gun. Where's
Hey,
Annie?
all right.
Is Annie okay?
Is Annie okay?
Annie, are you okay?
All right.
No.
So everyone's starting to scramble. This is a familiar sensation to them, so everybody knows where to go and get their stuff. By this time, because you've been loud enough, Dugan is already coming out of his tent with his lever-action rifle, and he says, "All right, Mr. Holiday, where are they coming from?"
They're following right behind us, sir.
All right, everybody, I want all guns pointed east. Everybody, find yourself some cover.
If I need to help anybody, but I want to make sure everybody's got ammo, got their guns, got like a good position before I put myself into like an advantageous position.
Yep. Everyone's posted up with shotguns, rifles, pistols. Everyone's taking cover on the west side of objects, facing east. You know, once you're all squared up, everybody's kind of crouched down. You're either behind something, standing up, or you're crouched down behind something or laying down. And you guys are waiting. Spritz kind of takes this task upon himself to basically run to everybody, passing around bullets.
Yeah. Sam's got his own belt pouch. He loads a bullet into his gun.
Yep.
Make sure that it's loaded.
I want everybody to imagine different positions that you're all taking up in the camp. I know the layout is vague, but each one of your characters is either going to be ducking behind a wagon wheel or a chest or what have you. And now you guys are all in a position to wait. Moments pass. You guys don't hear anything. Dugan is now running in between positions of all of you, telling you where to point your guns and keep an eye out if you see anything. Because what he's anticipating is a surprise attack. He's anticipating people to shoot from the trees and to shoot from all around you. And so he's telling you all to just keep an eye out, make sure to cover each other. Your guys' strat as a gang has been to cover each other, move, and then cover as you're moving.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, which arm is it that Spritz is injured?
Spritz is injured in his left arm.
In his left arm? Excellent. Sam is a lefty, so he posts up next to Spritz on his left-hand side and has his gun ready next to Spritz.
Yeah.
It's kind of covering his weak left side.
Yep. As you tuck right next to Spritz, he's very excited. He's pointing out a revolver with his right hand. He turns to you and says, "Oh man, this is going to be great. This is going to be great. How many did you say it was? Like 20? How many did you say?"
I only saw 2 for sure.
2? Wait a second. And he actually stands up from where we're getting this wound up from 2?
He stands up. Sam reaches up and pushes him back down from his head. And he said, "They had a wagon. There might have been more. I don't know."
And it's at this point that all of you can hear twigs snapping and branches getting broken down on the east side. And then emerging out from there is that man with the red jacket and the black hat coming out with his hands up. And he says, "Senores y senoritas, I am here to talk to the Dugan Gang. I do not want to get shot. Please do not shoot me." And then Dugan yells out, "What's your business with the Dugan Gang?" And he says, "I have in my pocket money for hire. I wish to hire the Dugan Gang." And at this point, this has never happened in the entire history of the gang. Nobody's ever approached you guys like this, let alone offered a job to you guys. Dugan is prone behind a log, but he's able to look at you, Samson, and he's able to look at you, Bass, and he looks confused. He looks over at you guys and like, "What is this?"
Sam he'll make the motion of all like he's gonna sheath his firearm.
Yeah.
And he does the hand motions to communicate with Dugan. Basically be like, "I'm gonna go check it out."
Yeah.
And he motions to whoever can see him.
Yeah.
I don't know who all can see Sam at the moment, but motions like, "Keep an eye on me, don't let me get shot."
All right. I'm going to say Doc, Bass, and Furfoot can all see you, and you're able to communicate that to them.
Yeah.
Furfoot, just for funsies, would you say that Furfoot is up a tree watching all of this?
Yes, Furfoot is in a tree.
All right, go ahead and
Of course
give me
they
a
would be.
climb check.
They've just wormed their way up into one of the thicker trees, and they're just, like, basically lying down. If you go behind the tree, you'll be able to barely see the tips of their feet and a little bit of their tail, but they are pretty much covered.
Great, give me a climb check.
Climb.
Ha! You already know.
All right, that's an 18 to climb. Great, you were able to get there, no problem.
Hell yeah, as I should.
All right. So you've communicated that to everybody?
So he sheaths his pistol and he puts his head up and says, "How can I help you, senor?"
The guy actually drops his arms and he looks relieved. Oh, thank God. Finally, there's somebody here with some civility. Now, senor, are you Senor Dugan?
No, unfortunately, Senor Dugan is indisposed at the moment. I am his, and he pauses for like a half second.
How do I explain this?
No, he pauses because it kind of hurts to say.
Yeah.
He's still not 100% sure. I am his second. How can I help you?
Senor, my name is York. I represent, he shrugs, he says, we'll call him a benefactor.
York. All right. What does your benefactor want?
Well, he wants to see about hiring the Dugan Gang. And
What?
are we allowed to- may I step forward and assume that I will not be, how do you say, perforated?
You have anybody else with you?
Oh, of course, senor. I've got my benefactor in his wagon just behind me on the road.
Your benefactor is here.
And then that's when his eyes go wide. No.
Do I have to make a check for that?
Please.
Give me,
I need to know. He's lying through his teeth,
all
isn't
four
he?
of you, because you can hear this.
Yes, all four.
All four of you give me sense motive checks.
Yeah.
Please, I need to see this man lie. Oh,
20,
nice.
not natural.
God damn it.
Furfoot
God
got a
damn it,
4,
Doc.
Doc got a natural 1,
Yeah.
but a 5.
There we go.
God
6.
damn it, we're all
6.
mad at
Wow.
him. He's lying.
All of you can't see him, but you can hear him, and it sounds like he might have just flubbed. He's nervous, so he might have just accidentally, said something incorrect, and now he's trying to correct the statement.
Ooh.
Samson, that doesn't fly with you.
Yeah.
Oh,
You can tell that
press
he's lying.
him.
You don't know how bad he's lying.
Right.
You don't know if it's really just his benefactor or if it's an entire battalion behind him.
Mm-hmm. So Sam goes, "Well, I can meet with your benefactor. You may have him or her or they come forward."
Senor, the situation's a little bit delicate. My benefactor needs to keep his identity. And then when he says his, he pauses and says, or hers,
Mm-hmm.
or their identity secured, so that what we're going to be proposing to you is kept on the, how do you say, the down low?
Yes, the down low.
I will be speaking on their behalf.
Well, the Dugan Gang don't really like to work with that. But
Please, senor, let me at least tell you what we need and what we're willing to offer.
all right, let's hear it.
May I enter your camp, sir?
And he looks down and is just like, pretty sure you crossed the clearing already.
And he looks down and he's like, to him, it makes no difference. He has no clue where the line. He says, "Oh, the border of your camp was."
It doesn't matter. Come on over.
Oh, sorry. I'm very sorry, sir. And he comes forward.
Now, about the others out there.
Oh, Yes, I can go back and tell them that I've begun discussions, and I will be right back.
Okay. But also let them know that, should they try anything funny, we got 50 people out here armed.
You say that as a point of intimidation,
Yeah.
but he looks astonished.
Mhm.
Like, whoa. 50 people. Go ahead and give me a bluff check. See if he believes
Sure
you.
thing. 26.
Yeah, let's go.
And he got a 5. So when
Excellent.
you say we got 50 people, and he says, yes, that's wonderful. The more we need, yes, absolutely, as many guns as we need. I'm going to go. This is wonderful news. This is wonderful news. I will go and tell my benefactor right now, and I will be right back.
Right. And when you return, only a small fraction of them will be
As
visible.
he's already starting to leave.
All right. Well, I'm going to wait until he's out of earshot, and then I'm going to walk to Dugan,
Yeah.
to wherever he's hitched up.
Yeah, he was laying down prone behind a log, and as he sees you just casually walking up, he knows there's no danger, and he stands up.
Yeah. He's got a benefactor here with him. He wants to hire the gang, it seems.
Yeah, I heard. What's your read on him? Does he seem honest?
He seems honest to a fault, honestly. And always those honest people you always got to look out for, honestly.
Dugan scratches his chin, and he says, "We never had anybody want us before."
Hey, Sam kind of looks down, and then he looks up and he says, "First time I've felt wanted since I first got called here."
Dugan reaches over to put his hand on your shoulder, and then pulls back a little bit, and then says, "Well, suppose that's the point of the gang. Find the unwanteds that don't want to be wanted, and then eventually you find that they want each other. So," and he points a finger at your chest. It says, "I suppose you shouldn't forget that you're still wanted." And he lets that hang for a moment before he goes, "Dugan Gang, fall in."
What?
Everybody comes out of their hiding spots, and they all come into a
Furfoot is
circle.
going to carefully climb down from the tree.
Well, that's good. Cats are usually not great at that.
They're going to try, at the very least. Would I need to make another check for that, just to
Are we
see if
gonna
they
need
fall
to get-
out of the tree?
Are we gonna need to get Zeke up there to get you down?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah. Now the gang is all back together, and Dugan says, "Well, there's no point in trying to figure out what we don't know. So, let's focus on what we do know. Somebody was following us. Somebody's offering us a job. Whether or not it's on the level, we'll figure it out. We'll hear him out, and we'll see what he wants. And then, if it doesn't all play out, we'll just shoot him."
Sounds good to me.
All right, it's at this point that York returns. He looks excited as he's sort of fumbling through. He's not even a big guy. He's on the skinnier side, but he's still just sort of like trying to maneuver his way through the brush.
Oh, before he fully comes back,
Yeah.
Samson says to Dugan, now for whatever reason, he wanted to make sure that his benefactor's identity was not exposed. Should I make sure that we find out who that is, or should we respect that?
I think
Well,
for now
you know.
we'll respect that.
I mean, just hope that his benefactor ain't a big old gigantic dragon that wants to eat us afterwards.
Furfoot just very, raises their hand. They have it about, chin level.
If we ever need to go find out who their benefactor is, I'd call dibs.
And they just slowly, lean back to their standing posture.
Not sure
And
that's
acts like they hadn't said anything.
not sure that's necessary yet. We'll bide our time. And
For now.
all right.
For now.
Meow.
All right. So York returns, cutting through the brush, kind of fumbling his way through it, and he says, "Well, I have wonderful news, my friends. My benefactor could not be happier knowing that you have such a strong force behind you. I assume that this is just a small representative contingent of what you have."
Sam lets it pause for a little bit and goes, "Yep."
We gotta keep this lie going now. We've dug ourselves into this grave. Let's lie in it comfortably, ladies and gentlemen.
Excellent. Now, I have quite a bit to.
Oh, apologies. This is Dugan.
Oh, you must be the great wild man, Dugan. And he goes over and he likes. Dugan shakes his hand, but he's like shaking Dugan's hand really fast. You got the scourge of the plateau, the great wild man of the West. They say that you could tame a steer just by staring at it. Dugan smiles and says, well, not by just staring at it. And now York is turned to the rest of you guys and says, I have heard quite a bit about the legendary Dugan and his Dugan Gang. And his Dugan Gang of misfits. You must be the Misfits! Yep.
I don't know why. I love him.
I look at Doc and I'm just like, Doc, I think his waiters are cutting off his circulation. He is wading in all thick on this smoke show we're getting.
Hey, if it's working out in our favor, let's go for it. At least nobody
Fair enough.
just that now.
York says, and I've heard about your eclectic group of friends. And he turns to Furfoot. He's like, you must be the soft-pawed thief, right?
That would be me. Pleasure to meet you.
Is that it? Oh, that's amazing. That's so amazing. That's so cool. And then he turns to Doc and he says, and you must be the cold-blooded assassin surgeon, yes?
Doc just stares unblinkingly, like full snake face, and just doesn't say a dang thing.
That you hold that, and York doesn't stop his enthusiasm. He's still grinning at you, and then he goes, that's terrifying. Yes.
I love this man. Oh my god. I love him.
And he says, I'm very sorry, my friends. Yes, sorry. Perdóname. Let me explain. And he goes around and he starts collecting just rocks and twigs around the camp. But before he does that, he turns to you all as a group and says, does anybody have any models? And he's asking you roughnecks for proper models.
Do what now?
What? Models for what?
Maribel says, now ain't no man ever asked me for models when I first meet him. The nerve.
Sorry, you're gonna have to explain yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need points of representation, of scale, and you know what? I'll just use these. And he starts collecting rocks and twigs. He starts lining up these rocks and these twigs in a long string.
Sorry, I didn't have enough time to make it up to model or to paint him.
In order to pay it. Jeez, Doc.
Never did I think that we'd be doing a cowboy campaign and somehow manage to reference Back to the Future.
Oh, this ain't even going to be the first one.
Oh boy.
Clearly, you've never seen Back to the Future 3. All right, we're moving on. So, he lays out all of these basically junk in a long string. My employer would love, he looks around, to see, in case somebody's listening, aside from you guys, my employer would like you to rob a train.
I'm in. Deal. Furfoot's eyes have immediately lit up. As soon as the word rob left that man's lips, dollar signs, cha-ching! I'm in. All right, let's go. They crack their furry knuckles. And you have to, grab them by the collar. All right, let's go.
Sam reaches up, grabs Furfoot's hat, plucks it off their head, and puts it over their face. And says, let's get all the information first.
Is this a moving train, or are we talking about a train that's still at the tracks?
He says, an excellent question, my friend. Brilliant.
Exactly what I would expect from the Dugan Gang.
What I would have expected from such a brilliant gang.
All right. And Sam leans over to Doc, or not to Doc, to Bass, and just whispers, I ain't exactly playing with a full set, if you know what I mean.
Deck is definitely lighter than the deck I just bought, that's for certain.
So, this train is going to be in motion. I know that this is no large task for the great Dugan Gang. I've heard that you guys once slew a dragon in its sleep.
All right. I'm going to have to ask you to stop blowing smoke up us. Please explain what it is that you want to do before we change our minds.
He looks a little confused and he says, I am not blowing smoke. And then he shrugs and says, okay. Have any of you heard of the Ebony Spear?
Have we ever heard of the Ebony Spear?
All of you give me a knowledge local check.
Nice. I think I put some points into knowledge local.
I put points into knowledge!
Yeah, I did. I put a point into knowledge local. 5.
Yes!
Okay. So
I knew it would come up. That's why I put points in it.
Doc
I feel
got a
so proud
7.
of myself.
Doc got a 7, Samson got a 5, Furfoot got 22, and Bass got a natural 20.
God damn it!
Brilliant. Okay. Doc, Sam, to your surprise, you've never heard of the Ebony Spear.
Must be a weird train.
Furfoot, you have heard of the Ebony Spear. What you've heard of it, it's a luxury liner. It is commonly used by people of the upper class to travel the long distances of the countryside without having to deal with the awful peasants. But Bass, from your military days, you recall hearing about the Ebony Spear, and you've heard that it has taken passengers as high as ranked as generals in there. But you also are aware that it's more or less a luxury civilian liner. It's privately owned. You can't for now recall the name of the company that owns it, but you know that it's a powerful company. And it's a very rich company. You also have heard that it's usually really heavily guarded. So he asks you guys, have you ever heard of it?
Furfoot just nods.
Sam says, nah.
Doc just barely imperceptible nod, but he shrugs.
Bass, do you want to tell the rest of the group what you know?
So basically, it's a spear that is heavily guarded by a group of very select individuals who have very unique specialities when it comes to protecting valuable items.
York is going to say, yes, exactly. It's always heavily guarded. Nobody's ever robbed this train. He looks at you guys excited, like, aren't you guys pumped about this?
Oh yeah, Furfoot's pumped.
Yeah, Sam will just give a glance towards Dugan. If he seems enthused about this, worried about this, anything like that.
Dugan's actually giving you a really hard read. He's just sort of scratching his chin, and his brow is obviously furrowed, but you can't tell if it's either in worry or if it's in deep thought. York says, but it's okay. You're not actually going to be robbing the train. Well, you can rob the train. My benefactor says that it's fine if you rob people on the train. He understands that you are all hard-working individuals, and so maybe a little bit of financial gain that way is completely fine. But what we really need is what's on the train.
Go on.
Oh, yes, of course. He reaches inside of his jacket, and when he does that, you can't help but notice that some of the gang members immediately put their hands on their guns, and he doesn't seem to notice.
Sam just kind of waves his hand.
All right,
Just kind of like, it's all good. Yeah.
And he reaches inside and he pulls out a piece of paper. I need you to grab a chest. It is a very special magical chest. And he opens it up. It's in the general shape of an oval. And we'll say it is about 3 feet long. It's a loose, very crude diagram. And you can see that along the outside is a metal formation of some sort to hold the container in place. And on each corner of this are legs made out of that very metal. Inside of this magical chest is an item that my benefactor wants back.
Sort of like a rescue mission. A get backsies, if you will.
Well, get backsies, certainly, yes.
Well, and he reaches out to take the diagram.
And he puts it in your hand.
And he looks at it and studies it for a bit. He passes it first to Doc to have a look at, And then Doc can pass it around should he want to. And then he says, all right, how much?
He looks at all of you and he says, now, I'm not sure what your going price is for all of this. I don't know how much you usually charge for robbing trains. And he stands there and he smiles like he's waiting for you guys to laugh at a joke.
Mm-hmm. Sam just kind of goes,
He says, but my benefactor is willing to offer 1,000 gold pieces each.
1,000 each.
1,000?
For all 50 people here?
And he pauses and he goes, and he counts over in his head. Okay, maybe not 1,000 each, but you will be rewarded handsomely. On top of whatever you rob on that train, you keep for yourself.
Sam thinks about this for a little bit and he looks over at Dugan again. Any more information you need, sir?
Now, it is a mighty offer that you have given to us, but I must insist on speaking with the rest of my gang to determine whether or not this job is for us. Yes, of course. But for more details, for this train, we have a few options. Once you've gotten onto the train and you've managed to secure the chest, there are 2 points where you're going to be able to probably get off of the train. One is when it passes over a river. There's going to be a long drop into that river. It's a very wide river, very deep. So if you are able to hop off the train into that river, you will have guaranteed your exit. There is another time before that where I don't know how you all coordinate, but maybe you can use your horses to get off the train once you've secured your cargo. Oh, and then there's the third option.
Go on.
The train will eventually pull into a military base.
Oh.
And I do not recommend that you get off at that point.
Right.
Yeah, no, we should probably be off of the train by that point.
A lot more soldiers once you get to the military base, that's the thing.
Right.
So depending on how you conduct yourself will determine where you're going to be able to get off. Your last point of last resort of getting off, I'm telling you, is the river.
All right. Good to know.
For when you want to get on, judging for where the train is going to be going, because I do not want to pressure everyone, but the train is going to be passing by where we're thinking are the best places for it tomorrow. You see, on its way to that military base, there is a wide plateau where you're going to be able to ride right up to it, probably get on the back, or there's going to be another part where it is coming out of a cave. It's going to be coming out of a tunnel. Maybe you can board it by hopping onto it from the tunnel above. It is not for me to say. It is your choice.
Do you have any idea how much it costs to buy a ticket?
He thinks about it for a moment and he says, I can't imagine that it's too much, but I don't see the train pulling into any sort of stations anywhere near that. For example, if you were to go and try to hop onto the train while it's coming out of that tunnel, I'm loose on details, and then Dugan cuts in and he says, if we're going to do that, then we're going to have to get up early in the morning for that. Sounds like we've got a few options. We could either jump onto the train while it's coming out of that tunnel. We can board it while it's in the plateau. I think we're going to need some time to think on it. Of course. When you have come down to your decision, I will be at the road.
Now, Mr. York, hold on just a second. Now, I got a question. Where is the nearest train station to here?
As far as I can remember, and he thinks about it for a while, and he says, it's going to be well past the city of Gulch.
How long far out?
Maybe 6 hours? Because he tries to lay it out in the diagram that he's listing out for you. He says, this train, like these tracks are going to be passing by within an hour of where we are right now. So either you ride for an hour or an hour and a half and catch the train, or wait 6 hours to ride to another town.
Doesn't seem like it's too feasible to ride to the other town.
And he says, but I will leave that to your decisions.
Right. Go ahead and wait with your benefactor. We'll let you know.
And then after he waits for a little while, it's now in the afternoon and even early evening, Dugan says to you guys, well, it sounds like we got a couple of choices. All right. And Dugan stands up from where he was sitting and he says, for a while now, I have been the one coming up with the plans and securing our next home, our next campsite, our next place to live. And he starts looking kind of tired and sad. Folks, I'm tired.
What?
I'm tired. I've been for 20 years running this gang, running this family. I have been, to be perfectly honest, beginning to feel as though I am simply stringing you folks along. I don't know how much more I got in me. And he takes off his hat. I miss Jolene. I miss her smile. I wake up in the morning and I can still remember her singing in the morning to wake you all up gently.
Sam just kind of quietly sits down, takes off his hat, and just listens.
Doc, too, just puts his hat, takes his hat in his hands, puts it over his chest, and stands kind of stoically.
Kind of puts his hand over his chest, but he kneels down, just kind of in a moment of remembering.
It's at this point that you guys notice that other members of the gang, even Spritz, are reading the room. And they're all either sitting down or they're taking a knee to listen to Dugan. And he continues. That day that we lost Jolene out there in the mud and streets and the steel and fire, and I know that you, Doc, I know that you tried. I know that you saw her go. And he looks up, and he looks like he doesn't want to say this next bit. Samson.
Sam clenches up.
Son, I hated you. I did. I hated you. For a while. I hated you because I thought that the moment that I put trust in somebody else, into putting plans together, was simply going to work itself out. And, son, I should have told you something the day that Jolene passed. Sometimes the best plans can't stop the worst from happening. You did your best, son, and I can't hold that against you anymore. I can't hold anything against any of you anymore, or ever again.
Sam is just trying his best not to cry.
And from what we're doing now to what we could be doing in the future, at this point, you're all skilled. You all could survive. You just need a new home. You just need a place to call home. And what if it ain't out here in the mud and the sticks, where we're always worried about bounty hunters or the law coming down to find us? And he turns and he looks right at you, Furfoot. I love you, kid, but this ain't no way to live. You're still young. You still got your whole life ahead of you.
Furfoot just takes their hat off and looks into it. There's nothing in it. They're just in their own head for a moment before they look back and let Dugan continue.
And another thing, when we're talking about holding this family together, whenever I wasn't doing that, I want to thank you, Bass. Listen, I may be just a couple of years older than you, but you're strong. You're stronger than, well, your grief. You're stronger than what that feller did to your boy. You're all stronger than you know. I don't know what's gonna come at the end of this job, but I need to be completely honest with you all. We have made more than enough money to go straight.
Sam perks up, kind of shocked at
Yeah.
hearing these words.
Yeah, talk too.
Listen, with this last job, it can be the last job. And then none of us don't have to worry about waking up with our throats cut. None of us have to worry about who we're going to sleep next to. And at this point, he takes a big sigh and he says, This could be the future. And as, well, somebody that's looked out for all of y'all, I have been thinking a lot about your future. And it's time to secure it. I think we should do this job, but he's gonna walk closer to you guys. I ain't gonna plan it. I'm gonna follow this time. Because this time, and he's gonna turn over and put his hand on Samson's shoulder. This time, Sam's gonna lead us in this one.
Sam interjects.
Mm-hmm.
Says, "Sir, I don't know if I can. Not after last time."
And he's gonna turn to you and he says, Son, you can have the best plan in the world, but sometimes things just go sideways and you can't do nothing about it. And that moment, there weren't nothing you can do. Doc tried their best to save my Jolene, and they couldn't. None of us could. And that ain't your fault.
Sam just kind of looks down and he doesn't fully accept it. But I think logically he understands. And he wipes the tears that have been welling up in his eyes, wipes them out of his face, and takes the handkerchief around his neck and just wipes his face really quick, puts his hat back on, and he says, "Well, then I'm gonna plan the hells out of it."
I know you will, son. Dugan is gonna chuckle and then say, Well, does anybody else got anything they gotta get off their chest? Spritz, what's gonna be all like, he's gonna stand up and he says, I never cared for sour candy.
Yeah, me neither. I get you.
Sam kind of just chuckles and goes, "Oh no."
And what makes a callback? Does anyone have anything important to get off their chest?
You know what? Maribella also steps forward and she says, Now I would love to learn how to bake a cake.
I imagine the group goes, "Oh yeah, a cake would be really
it would
nice."
Be pretty great right now.
That's so pure. Oh my god.
Zeke.
I love these NPCs.
Zeke steps up and he says, I want to live for me and my brother. And
Furfoot just smiles.
Carla steps up and she says, I don't want to be afraid of being alone anymore. And then Annie stands up, thrusts her arms down at her side, and she says, I'm pregnant.
Sam goes, "Whoa."
Yeah, everybody goes, what?
I beg your
Doc
pardon?
just lets out a chuckle and says, all right then. We got a future to plan.
It's a lot of information to process, but they finally get their thoughts all straightened out.
Wait a minute. If, and this is an if that I'm not sure I have a plan for yet, if this really is gonna be our last, big gig, what happens after is the thing I want to know. What about the bounties that are stuck on our heads? We still gotta worry about those.
Oh, speaking
Just because
of
we
which,
give a.
Sam reaches inside of his pocket and hands
Oh
the poster
no,
over to
don't
Dugan.
show that to the guests. Don't show
All
that
the
to
other
the
gang
guests.
members are now looking at that, and they're starting to laugh.
No!
Look, looks just like them.
Furfoot takes their hat off and buries their face in it.
Maribel
You can
says-
just hear frustrated cat noises.
Maribel says, well, ain't that just the cutest thing there, child? Look, they got your eyes.
Shut up. Just muffled into their hat.
And he says, oh, that's cute. I hope my little one looks as adorable. Spritz looks at it and he says, I don't get it.
Of course you don't, Spritz.
It looks
I love
the same.
Spritz so much. Corporate needs to find you the picture. I need to make that a thing now. Corporate needs you to find the difference between this picture and this picture. Spritz, they're the same damn picture.
Now with all of that going on, Dugan is roaring with laughter. And it has been a hot minute since you guys have heard him laugh.
I think
hard.
just the general feel of the camp has just gotten a lot brighter.
Yeah.
Because I know for a while things have been just dour in general.
Furfoot gets everyone's attention again. Anyways, my point still stands. What do we do about the bounties that are still stuck on our heads? We're not just gonna turn ourselves in, Lord knows that much. So what do we do about it?
Dugan says, I think I got a pretty good idea of how to turn a lot of this money into going away.
And what would you do for that?
Well, grease the right hands. I'm sure we'll figure a way out.
Alright,
Furfoot.
I'll believe you.
Means, kid, you gotta make sure them sticky fingers real work on this train. You can secure your freedom.
Alright.
Well, in that case, sounds like we're gonna rob ourselves a train.
Hell yeah.
All
Alright, so I think for the sake of everybody's schedule, that might be a good time to call it for that.
Yeah.
I appreciate everyone here. We will talk off air and see about when's a good time to schedule the next episode of this. Because the next time, you guys are going to rob a train.
Let's go.
I get to rob a train. Let's go.
Do it.
So I want to thank everybody who's listening. Thanks for listening so much. I know that was extremely roleplay heavy.
There was no combat.
There was no combat, but it was a lot of checks.
Oh, yeah. A lot of dice rolling anyway.
Yeah. I really wanted to take an opportunity for everybody to get to know the gang and start to get a feel for all of the characters.
I love this gang. I hope you all like it too.
Next time, we're going to get into planning the heist, getting into it, and we'll see what happens. Really looking forward to seeing where the story goes after this. Oh boy,
love
I
this
sure do
cast.
hope it's not heartbreak.
Oh, no.
Right?
Oh,
Everything
no.
will work out fine. Just, we got a plan.
Lying
got a
through
plan.
teeth. Just gritted teeth. Everything's gonna be totally fine.
We'll head to Tahiti after this. We got this, guys.
Tahiti.
All right. Thank you again, everybody listening.
We're going to take a little bit of a break and we'll be right back really soon. See you guys in a bit.
Welcome back, listener. It's me again, Smiter Roscoe. Hoping that you're having a good day and hoping that you'll enjoy the next bit of this Gunslinger one-shot. We're going to settle back into the story. Great news, Dugan Gang. You got yourself a job offer, and on such a nice day, too. Although it was already starting to turn into a strange one, as you noticed that you were being followed as you were in town, and you took it upon yourselves to also pull down any wanted signs that you had seen of your gang. regardless of how accurately portrayed the gang member in the wanted poster was. Some people would argue that Furfoot's wanted poster took some stylized liberties with Furfoot's actual appearance. Some would say that it was exactly spot on. However, at the end of the day, you were approached by that stranger that you were all being followed by. He spoke mysteriously about his benefactor, somebody who refused to show themselves, but promised was nearby in a carriage. You, the Dugan Gang, have been asked somewhat formally for the first time ever to rob a train. Specifically, the Ebony Spear. Now, Dugan Gang, you have suffered traumas, you have suffered losses, and you have suffered broken friendships over the course of these long years of being together. But now, your leader, Dugan himself, admits that thanks to steady work here and there, smart savings, he candidly admits that with this job as a prospect, this could very well be the last step to going straight. Some of you don't know what that life looks like. Some of you have never known what it's like to go straight. Some of you don't know if you could ever go back to that sort of life. But now, tonight, as Dugan encourages the entirety of the gang to celebrate each other's company and to consider the future, those thoughts are beginning to creep back up that surely many of you had suppressed over the course of the years. Whether or not that makes your character comfortable or uncomfortable, hopeful or even depressed is up to you. Dugan Gang, the evening has set in. Now the only lights in your entire camp are a community bonfire and the brilliant cosmos above you, with those subtle blues and even violets in the sky. You celebrate each other's company, and I would ask, as we go down the line, we're going to start with Samson. Samson, the evening is carrying on. It is warm, but beginning to cool. The sun is long gone down, and you find yourself full-bellied right after dinner. What do you do, Samson?
Well, Samson at the moment... So they just had dinner?
They just had dinner.
Well, Samson, first of all, is just seeing what the whole vibe of the camp happens to be at the moment. Is it jovial? Is it somber? It's probably a lot more jovial than it has been for a while.
Yes, it has.
Yeah.
Especially with some of the, we'll call it emotional conclusions that have come by earlier in the day, especially for you in regards to Dugan.
Samson's being pretty reserved at the moment. He's doing a lot of thinking, if I may.
Yes.
I'll allow the others to talk about what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
And then Sam will respond after everybody else has had a moment.
Okay. In that case, I will turn the attention towards you, Doc. Same setup. The evening is starting to cool. The atmosphere in the camp is lighter than it has been for quite a bit of time. I would ask, what is Doc doing?
Doc's hanging out. As much as he appreciates not being out in the blinding sun, every time it kind of cools down, being in Nagaji, he gets a little bit stiffer and sorer as the sun kind of drains away and kind of settles into his bones. And so he's kind of just moseying around a little bit, and he is really lost in his own thoughts because he's an older snake. He's an older man, and this has been his life for a long time, but when you're kind of running with a gang like this, you don't really expect to set your own ending. And now with Annie, I think he's got this kind of for the first time, this what's next, because he's got his own stuff. He's got his own things that he's somber about right now. He doesn't want to think about that. He doesn't want to think about what going straight would mean. He's really compartmentalizing that. But he's just going to kind of be watching Annie, and for the first time in a long time, kind of has hope. But he also knows that attachment is dangerous. It's one thing to get attached to the other gang members. They're all adults here. We trust each other, we lose each other, we win some, we lose some. But like a kid, even though this ain't Doc's child, no, but he's got to get Annie through this. And I think for the first time in a while, he's got something where he's like, no, shoot, I really need to stay around. Like, sure, the gang needs me, but I think Annie needs a little bit more than just a healer right now. Something that can be filled in by anybody. Like she might need a friend. That's kind of cracked Doc's little hard facade open a little bit. So he's going to be a little awkward about it, but he's just kind of watching Annie right now.
All right. You're watching Annie, and she's actually hanging out with Maribel and Carla, and the three of them are discussing her future as well. So even if you wanted to evade out of the topic, it's hard to, as it's the hot new thing to talk about amongst the gang. Even Spritz is in between the group of the ladies, and he's asking questions. Albeit incredibly ignorant questions, like, what are you going to do with the egg? Do you have to sit on it all day? And do you know what color it's going to be? And despite the fact that Spritz is the only kobold in that group, Spritz is easily the most interested in these details. And it's pretty clear to you that it's strictly because Spritz has no clue and has never, up to this point, bothered to ask anything about how humans reproduce. So, while that's going on, I'm going to go ahead and turn the attention towards Furfoot. Furfoot, what are you doing this beautiful evening?
First question, is there food or has food already been eaten?
You're right. You guys already had dinner, and it was very filling.
I guess Furfoot's just checking on Zeke again. Furfoot, ever since they had that heart-to-heart down by the river, has just been with Zeke. I'm assuming that they've been passing stories off to each other, where Zeke has been talking about Tuck, and Furfoot's been talking about their brothers and sisters, because they had a lot of brothers and sisters growing up, because, cats, large litters, stuff like that. And this is sort of common knowledge. Furfoot's not necessarily ashamed to talk about how they were sort of the runt of the litter, but they and Zeke are just sharing stories, and assumingly have been all night since they got back.
I could see that, especially during dinner. Furfoot, you and Zeke were really bonding and connecting. There is a clear appreciation to you and to your presence that he expresses. And sometimes it's in the form of just giving you portions of his dinner that particularly look tasty to you, that he knows that you would appreciate, and vice versa back to him. At this point, as the fire goes on, Zeke is actually gonna take a pause while there's still a lot of elation going on. He's gonna inquire to you, Furfoot. Dugan talking about Sam needing to handle the plan for the next heist that we're going to be doing. Who do you think's going out there? Like, logistically, who do you think is going out on the train?
Furfoot sort of puts a paw to their chin, thinking for a moment, scritching at the fluff on their cheek.
Well, regardless of who's going out there or not, I'm definitely going with, whether they say I can or not. I mean, do you think of all the money that's on that thing? We definitely gotta score ourselves some.
Oh, money's not my worry. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of money, but what I'm worried about is... And he gestures to the entirety of you, and he says, this.
That is a little suspicious. You have a fair point.
Look, I just want you to know that... you're the smallest one, right?
I guess that makes sense.
He says this without the sense of irony to his own words, as just a few feet off, Spritz is talking to the ladies, and he is objectively smaller than you.
Smallest in a practical sense, smallest in a useful sense, I suppose.
And he says, what about if it rains? You hate the rain.
Furfoot just sort of grimaces deeply as their ears, sink down a little bit, the brim of their hat going with it. It's just sort of a little bit of a grimace just even thinking about getting wet. Before they shake it off as if they did get wet.
Regardless.
Okay,
Regardless.
I don't want to hurt your feelings. I'm just saying that you heard that they were talking about in order to get off the train at the last stop to get off the train is off of a bridge into a river. Can you do that?
What, swim? I mean, I can, but I'm not gonna like it. I'm gonna find the way to get out of the water the fastest. Probably, I'll try my best not to neglect someone who may or may not be drowning in the water. If anyone does, I don't know if anyone else here knows how to swim. Or not, while also kind of glancing at Spritz. I don't think Furfoot knows if Spritz can know how to swim or not, but they're just assuming that he can't.
Zeke is actually going to follow where you were looking, and he's going to say, "Oh, him? Well, I doubt that. Well, regardless, I don't think he can swim.
Yes,
but
we're
that's
probably
not even the
taking him.
problem. The problem is that he won't stop reopening his wound. I mean, you know that makes Doc angry, right?"
See it all the time. I tell him to stop. Every time I catch him doing it, and I'm walking past him, I just tap him on the forehead. Just tap. And he doesn't stop it. He knows what I mean when I do it, and he still keeps doing it. It irks me a little bit as well, but I can't complain too much. I perpetually claw at myself. So I can't exactly, I can't say I'm immune from the things that he does, but I don't reopen wounds. Just neat at myself.
No, that's true. You do not reopen wounds, and he's actually going to rub your back at that one, sort of implying that he still appreciates what you did for him. And he's going to say, "Now that I think about it,
Yes?
I don't think Doc has ever not been grumpy.
Mhm.
Have you ever seen Doc smile?
I don't think I have, to be honest.
Can he
You
smile?
think there's... I mean, I'm sure it's a possibility, but what would?
At this point, Furfoot, you also notice that Zeke is just staring at Doc, squinting, and legitimately trying to put some brain power to this question.
Furfoot is going to mimic the same action, also squinting very deeply. They start kneading their thighs as they're sitting. They start kneading their thighs in concentration, also trying to use the last few brain cells that are currently awake in their mind to think.
With the pair of them, for no reason, staring down Doc, I'm going to go ahead and bounce over to Bass. Bass, how's the evening going for you? What are you up to?
Just in a moment of thought, just thinking about the promises I made to my wife and how I told her as she died laying in my arms that I would make sure to take care of that man who did what he did to our son.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if I'm going to be able to complete it. But I'm going to do everything I can to break that promise to her. And Lord, if you're listening, let her know I'm going to try to continue to find a way to make him pay if she asks me to. She knows I didn't necessarily want to go down this road again. But for her, I'll go one last time to see if I can make it to the end. And I hope that by the time this is all over, there is a world for me to go back to. I don't know what that's going to look like right now. And that's the part that breaks my heart the most. Because I know what I have to become in order to do it. And I don't like that man. He was buried a long time ago. But now I got to bring him back from the dead to do this thing. Don't know if I'm ready to do that.
Let me ask you physically where Bass is in the camp. Again, this is a very loose structure, so feel free to fill in the gaps as you please.
Bass is just sitting by the campfire. He's just thinking. He's just sitting there with a stick. He's kind of watching it burn, but he's not paying as much attention to it probably as he should. He's just sitting there looking at it as he's thinking. He's kind of focused on the flame on the stick, but he's just kind of thinking these things.
Bass, while you're in there and you're in that meditative state of watching the flame and letting that sort of zen set into you, you start to feel a scratch on your back, like a little clawed hand. And you hear Spritz's voice saying, Hey, Bass. Hey, Bass.
Yeah, Spritz. What's going on?
Hey, Bass. Hey, can you do me a flavor?
What would that be?
And he looks around, and he has this look on his face as though he's very proud at how cunning he is. He's gonna lean forward and he's gonna say, I bet you're gonna be on the train job tomorrow. I have an idea.
Okay.
You ready?
What's your idea?
And he holds up his hands as though he's gonna tell you something momentous. And when he does, his right arm recoils as it's still in the sling, and so he actually holds up, puts it back inside the sling, and so now he's only got one hand up. I'll go in your saddlebags. I'll ride with you.
What?
I don't know if that's such a good idea. I mean, you're pretty hurt there.
Oh, only a little bit. Doc said that it's gonna need a month to heal, and that was like 3 months ago.
Yeah, but you wouldn't mess with that a bit since then.
You say like I'm not like putting my finger in the gun hole or anything like that. I'm just moving my arm around. Look, can you tell Doc? Look, listen. Can you tell Doc to just? What is it that the little humans do when like they're sick, but then they get a note to say that they're okay?
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I mean, you're not a child.
Surprised by you putting your foot down like this.
I mean, Doc told you needed to take care of yourself. Now, if you want to go talk to Doc, be a man and talk to Doc.
He looks across the way over.
Figure that out.
He looks across the way over at Doc, who looks more serious than they have in a while. I don't think I'm going to do that.
I guess you better figure out what you're going to do then.
But no, that's the thing. I know what I'm going to do. I'll just ride with you guys.
No, you ain't riding with me. You ain't getting me in trouble with Doc over you. You must have lost your mind.
And then he's going to squint. All right, Bass.
All right, then.
And he's going to go ahead and walk away.
All right.
I'm going to go ahead and circle back to Samson. Sam, what are you up to?
Well, Sam's been thinking and contemplating about what's been said here, but he's been letting the conversation just kind of go as it is, as he has been thinking and planning. At about this point, he kind of stands up. I assume there's still kind of a low murmur going on.
Yeah.
And so, is it cool if I just kind of make up some of the names of some of these locations? Or did you have them already written out?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I think I see where you're going.
Yep. Sam stands up and he says, well, we've got a plan for tomorrow. And I think it's high time we settled on what it is that we're doing.
Spritz raises his hand.
Yes, Spritz.
I'm going, right?
We'll see. You probably noticed it's just like a quick eye glance, just really quick over to Doc. It says, we'll see. But he says, now, as Dugan here said, this could very well be the last time we ever need to do one of these. And if I'm honest, I'm hoping that it is. So, my question is, everybody, and I assume every left of the gang has returned and
they're
is
all
back.
there.
Here's my plan. And he pulls out some rocks and some sticks and just starts making a little map in front of him so that everybody can kind of see as he's explaining.
This is the part of the movie where they have that soft white into a map canvas.
Yes.
Where we actually see the train on the map.
Yep. Fairly early in the morning, the train is going to be coming through here near Dulé Hill. That is our opportunity to ride up behind it, get on the caboose, and work our way forward. Now, as we heard from that nice, well-dressed gentleman that we met earlier, the train itself has plenty of wealthy people that we can rob from. The main goal, obviously, emotions that the more front part of the train.
Mm-hmm.
Not all the way into the front, but close to the front. The important stuff is stored here. It's going to be probably a little bit of a fight. We should expect some resistance, but with enough forethought and know-how, we should be fine. Doc, I'd highly appreciate it if you wouldn't mind setting up a few health potions for this, as it could get nasty. Now, the plan here is, we set up near Dule Hill. As the train gets close, we ride up to the train, land on the back. We're going to need people to take our horses so that they don't get lost or hopefully not get hit by anything. So we're going to need people riding with us. I will be leading the group into the train. Doc, Furfoot, Bass, could I call on you to join me and the train itself?
I'm going with you.
Furfoot sort of just looks over to Zeke with the biggest smile on their face. Like, not a smile of cockiness, but a smile of pure awe. Like, they genuinely were not expecting to be called upon. Before they just immediately get to their feet and scamper over like,
sorry. Yes, I would love that. I would love to be of assistance.
Excellent.
Spritz over on the distance, goes, "Oh, come on!
Hold on, Spritz. You still have a job to play in this.
Yeah!"
Now, what I'm suggesting here is that as we are on the train, I need Annie and Maribel.
Yep.
You guys will be taking our wagons and the rest of the horses with you down to the edge of the Milani River. That is where our meetup will be. And he makes a big circle as to like the relative location of where he wants them to set up.
Mm-hmm.
Zeke
stands up, ready to receive orders.
Carla
nods.
Spritz
He said, "Yeah."
Dugan
smiles at you.
You will be riding with us, the train team, and you will ride with us and then steer our horses after we've leaped onto the train, and then meet us here at the rendezvous point on the Milani River.
Spritz goes, "Oh." And Carla says, "It's fine enough work. You'll be fine."
Yeah, if you're lucky, Spritz, you'll get shot again, as some people will see us coming.
Zeke goes, "Ah!" And Spritz goes, "They wouldn't shoot me again." And his eyes narrow. "I'm too fast."
Doc just rolls his eyes.
Carla, you will be riding with Bass.
Can do.
Zeke, you will be riding with Doc.
Can do.
Spritz, you get a ride with your best friend Furfoot.
Yeah.
Dugan, ride with me.
He smiles, nods, and he says, "Can do, son."
Now for the rest of us, our goal here is to get through the train, get whatever treasure it is that we're looking for, and then ride it out until we reach the Clayton Bridge located here. This is where Clayton Bridge is right directly over the Milani River. That is our opportunity to jump out of the train, allow it to continue, and then, well, we'll ride the rapids for a little bit. Thankfully, it's the time of year when it's really not that bad. It'll be a pleasant swim.
Yeah, knowing where the season is right now, it's actually very calm. It's a pretty popular spot to go adrift in.
It's rather lazy river time,
Mm-hmm.
thankfully. Now, if for some reason we are having difficulties getting through the train quickly, we may need to get up to the engine and slow it down enough for us to get off. If we somehow miss the Milani River, we must get off the train before it reaches its destination. We do not want to have to take on any armed forces.
That makes sense.
Now, are there any questions from anyone?
You see that for a lot of the gang, they're sort of chewing on the details, and they don't seem to be that worried about these other parts. Zeke says, "I feel like at this point we're good enough to improvise in the event that something happens, right? What's the worst that's gonna happen?" And then Spritz says, "Dragon."
Furfoot immediately covers Zeke's mouth.
Listen, I'm not a superstitious kitty, but do not jinx us. Do not jinx us.
And they're starting to speak through laughter as well. They know that they sound ridiculous, but they're still, do not jinx us. Do not jinx us.
The rest of the gang is appreciate that, and they all start kind of laughing too. Spritz is gonna say, no, really, like, a dragon I think could probably be the worst thing that could happen.
Sam says, I imagine that would be the worst, but around here, as far as I know, we don't really have very many dragons. But to be absolutely fair to young Spritz, there is a greater than 0% chance that that could happen.
My question is, where would a dragon even fit in a train in the first place? Now, I don't know many small dragons.
I'm not
it feels like if a dragon showed up, the train would be a bigger threat.
I'm not certain that that's what Spritz was meaning. Unless that's what you were meaning, Spritz. On the train?
I was thinking inside the train.
Very unlikely.
Long pause. Like everybody is realizing, oh, he thought there was a dragon in the train. And his only point of reference is the biggest dragon you can think of.
Mm-hmm.
Like in one of the cabins that suddenly bursts out.
Mm-hmm. Now, we have different horses that we could take on this mission. I will be offering Mocha, as Mocha has been the most reliable, at least in my part. Doc, Furfoot, Bass. Is it alright if we use Wing, Blaze, and Ashes for this?
Furfoot nods.
Excellent. That means the rest of y'all's horses, and he points to the rest of the group, need to make sure that Annie and Maribel get them to the location where we need to meet up. I think we've nailed down the hardest bits.
Dugan's actually gonna come over and step and put his arm around you and face the group.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna say, I think it's a finer plan as any, son. Dugan Gang.
Yes, sir.
I think this might be one of our finest hours.
Here.
I want all y'all to know, no matter what happens tomorrow, this family, as long as one of us stands, will persevere.
Here.
I love you all.
All right, then.
Love you too, sir.
Appreciate that, kindly.
Mm-hmm. And he actually kind of invites everybody to be part of a big group hug.
1,000%.
Yeah.
Furfoot immediately runs over and joins in.
Furfoot, you find yourself and Spritz closer to the center of this, so you guys are being squeezed on the inside. I would say Carla, being as tall as she is, her, Bass, and Doc are more on the outside of this big group hug that's going on. And I'm gonna say, with that last little bit of encouragement, everybody enjoys drinks for the rest of the night. Dugan encourages you guys to not drink too hard because you've got a big job in the morning.
Sam definitely is like maybe a shot.
Yeah. Enough to get loose, to have a good time, and you all rest for the evening. And what a cool, peaceful evening it is. Nothing but small insects to provide the musical backdrop for your rest. And then, just as quickly as it crept in, just as quickly as the day left, it now comes back, and it's a new morning. Fresh smell of dew and grass are what wake you up. Maribel, in her excitement, gets up before the rest of you guys, cooks a hearty breakfast of bacon, eggs, sausage, to make sure that you're all going to have the energy that you're going to need. And she cooks a lot. She encourages you not to overeat. Some of you can't help yourselves. It's just your nature. And
Feeling particularly called out here.
Dugan, Zeke, and Carla help everybody get loaded up, and now the gang is on their horses, collected their wagons, cleaned out camp. They are all traveling together as a family along back roads, along rough trails that have at this point become second nature to you all. The sun creeps up higher up into the sky, turning that pale blue of the morning into that deep cerulean with pure white peppered clouds. It's a nice morning. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day to rob a train. Half the party breaks off to make their way down to the river and wait. Those that are necessary to catch the horses ride with you four. As you break through a thicket of trees and crest on top of a hill, you see it. Off in the distance, cutting through the smooth valley, the train tracks. And far off to your left, the silhouette chugs ever forward. Silhouette of industry, progress. That is the future, ladies and gentlemen. And it is traveling very fast. But this isn't
How fast are we talking?
Fast enough to warrant a horse. Fast enough that poor little Furfoot could never catch it, even if they ran on all fours.
God damn it.
You four cut a striking silhouette on this foreground, this glorious nature shot around you. Even small insects buzz about your ears, but don't seem to touch you, as though to have some sort of reverence for this significance of this moment. And now, 8 riders wait on a hill, watching this train move along its track, waiting for Samson to give the call.
All right, everybody, make sure you have everything that you need while you're on the train. When he says that, he reaches inside of his pack and pulls out a small case. It's a very small bullet case. Mm-hmm. And he opens it up and sees that he only has 3 alchemical cartridges left inside. And he closes it and just says under his breath, I just hope that's enough.
Yep. Oh, actually, almost forgot. Doc, I'm going to need a check from you.
The first roll!
The first roll! I'm going to need a crafting check from you. This is going to be you spending a little bit of time the night prior and a little bit in the morning crafting up health potions for everyone.
Much appreciated. I'm almost certain something's going to happen.
8, not too bad. Fortunately, I made the DC kind of low. So I'm going to say, everybody go ahead in your inventory and add 1 potion of minor healing. I'm going to also reward something from older versions of Pathfinder and D&D that I think Katherine's going to recognize. I'm actually going to distribute you guys hero points. So after you are done adding the potion to your inventory, everybody is going to get 1 hero point. And what that allows you to do is that at any time, you could choose to re-roll a DC 20 check. Or you can use it to automatically save, completely save, on any of the saves that you need to do. And I am specifically rewarding, for the sake of the listener, I am specifically rewarding a hero point to Furfoot for going out of their way to make sure that Zeke is okay and to get him out of that rut. Doc, you're getting a hero point specifically for how you handled Annie's situation and the news of her pregnancy. Bass, you are getting a hero point specifically for how you handled the storekeeper and how you tried your best to lure her attention away from your friends. Samson, I'm going to give you a hero point for stepping up and putting the plan together. So if everyone's got that on out of the way, we'll go ahead and move forward.
For those who are at home, in-game, we've been staring at the same gray square for all of last recording and up to this point, and I need to see the train. I need to see it.
I must see train.
I'm gonna go insane. I need it.
Sorry, I interrupted you earlier, bro, while Samson was observing the train approaching.
Yeah, he was just making sure that all of that was good. The night prior, he wanted to talk with Doc, but that's a talk that can happen later. Mm-hmm. It could even happen on the train, which I think would be even more appropriate somehow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sounds good.
In the middle of combat, it's just really dramatic, like in a Hollywood movie.
Always. All right, Dugan Gang. Samson gives the gang the go-ahead.
Yes, sir.
Looks like a good opportunity to strike forward, and we are going to change pages. Go ahead and click on Heist of the Ebony.
I'm very excited.
Where's Bass going?
Oh no.
Bass. Where'd you run off?
I was
He got
trying
off
to
the train.
scroll.
I gotcha.
He got off the train.
All right.
It's fine.
So, Dugan Gang.
Yes, sir.
With a little
Yes.
bit of hooting and hollering and whooping, you shoot down the hill. It's enough to build up momentum and build a thunderous roar of hooves underneath you. Dust kicks up like a cape behind a great warrior, prepping himself for battle as you ride down somewhat gallantly into this valley. Getting closer to the train, you could start making out details of the carts. Some are open air, and you would be able to see inside of them where you're not coming down at an angle. Some of the carts are fancier than others. Closed up windows, many of them. You get closer to the caboose, and you see on the back end the caboose's entry point for staff and other workers of the train. Riding on up, I want everyone to give me a ride check.
Ride check incoming, sir. 9 for Sam.
All right, 20.
Natural.
Natural 20 for Doc. 9 for Sam. 19 for Furfoot. 21 for Bass.
Oh, Sam was
Heck
the only one
yeah.
who could do so good that one.
He's trying to direct everybody else. He's got to multitask really hard, and it's also downhill. Leave my man alone.
This is to determine how you get onto the back of the train. Remember, you're all riding on horses.
Yes.
Logistically speaking, this is going to be tricky. The thunder of your approach to this caboose, albeit gallant, may not be as, shall we say, flawless of an approach as it could have been. You all pull up your horses to the back. Furfoot, Zeke reaches over, holds up his hands for the reins. You pass it over to him. He's now holding on to your horse and his horse, and you're able to prop yourself up on top like a proper kitty, and then do a full body jump onto the back of the caboose. Go ahead and place yourself here.
And I, of course, land on my feet, as all good kitties should.
You land on all fours.
And brush
Bass?
off a little dust.
Oh, yeah, Bess, by all means, go ahead. But just know that I want you to place yourself right here.
Now, Ashes, I'm gonna need you to do that thing we do. And so Bass kind of starts to pull himself to the center of the saddle and gets both of his feet onto the center. Ashes continues to ride, and he just kind of gets in a position to where he can kind of not really jump off, but kind of transition from the level where Ashes is to the edge of the train, the car. And he kind of skips across, more so that like he just kind of goes and like his foot gets on there. He grabs the rail real quick to make sure he can stabilize himself, and then gets on the edge.
Well done. Go ahead and put yourself on the train. Doc, you were flawless in your execution. You were able to approach the caboose and actually find a way to hook your tail onto a nearby bar for support, and just gently slide yourself onto the caboose. Well done. And I'm going to ask you to go ahead and place your token right here. Samson, it's a little embarrassing, but with extra support from Dugan, he actually kind of holds the reins with one hand and pushes your back to sort of give you an extra lift and launch you onto the train. Go ahead and place yourself there. And now, the four that were accompanying you guys, Dugan gives them a signal, and they all break off to the right. They all wave at you, and they tell you that they'll see you guys soon. And Dugan says, "If I sense any trouble, I'll be back for you."
Don't wait up. We'll be fine.
And they break off. Now, the only thing between the four of you that you're able to hear is the sound of the train itself on the tracks. Take a moment to quickly check your weapons. Make sure that they're loaded. Double check, triple check. You've already done it before you left.
Sam loads a bullet into his gun.
A single bullet?
A single bullet.
All right, copy that.
Make sure,
right, Dugan Gang.
Bass, make sure to load all the stuff up in his 6-shooters. Make sure they're fully chambered and ready to go.
Awesome.
Bass takes the opportunity to be like, all right, everybody, pull your bandanas up. And he takes the
Furfoot
bandana from around his
scruffles the
neck and
fluff on their cheeks into the
pulls it up over
bandana.
his face.
Oh yeah, for Furfoot, you basically have to like shove your fur into the bandana.
Yeah, no, my fur has to go into the bandana before I can even consider pulling it up. But once it's up, can I actually make a stealth check for this, just so I am stealthing?
Oh yeah, if you guys want to try to do a stealth check right now, by
I was
all
gonna say
means.
let's all see about like stealthing for now.
Nice! Thank you. That's not even... Okay, I rolled a 24, which is like...
Roll the 14.
I
Nice.
rolled a 10, but because of all my bonuses, I have a plus 14 in stealth. So it's... Oh.
Ooh.
Natural one.
Oh,
for
no.
Bass.
Oh, no.
Okay, I'll let you know how that plays out.
Excellent.
Oh, no!
So,
Look, everybody put a roll
When he
hot,
says
all right?
that.
one more thing, I'd like to express a point of thank you to our mutual friend May.
Yeah.
She was kind enough to paint and color the train for us. Jingles was kind enough to draw it up for us. So all the line work and stuff, that's Jingles, and then all the colors is May.
Thank you, May.
Thank you,
Thank you,
May.
Jingles.
Thank you, May. Thank you, Jingles.
Since we are not in combat, Dugan Gang, what would you like to do?
Well, since that roll did not go so well in the land of the stealth department for me, I'm wondering if at some point I might be able to get some disguise of some kind available. If kind of roll for it now, but you know, if there's somebody, say, in the first couple cars that may look like a security person or a ticket holder, ticket checker, something like that, I'd like to see if it'd be possible to do that.
We'll see. We'll see when we get to it.
So Doc says, right, I'm gonna...
Sam.
Sorry, Sam says. Sam and Doc, 3 letters.
Mr. Holiday.
Mr. Holiday. Samson. I'll just say Samson. Sam is too short now.
Yeah.
Samson says, right, I'm gonna plop myself any points right here next to the door. Doc, you stay there and have your rifle trained in that direction. Furfoot, get on the other side. Bass, open the door. Be so kind.
Oh, I'm gonna open the door. Okay. Hold on just a minute. I'm on my way.
No,
Furfoot's
Doc,
basically flattened themselves.
Doc, you stay here. Right?
Well,
All right.
So that you have a straight shot at anybody that might be watching. Your gun ready. And as Sam makes sure to unsheath his gun and have it at the ready.
As Furfoot does the same,
Oh,
still
he's,
pretty much
he's
flat.
doubling up?
No, just his gun.
Okay, just his gun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pulls his gun out at the ready.
All right. If I remember correctly, whenever you're ready, Will, I think all you have to do is just click on that door icon.
All right. Well, let me click it.
There you go.
Can't see
Door's
nothing.
open.
Can't see nothing.
Can't see crap, Captain.
You're not at the most advantageous position. I would
too
say
flat for
when he
this.
opens the door, and since Doc has already got their rifle trained down the hall, Doc, why don't you go ahead and give me a perception check?
16.
Ooh, pretty good.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Doc, the hallway is tight, but it is illuminated as it is a closed space. Notice there are a couple of lanterns hanging above from the ceiling, but over here, in one of these nooks, it looks like a pair of boots are sticking out. Specifically, they're a pair of boots, one on top of the other, as though someone is reclining in there. All right, gang, what do you do?
Which room is that you mentioned?
You don't see it.
Okay.
Furfoot's going to look over to Doc, seeing that his eyes are now trained on something.
Don't find anything?
Saying that, haven't been a tight-knit gang for a while, that we have a couple of signals for, like, hey, there's a person or whatever, and Doc's gonna give the, like, hold up, I see someone, like, and then kind of just give the, like, shush, because it does, we haven't aggravated anybody yet. He's gonna make sure that both Furfoot, Bass, and Sam, like, see that, like, hey, there is somebody in there.
Furfoot's going to go back to just barely peering over. Once again, basically entirely flat, but you can only really see the top of their hat and their ears and their eyes poking out, with their gun just carefully hidden in front of them.
Since Bass has opened the door, Bass decides she's gonna pull out his other gun now. And Where will we advise further signals so that way I can get an idea on the map where I'm looking here?
Based off of what Doc was sharing with you, you're getting the impression that over in this nook, somebody's there.
Well, I'm the first one in, so I'm going to try to see if we can do this quietly. So I guess since I'm already in and the door is open, we're going to try to walk our way up this way with our guns in hand, about right here.
Copy that.
Sam will be following very closely behind.
Alrighty. Go ahead and put yourselves into position however you want.
Doc's gonna kind of nod for Furfoot to take the next position. He's gonna follow up in the last. He's gonna take the end.
Furfoot is very low to the ground. They're just very slowly walking. They're on essentially all fours, but they're trying to sort of do a little bit of a balancing back since they're still holding their gun in one hand. So they're essentially walking on 3 paws, but still being very, very stealthy about it.
Of course.
As one should be.
As one should be.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Check it out, gang. Pushing down this hallway. It's obviously tight enough to require a one-on-one at a time. You could sure squeeze past each other, but it's not going to be comfortable. Bass, coming around this corner, you see, sure enough, there are the pair of boots that were pointed out to you before. And wouldn't you know it, they're attached to a person.
Okay.
And this person actually appears to be human and propped up inside of this nook with a chair. They're leaned back into the chair. Their head is down, their arms are crossed, and they are snoring. You could tell just by coming up to them, you could see that they've got a pair of pistols on their hips. And as far as you can tell, no badge. So they're leaning up and lying there, and you're walking on up. You got your 2 pistols drawn. And when you do, and as you're coming on up, you see, oh, it's not that big of an issue. You actually physically shrug and turn around to the group. But when you do, your arms are still out, and thanks to that natural 1 that you got, you accidentally knock off the dude's hat. And he begins to bleary-eye, squint, and blink in your direction. And when he does, he goes, well, who are you supposed to be?
I would say we're the entertainment, but that's not quite accurate for who we are. Now, we're here to do a very specific job. There's no need for anybody to be alarmed or anybody to be hurt. None of the specifics happening. We're just gonna walk on the train and do what we gotta do and leave.
Bass, why don't you go ahead and give me a bluff check? Alright.
Bluff, 19.
Good bluff. Alright, I'm gonna roll to see if he can pierce through the veil of your lie.
Bass, who are you talking to?
Right on, there's somebody up there. I'll explain it a bit.
There's what?
Who's he talking to?
There's somebody up here.
Somebody up here.
He says there's a
Hang on
guy.
just a moment. There's somebody.
Alright, here we go. Okay, that'll be a total of 3.
Nice.
He's gonna look at you, he's gonna rub his eyes, and he's gonna be all like, well, it's obviously above my pay grade, so whatever it is that you're doing, they've already hired enough hands, I thought, but what do I know? And then he leans over, picks up his hat, puts it back on, pulls the bill down, and he says, depart from me!
Alright. Thank you kindly, sir.
And he, now grumpy this time, says, depart from me!
Departing?
As Sam goes by, he just kind of makes note of him. He'll be like, and he kind of just shrugs and is just like, all right. Because Sam thought he was going to have to take care of some business, but
he thought he was going to have to take a grown man life.
That's all right. And he will just continue moving forward.
Furfoot, is almost trying to subtly hide the gun in their hand. So as they're walking by, they just give a tiny little downwards nod, still on all fours. And I'm just imagining the hilarious irony of just saying, oh yeah, there's a cat going by. Why does that cat have a gun? Who gave the kitty cat a gun? That is just really funny.
That is funny. Unfortunately, he doesn't even bother to look up from his bill as he hears something moving past him, and he lazily moves his hand to just tell you, keep moving.
Up here.
Yeah, Sam motions for Doc to move forward.
Yeah, Doc's certainly not going to look a gift horse in the mouth there. He's going to keep his hat low and just keep on. Like, we've already attracted enough attention. Let's just keep on moving.
I think Will opened the door there for a second.
Will didn't wait for you.
I thought we were ready to go. Sorry.
Dugan Gang, go ahead.
We pretend we do not see it. Now we see it.
All right. The next compartment that you guys walk into, you could see that there are well-worn wooden seats here. Opens back up to the fresh air. You can tell that this is probably the space where they keep all of the, air quotes, help. And then, of course, over on the far side, you see the door. Another one closed to the next train cart.
All right. Let's do this again, just like last time.
All right. I'll come on up there.
And
everybody ready?
You know what? I'm going to ask Bass if you'd like, since the encounter just now worked out as well as it did, if you would like, feel free to re-roll a stealth check.
Re-roll a stealth check. I'm on it.
Can the rest of us keep ours?
By all means.
Okay, good. I'm sticking with my 24.
Yep.
I am floor cat now. That is my purpose.
Okay.
I was worried about
it.
All right. Wow.
I was worried about it.
A second time myself. I'm literally sticking out like an old man. like the old man shows up. Hi. How y'all doing, Jared?
I was internally thinking about it too. I was like, there's no way it's gonna happen again, right?
There's no way.
What if it did? But what if it did? It happened again. Oh
Bess,
no.
you feel like you're doing your best to hide as well as you can.
Y'all ready for me to open this door?
Furfoot gives a tiny little nod.
All right, cracking it open. You can see that there is an open air cart this time. This is probably used for storage of larger items, sometimes freight. Also, sometimes private industries will store their wares here as well. Sometimes just personal journeys across the countryside. People will store some of their bigger items here as well, such as luggage. Here, you could see 3 men milling about, looking out to the north and to the south as though they're watching the horizons. It's hard to tell what all they have on them. I'm going to ask, since Bass, you're there first, go ahead and give me a perception check. Unfortunately, it's a little too far and the sun is glaring a little too hard off of shiny surfaces for you to tell exactly what these guys are equipped with.
Don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Hey guys, we got three people over there. Now I can't see much of what's going on with what they have on them or nothing, but I can see we got 3 people in here that we're coming up on. So if we get in here, we need to get behind something pretty quick. There's a couple of boxes right as we go through, so we want to run there as quick as possible, so that way we can make sure to outflank somebody, at least get some cover. Lord knows my ability to sneak around has not been going all right. My sciatica's been acting up all day.
My sciatica. Now y'all know I got that lumbago.
Lumbago, right?
Furfoot's good, just going to gently, they're still pretty close to the ground. They're basically ground level on all fours. They just gently claw at the pant leg of Bass. They're just clawing at Bass's pant leg.
Want me to take a look?
You know what? That may not be a bad idea before we open this door.
Whoever is over there hasn't noticed us yet.
Before you guys switch positions, go ahead and put yourselves back.
Oh, my bad. I accidentally closed the door. My bad. My tail hit the door. It's fine.
Because trains, when you have no roof and you have no walls and you're exposed to the wind and the elements, trains are loud.
Yes.
And so when Bass gives you guys this information, he actually has to turn and basically yell it at you guys. And while he's doing that, I'm going to say that the 3 gentlemen that he has spotted, they all turn, and this fella over here,
who I cannot see.
one of the fellas to the side, I'm going to say Furfoot and Samson, you guys could hear it, but you can't see him. You hear him saying, "Hey, there's not supposed to be anybody back there. Come on over here. Show us who you are."
Furfoot
Jesus.
just sort of grimaces for a moment,
right.
thinking of everything that's about to happen.
And
So I guess since they know we're here, let me try to see if I can work some verbal magic on them.
Well, you were so successful last time, so I'm putting all of my faith in you.
Furfoot is very against this idea and is like
Bass,
clawing, like
well.
almost starting to tear a little bit of a hole in Bass's pants, and
put you-
realizing that yelling is of no use. For some reason,
Right.
let's just say out of character, they had held on to the wanted poster in their bag, and so they're digging through their bag that they have on them, and they pull out the wanted poster and gesturing to the big wanted letters on the poster and gesturing to everyone else, they gesture their hand to the doorway outside of the cart, referencing the people outside, gestures back to the group, and then makes a slash motion across their neck, basically saying, "We're wanted. If they recognize us, we're dead."
well, they already know we're here. It's not like we can. It's not like we can just stay back here until they come in, because that's gonna make the situation worse, though.
Bass,
Furfoot
they
face
know
palms.
you're here.
I'm aware of that.
Furfoot.
That's why I'm going out
Us?
there to try to.
Hold on now.
Sure.
Here's what we're gonna do.
hey, fella, you better come on out of there.
This is what's gonna happen. Doc, the closest one, any that you have a shot on, if they try anything, you fire into them. Furfoot, they don't know you're here yet. Pick one, just in case anything happens. Bass, you and we're gonna have a little chat. If anything happens, be ready for anything. And
Yes, sir.
Sam will sheath his gun.
All right.
Yep.
I'm going to say, team, go ahead, place yourselves on the back of this cart right here, no farther than this square. You can go ahead and put yourself
Okay.
on it, but no farther.
I'm gonna do here.
Go ahead and arrange yourselves however you wish. And while you're moving, I'm going to have the bad guys do a perception check to see if they see you little sneaky ones.
Oh no.
How nice does this map look, guys?
It looks
I
very
like
nice.
it.
I actually really like it.
May did an incredible job at doing it. I just want to say, just a little praise all around. Smiter designed the train. I did the inking for the train, and our friend May colored it.
Thank you to you three.
So much united front.
Yeah.
Honestly, I just hope you guys enjoy it. Now,
Mhm.
onto the situation. At this point, the four of you move into the positions that you can. Furfoot, where you're at, there's a big ol' waist-high chest. You're easily able to put yourself behind it. Doc, near you, there is a waist-high crate. You're able to put yourself behind that as well. Samson, Bass, when you guys come on out, at this point, it's not just this fella here, but also his two other companions that are now turned, and they're beginning to train their guns at you. You could see that the fella in the back has a shotgun, the guy in the front has a rifle, and the fella in the middle, to the farther north of the cart, has a pistol.
Okay.
At this point, they are not training their weapons on you, but they do have their hands on the weapons, making it obvious that they're ready just in case of anything. The fellow with the rifle is the first to speak up, and he says, "All right, which one of you has got train papers?"
We were actually sent here to get some messages over to the cooking staff, because I noticed the workbench and everything back there, and we were trying to go through and get some information to the cooking staff about a particular dietary change for several other people that are on board. And so we were trying to get on and do what we needed to do there, and then immediately go back home so we can be with our families for the remainder of the day. But unfortunately, I think we got a little turned around.
The fellow with the rifle squints at you and he says, "Dietary change? What the hell kind of thing is a dietary change?" The fellow with the
Well-
pistol behind him says, "You mean like peanuts?"
Well, I mean more like some people prefer some different type of alcoholic beverages with their meals.
Nah, I knew about that peanut allergy thing. I can't have peanuts.
There is also a thing about peanut allergies with some of the folks on here.
Bass,
Is that a bluff?
give me a bluff check.
I will attempt to assist him with this.
Aid
I
another.
will aid another.
Yeah.
And so I get to also do a bluff check, but the way I do it is I say, "Now, We were looking at the supplies out in the caboose, and I have to say that this is some shoddy keeping of foods here. Somebody put the meat with the dairy, and that is unacceptable. Now, we need to go and talk to the ones up front about this travesty of storage space that has been done here. So, if you'll excuse us, and I will go ahead and
Do
a
it.
bluff check myself.
All you got to do is get above 10.
What?
You got a 25.
Bass got a 21 and Samson got a 25. Yeah, I think we fooled them.
I would say that Samson, thanks to your aid another and how high you rolled, you gave Bass a +2 to his total.
Yay.
So he's got a 23. Let's see if you actually convince these guys.
Oh dear.
And he folds his arms all like in a huff.
Yeah, well, I'm in a position of authority. All right, they're going to attempt to sense motive on you guys.
Yeah, good luck.
Nobody senses my motives.
Ain't no man alive that can sense my motives.
Along the heavy click-clack of the carts and the breeze of morning air, the three guards look at each other with confusion. The one that had the pistol says, "Oh, no, I know about that. Yeah, they say you can't do that. Something about the dairy infects the meat."
Yeah, I thought the people around these parts worshipped Iomedae, and I'm pretty sure that is one of the, dietary restrictions.
And the guy with the pistol says, yeah, I heard that too. And he actually holsters his pistol.
Cool.
He actually just takes his hands off his pistols and he's crossing his arms like he's agreeing with you. The fellow with the rifle takes his rifle and he actually rests it against his hip.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't put it away.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, I didn't think anybody had dietary restrictions. And then the fella in the back with the shotgun says, like, you can't restrict food. Food is food. Ain't nobody ever had this sort of stuff before, okay?
I was also going to attempt the bullcrapping of the guards. Furfoot just very slowly peeks their head up from the crate and just slowly lifts their hand and says,
I have dietary restrictions.
Furfoot, I will say that if you decide to do that, then you will be foregoing your stealth.
That's fine. I don't
Okay.
care. This is way too good of an opportunity to pass up. They're like, there's no dietary restrictions. Slowly raise his hand.
I have a dietary restriction. I can't have milk. I'm lactose intolerant. So having the
Furfoot.
meats be touching of the dairy could hypothetically be very bad for me. So we gotta complain about that.
So
We've had
Furfoot-
complaints about that from other people like me who can't have milk.
Very good. You stick out your big fuzzy paw. You let them know about your regrettable situation in regards to dietary restrictions. How unfortunate. The fellow with the pistol says, no, yeah, I heard of that too. He's got that lactose intolerance.
Excuse me, they.
And the guard with the pistols says, my apologies. And the guy with the shotgun in the back says, no, what? No, why are you appealing to them? The two of those guys came out here trying to talk sweet to us, and their two friends thought they were slick by coming up trying to behind those boxes. By the way, we saw you, giant snake person back there.
No!
Unfortunately, earlier their perception roll was really, really good.
Yeah.
wow, okay.
Okay, are we allowed to
They
know
saw
the number?
all of you.
Are we allowed to know the number?
The dice was 17, and they have a big fat boost off of that. So it was well over 20.
But I had a 24. How could they have bested a 24?
Well over 20.
What? How?
Listen, you have a dietary restriction, they don't have a perception restriction. Like, everyone's still different.
Makes sense to me.
Well, this is ridiculous.
All right. So you guys have managed to take the situation from tense and hostile to apprehensive.
Mm-hmm.
It's clear that a couple of them are very suspicious of you. One of them trusts you. One of them is all like, yeah, no, I heard about that.
Mm-hmm.
And The fella in the back with the shotgun says, over the din and roar of the steel beneath you, "Well, hang on! How do we know you guys are part of the staff? You guys aren't wearing any staff uniforms." And he actually begins to raise his shotgun a little bit and says, "And you're all wearing masks."
Furfoot is going to step out in front of Bass, just subtly nodding as if to say, "Don't worry, I got this." And Furfoot just says, "We did not have our uniforms cleaned this morning. We had gone out last night on our own terms. There was an event that we all had to go to. It was all family related, and all of our uniforms somehow got stained and damaged, and we weren't able to wash it out, so we had to wear our non-uniform clothes, and the dust storm was real bad on the way here, so we had to wear something to protect our lungs. I'm an asthmatic. I can't be breathing this stuff. I'm meant to have this. It's fine." And Furfoot's gonna take a very teeny tiny baby cat step forward. "We mean no harm to you. We promise we're a part of the staff. Just so many coincidentally bad things happening at once, sir. I assure you. Furfoot even, they have their hands on their hips, but it's above their gun, as they secretly had sheathed their gun when they were getting out from behind the crate. So they have their hands on their hips, but it's above where their gun would be.
Of course. Now, Jingles has raised his hand, so Samson, go ahead.
Has everybody sheathed their guns, or are they all still holding
That's
their
true.
guns?
You guys have your guns out. You haven't.
I did. We did. No, at the door, I said I put my guns away before I walked out.
Okay.
Sam said that he put his guns away.
Okay, I'm going to say Doc is the only one that's got the rifle out. And we'll let that be the image that's set forth. Furfoot, give me a bluff check.
Yes. All right. What's my bluff modifier? That's a pretty good bluff modifier. Give me good roll.
13.
That's 13.
God damn it. That's not a very good roll.
It's their turn to sense motive.
He rolled a natural 3.
No.
You got a plus 10.
I hate it. Yeah, plus 10's my modifier. I didn't want to roll a 3. I'm going to use my actual dice again. If I get one more bad roll, I'm using my actual liquid core dice that I have next to me.
Hero points are rerolls, right?
Sorry, a hero point, I misspoke earlier, on a d20 roll, turns it into a natural 20.
Oh, okay. Natural 20.
Free natural 20.
I want a natural 20. Actually, wait, no, I don't. I'll take the consequences. I'm saving it.
Okay. Very strong of you. I respect it.
My
right,
initial instinct was, something bad's gonna happen. You know what? If something happens, guess what? I get to shoot someone. That's fine.
All right, here we go. I'm going to roll for them.
Please roll bad. I'm crossing my tiny cat fingers right now. Please roll bad.
I'm crossing my fuzzy wuzzies.
But fuzzy wuzzies be crossed.
Itsy bitsies.
Please roll bad.
Please me out the dice roll.
I'm gonna rig the dice. I'm gonna bap them as soon as you get a good roll. I'm gonna make it roll poorly by bapping the dice until I get a number that's less than a 5.
Yeah. So, when you say that, and you approach, being as friendly and affable as you usually are, you did a great job. You went for usual textbook cat lie that you always do.
Yes.
The fella in the back, still eyeing you guys with suspicion. He said, "Well, I do see what you're talking about with the staff. Every single time that the train stops anywhere, the staff's allowed to get off and relax and enjoy the rest of their day. But unfortunately," and he's going to point his shotgun at you guys aren't the kitchen staff. And he says to the others, "Looks like we got some robbers, boys. And now we're going to need an initiative roll."
Well, hails. Sam got an 18.
Yeah,
Doc got a 5.
I see it.
Furfoot got a 23.
It was a good try, guys. It was a really good try. All right. Combat order is Furfoot, train guard with the rifle. Sam, Bass, train guard with the pistol, train guard with the shotgun. Doc, unfortunately, taking up the rear. Furfoot, you're up.
That's just clerics.
Yeah.
Furfoot is just going to roll their eyes.
All right, you asked for this.
And they're going to unsheath. What is unsheathing? Is it a bonus action?
Or
does that take up my movement?
It's a move action.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't exactly plan on moving because let me actually check how far I have to.
Also, I would also like to point out that the objects near you are more or less waist height. So feel free to use them as cover if need be, if you're in an advantageous position to use that.
Yeah.
I would just like you to specify, please.
All right. What's the range on the pistol that I got again? I'm not really sure how I'm able to figure that out. 40 feet? Range 20 feet? God damn.
Yep, the first range increment is 20 feet.
And the second one, if I have another one?
If you go 40 feet, then you will roll with a -2, I believe. Or a -4, I don't remember which.
Let me check.
Okay.
I'm absolutely certain no one's within 20 feet of me. But is anyone within 40 feet? You are barely within 40 feet. Furfoot is going to take out their rifle.
All right, you asked for this.
And with a spinny show of hands, they're just going to twirl it around a little bit, just almost as a show of mocking, and then aim it directly at the train guard with the rifle and attempt to shoot with their main hand.
All right, go ahead.
So as they're spinning their gun around, they're just sort of making a smug cat smile before immediately dropping the expression and aiming the gun straight at the rifleman and attempting to fire. Dang it.
Ooh.
That's not very good.
Unfortunately, I do not believe that a 10 will do it.
Nah, rats.
Anything else you want to try?
I can't move anywhere.
No, unfortunately.
Because you drew your weapon.
Yes, I'm fine with that. Am I allowed to at least crouch down, or would that be considered a movement?
No, I'd allow it, but unfortunately, where you're at, you're not really in the way of getting good cover.
I'm just gonna turn back to the rest of the party and just go,
Well, guess this is happening. You're up.
All right. Next up is the train guard with the rifle.
don't you even think about it, mister.
Train guard with a rifle is going to target the person that was most suspicious to him. And
Really?
the Furfoot.
But aww, man. I mean, that's fair.
And he is going to attempt an attack with his rifle.
Don't even think about it.
Oh, actually, you know what? Before he does that, he's actually going to move. He's going to move right here into the center, and he's going to take a shot.
Of course he is.
All right, well, it can't be that bad.
That is a 17 to hit.
Oh, that ties it, which I think means it hits, right?
And it's just barely.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
And we'll go ahead
right.
and apply damage.
6
Can you
points.
do that for me?
Bludgeoning piercing damage.
Meow.
That's
Meow,
gonna be-
dude. That was
that's
rude.
That's going to be the end of his turn. It's going to move on to Samson. So, as he steps up, he loads up his shot, fires it at you. Fortunately, it's not as bad as it could have been, Furfoot. So, it actually grazes over the top of your shoulder, and you can tell, no, that's going to be another bald spot for your fur. And now, Samson, you're up.
Right. Sam is going to move. This is where he's going to go.
Mm-hmm.
Bop. And as he's moving, because he has the quick draw feat,
Mm-hmm.
he will pull out his rapier
Mm-hmm.
from the side. And that's a free action to do because he's got the quick draw.
Mm-hmm.
And he is going to target this guy. And just going to be all like, it's not nice to shoot children. And he will go ahead and make an attack with his rapier. 16 to hit.
16 will hit.
Nice. 6 points of damage.
Copy that. Nice work. Now, if you're all done, it is Bass's turn.
Yep, that's his action.
All right. So Bass is going to attempt to shoot at the guy here. So and he shades his gun, so he's got to pull his guns out first.
Yep. And
I guess
that's
that's a move action.
You can pull out one gun as a move action.
Okay.
If you're going to pull out both your guns, that would take your action and your move action.
Mhm.
So then, yeah, we'll just pull out one for right now. Okay. So I will attack with revolver.
Okay, well, it's
Did I hit?
got a natural 20.
Oh, awesome.
And then a 14 to confirm the crit.
Unfortunately, it does not confirm.
Okay, 11 points of damage then.
Oh, brilliant. In that case, we'll go ahead and click on the guard that you're targeting.
Oh, wait, no, it wouldn't be that much. Unless he's spending a grit to add his charisma to it.
No, it was just a shot.
Yeah. So there's different types of attacks that you can choose. If you go to your combat tab,
Oh, I didn't know I could choose other things. I just thought I was shooting.
Because you used focused aim, which you need to spend a grit in order to do that. You just want to do a regular shot, in which case he rolled 4
Well, if I need to
damage.
use a grit to do it, then I'll do it. I just didn't realize the focus shot required a grit.
The focus shot does. If you want to do a regular shot, you don't have to spend a grit to do that.
Well, yeah, but I've already done the focus shot, so I'll go ahead and use the burn the grit to do it.
Okay, take off a grit.
Yep, he's fine. Yep, just
And
make
he'll
sure
do
to take
11
the grit
damage
off.
too.
Okay, so grit is located.
In your features section.
I'm gonna go ahead and apply the damage.
Yeah.
That boom. Bass, you whip out your pistol and you take aim. Right as Samson is throwing this guard off his game, he tries to defend himself with his rifle and push away Sam's rapier. And when he does, he holds it down and it leaves his chest wide open for you to take a shot. And that piece of lead rips straight through him and he hits the deck, dead.
Wish I didn't have to do that, son.
Was this guy the nice one?
You're thinking about the pistol fella.
Thank you.
The one that you guys lied to.
Good to know.
Yep,
I
the
just
one
wanted
that
to
you
make sure.
convinced.
Yeah, but still, again, he's not quite. It's a struggle.
I think that's the end of your turn, right, Bass?
Yep.
All right. We're now moving on to the train guard with the pistol. After one of his colleagues falls over, he's going to say, "Damn it!" And he's going to, since he already has his pistol out, he's going to step over here. He's going to attempt to point blank shot you.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I do not believe that he actually has that buff, so
And because he's attempting to make a ranged attack in
Yep.
my threatened space, I get an attack of opportunity on him with my rapier.
that's right. Go for it.
16.
16 will hit.
4 points of piercing damage.
All right. Go ahead and apply it. Coming around the corner, you
Okay.
stick out your rapier, you catch him on the forearm, he winces and he holds his arm, but then he brings his now wounded arm back up, pulls the trigger, and he fires at you. Let's see if he hits. That is going to be a 17 to hit.
17 will hit. I'm going to spend a grit point to do Gunslinger's Dodge. So I get to make a 5-foot step and get a +2 bonus to my AC as I spend a grit to do that.
Nice, that'll do. He brings his pistol back up low and he fires off at a bad angle, and you can feel the bullet crest up and nick your forehead just a little bit, and it cuts straight through your hat.
Nice.
And you can feel just the slightest bit of heat as blood is beginning to rush to that tiny wound.
Sam, he'll dodge back. It hits his hat, and he'll be all like, "But what about the dietary restrictions?" That's it.
Nice. All right, and now the fella in the far back, it's his turn. He's got a shotgun. He's going to attempt to use his shotgun and shoot at Furfoot. He will be taking a -2 to this because you are far out, and that will be an 11 to hit you. The train guard with the shotgun steps up to the barrels. He actually leans down and he steadies his shotgun against the barrels. Furfoot, you have just enough time to see him point a shotgun at you, and when it ignites and shoots out the pellets at you, you shudder, pull yourself in reaction to the shot, and then realize nothing happened. You look behind you at the cart behind you guys, and you could see the pellets littering and puncturing into the cart behind you.
Furfoot just blinks for a moment, looks around at everyone else, feels himself for a moment just to make sure everything's still in place, and then out loud just goes, "What the hell just happened?" Sort of to no one in particular, but just stating their thoughts out loud.
Yeah. They missed. And now, it is going to be Doc's turn.
All right, Doc already has
Don't
their
kill him.
Doc already has their rifle out, so they are going to move to here. Again, kind of prop themselves. You know, they're going to use their environment. They're going to make sure they can get a nice, clean shot, and they are aiming for the train guard with the shotgun. And with their rifle, they are going to attack.
Ooh.
9.
A 9 will
9.
not hit, unfortunately.
All right.
After Doc, it's Furfoot. So, Doc, you come up, you brace yourself against the box, And when you do, you make sure to put on your ear protection and your eye protection, and you make sure that the range is clear, and then you make sure you're in a proper shooting position, and make sure nobody's gonna bother you while you're doing your shooting practice, and you miss. Unfortunately, it happens to the best of us. And now, Furfoot, you're up, and after Furfoot, it is Samson.
Furfoot is going to look back at everyone else, look at the gun in their hand, and just cockily smile again as they move up behind this crate that's directly in front of them and attempt to shoot at the one with the shotgun.
All right, give it a go.
Same, doing just a little bit of spinny, just because out of habit, and also, hey, I'm showing off for you. They always do a little spinny.
Nice, go for it.
And it's within 20 feet, I assume, correct?
19.
19 will hit.
Yes!
8 points
Let me double
of
check
damage.
just to make sure. Oh no, it's 30. 17. My bad.
17 will hit. Thank you for
Yay!
double checking on that.
Yeah, I was like looking at it. I'm like, wait a minute, that's too many squares. I don't want to be the person that takes advantage of the DM not knowing or paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go ahead
I'm
and
a
apply
good player.
that.
I don't take advantage of my DM.
That's right.
Basically, I appreciate you. So, Furfoot, come up, spin, 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 turn, point, shoot, and the bullet actually catches the shotgunner on his shoulder, pretty opposing shoulder from where you were hit earlier. And when he hits, he recoils. You got him good. You can already see that blood is starting to come down his arm, and it's going to be a little bit harder for him to actually hold the shotgun and shoot with it.
Oh my.
And now, Samson. And after Samson is Bass. Think about what you want to do.
All right.
All right, Sam is going to take a 5-foot step forward, and then he's going to just go ahead and slice at the guy with the pistol.
Do it again. Yeah.
And he says, "People are going to get sick!"
We're still going with this joke?
We're still doing it, folks.
Hey, he spins and says, "I take my job very seriously."
Safety is my concern.
That
is-
Oh my
natural 20
Oh.
with a 24 to confirm the critical.
Oh,
Right, so I
right.
had a basket.
Yeah, that'll confirm.
Jesus
Um,
Christ. Show
let's
off
see.
much? Oh my gosh. That is
I guess
such a good roll.
that's 10 points of damage, I
Yep, that'll
believe.
be
Yeah,
10.
5 and 5. Yeah, that's 10. 10 points of damage.
Alrighty, I will go ahead and apply that.
Cheese on top of bacon, for crying out loud.
Is nobody concerned about this? So you step forward with your rapier, you tell them how stringent you want to maintain safety measures
Yeah.
for everyone's enjoyment, for the ride, for the company. Why is nobody taking this seriously?
Exactly.
And
Sorry, did I not explain that Sam is a method actor? He's been spending the whole horse ride getting into character.
when you bring your rapier up for a flourish, you actually take the flat, slap him across the cheek, and when he brings his arms up to defend himself, that's when, very deftly, you swish back and thrust right into the chest, where he was unprepared to defend himself, and he falls back against the floor, dead. Nice. Well done. You got him. And now, it is Bass's turn.
All right. Well, let's just try a normal shot with the gun I have in my hand.
Don't forget,
I got-
you've now got, since you already got it out, you can move and shoot.
Yeah, you can move first. You're kind of far away.
Okay. So I can move. Let's close that down slightly. Let's go here.
That's 20 feet.
Okay.
I believe he's got a movement of 30. So you
Actually,
can go
could I-
as
well-
far as here, right next to Samson, if you wanted to.
Oh, okay. So I can go there. Okay. Well, then I'll go there.
Yep, this guy is well within 20 feet of you. You'll take no penalties to shooting him.
And it's time to saddle up and see how we do it. Or as Bass Coltrane likes to say, put the lead out and see what happens.
Take your shot. That'll be 16 to hit. 16 will hit.
7 points
Alright.
of damage.
Alrighty.
It seems like he gets a +1 because I believe he has point blank shot.
Nice.
Yeah, he has point blank
Yep,
shot.
within ranges of 30 feet. Yeah, you do. We're going to go ahead and apply that damage. All right, Bass, you step up. When you fire off your shot, the fellow with the shotgun is already trying to administer some sort of aid to the wound in his shoulder that Furfoot gave him. He looks down at his shotgun to make sure that it's still in working order, and then out of the corner of your eye, oh no, here comes Bass. He spins his shotgun around, and before he can get a shot off, you turn up, point it right on down the barrel, fire, and his head snaps back from the impact, and he falls to the ground dead. All right, encounter is over. Now, we're not going to be giving out any experience points for this because it's just a one shot, but trust that the game allows us to automatically give you guys experience points in the future encounters.
Can I actually take time to reload my gun? Even though I only spent 2 bullets. I would rather take time.
You guys are now out of combat.
All right.
Dugan Gang, what do you want to do?
I see these little chests in front of me here, and I know we ain't got a whole lot of time because we have definitely alerted some people to our presence. But I would like to at least see what's in these boxes, since we're in here.
Okay. Are you telling the gang or are you telling me?
I am telling you. I'd like to go over here and check these boxes.
All right. You step on over, and you can see that there is a very, very simple lock on there. Insofar as that, like modern briefcases, how all you have to do is just flip the switches and then open it. That's as complicated as it is. It doesn't even have a padlock on it.
Furfoot's gonna mosey on over and look at what Bass is doing. And
you mosey on over just in time for Bass to crack open the chest, and you see it is filled with ladies' unmentionables.
Oh, well.
And now,
very much valuable here.
Since you kind of didn't tell anybody what you were doing, Furfoot has to come around the corner and see their friend open up a chest and start rifling through ladies' unmentionables.
That's a bunch of pretty frilly underwear there and things.
Furfoot is just going to turn, give you a look of undeterminable confusion and concern.
You know, my wife might have liked something like this back in the day, but I don't know that I really doesn't do much for me.
Furfoot's going to set one paw on Bass's shoulder, tap it just for a moment.
Good for you, pal.
And then walk over back to the dead bodies and, like, basically sit crisscross applesauce. Can I loot the bodies? Can I check the bodies for anything good?
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys can feel free to split this stuff up however you need or however it shakes out. So the fellow with the pistol, he had 10 gold on him, 5 silver, 7 bullets. The fellow with the shotgun had 10 gold, 5 silver, 10 shotgun shells. And the fellow with the rifle had 5 gold, 20 silver, and 10 rifle rounds, and a potion of cure light wounds.
As Sam sees Furfoot like going through the bodies and stuff, as he's sheathing his rapier, he says, "Now Furfoot, do remember, don't forget, some of this is going back to the gang." And then he motions for Doc to come over.
Can somebody get to the door? That way we try to make sure that nobody's coming up on us here.
Furfoot currently has dollar signs in their eyes, scrounging up a lot of the money. They're going to distribute it later, but they're currently just going to hold on to it, so I have to add all this. If that's okay. Oh yeah, the rifle rounds, my bad. Sorry, I forgot the rifle rounds. I don't know if anyone here uses a rifle, though.
I do.
Doc does.
Alright.
Doc moseys over, he sees Sam's signal.
He tries to, like, be quiet and kind of just whisper to Doc, so I don't know if anybody else is going to try and listen in. But his intention is to be like, what's the proper way to, like, deal with the bodies now, Doc?
Doc's gonna take it aside. He's gonna say, you know, when we're outside on a regular mission, you know I like to put him to rest. We, ain't got time for that. I think we just do the most respectable thing we can here. Lay him nicely, cover him with a shroud, and we keep going lest we become one of them.
Can Furfoot hear what they're saying? Because they are right next to them.
Jingles was specifying that he's whispering, but he didn't know who else was wanting to try to eavesdrop.
Doc, I got a question for you. I got this chest here with a lot of unmentionables in them. I don't think any of us needs this. What if we put a body or two in here, depending on how big the chest is? Is that a possibility?
Is the chest look large enough to fit a humanoid corpse?
I mean, you'd have to dump out all of
and
the
also,
food.
like I said, I don't know if Bass heard our conversation either.
Right.
No,
Okay.
no, Bass didn't unless he wants to do a perception check. Same thing with you, Furfoot.
Perception check on it.
All right. I'll do a perception check. Why not? That'll be fun.
I'm doing that. Does what looks like sacks behind me, is that just like the sacks of like rice and beans and stuff? Or is
Basically,
that, like,
yeah.
any sort of, okay, perfect.
Yeah, big burlap sacks.
Ooh. Good roll.
20 for Furfoot, 13 for Bass.
I'm gonna say, Bass, you didn't hear it. Furfoot, you did.
Furfoot is going to lean over and whisper,
Do we think that's a good idea? Really? What if someone else comes through here? My suggestion? Take what's good, throw them off the side. What are they gonna do? Follow the train by the time they find the bodies? It'll be long gone. But then again, that might be kind of careless. Nah, it's up to what you guys want.
as Furfoot continues scrounging up the last of the gold and silver into their pouch, leaving the bullets for whoever wants them.
Well, I appreciate that, Furfoot. I'm gonna go ahead and go with what the good doctor suggests. Sam is gonna just start moving bodies into corners and stuff where they wouldn't be spotted too easily, and if he has to, he'll even take one of these sacks, cut it open, pour out the contents off the side, and then cover the people
Shroud.
with the sackcloth.
As Doc hears Furfoot's suggestion, he's gonna kind of just like rub his snout in frustration and kind of grip his like idol of Serene Ray and just be like, he's gonna help, lay the dead out. He's gonna help Sam.
And
You guys take a moment to do that.
Well, y'all are doing that. I'm gonna go over here and check this chest. I mean, I've already embarrassed myself. What's the chances that there be women's undergarments in this chest as well?
This
There's
could be
worse.
the undergarment cart.
Right?
You open it up,
Yeah.
and it's a bustier!
Whoa!
Are they transporting a brothel supply? Everything is women's clothing.
Oh my God, Bass! It's a brothel! It's a whole working brothel in there!
Oh my god.
That's a lot of undergarments.
God. No, you open it up and it's more clothing, except this is actually, it looks like formal clothing, as though it belonged to a businessman. Less unmentionables, but still a wide variety of clothes. And then,
Interesting.
the coolest hat you've ever seen. No, we're good.
Oh, Lord. The cool hat. Hold on now. I might want to talk about that hat now.
Sam is just gonna look around. Does this just look like general storage? Nothing like particularly of value here?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think anybody's got nothing of millions of dollars worth of anything in here.
What's $1?
Millions of gold pieces worth of money.
Yeah, Dugan Gang. Based on what you're looking around, you can see this is primarily storage of larger items. And in some of these, there's even a couple of pickle barrels.
This doesn't seem to be anything of particular value here. Let's move forward.
Can I make another stealth check so I can get back to being a stealthy kitty?
You may.
Bob, this stealth check as well, but
Yeah, go ahead
Another
if you guys
natural
want
one.
to do another stealth.
Whoa, hello! That's a
Hello.
30.
19 for Doc.
Perfect, back to being a stealthy
Brilliant,
kitty.
thank
Making
you.
their way over. They still have their pistol in hand. They're back to crawling on threes.
14 for-
Reloaded.
Bass,
Sam.
your luck is not that great.
I am meant to stick out like an old man, I swear.
Furfoot actually gently tugs on Bass's pant leg again now that they're back on the ground and just says,
maybe I should take the lead on this one.
Yeah. I mean, you can definitely take the lead, but I will tell you, it still seems like me. I'm gonna stick out like a sore thumb no matter what I do.
Then I'd rather you not be seen first.
Sam
okay.
says, Furfoot, be a darling and just peek in and tell us what you can see.
and Furfoot will do just that as they just stick their tiny little kitty head right on the floor.
Furfoot, you're looking inside, and you can see a lush violet carpet, first and foremost. And you can see out of the corner of your eye, looks like a serving tray. And it looks like soft seats. You can actually see people. People of various races. And it looks like that they're more of your common variety of people. Simple clothing, with the occasional person dressed up better than the rest. But these are people that you would see around town. These are people that you would see at the tavern. And it looks like most of them, if not all of them, are just sitting, looking at the window, talking to each other as the train continues to rattle on forward.
Furfoot's going to turn back. You can tell that they have a gentle smile underneath their mask, and they're just gonna say,
I think it's a normal cart. I don't see anyone suspicious or anything. It's softer in there. It looks like actual carpet. I think there's someone serving food on, the inner wall where you're standing, Sam. I don't want to say we should go in casually, but I'm leaving this decision up to you. I'll take the lead, but if we go in casually or not is your decision.
Well, this looks like a good opportunity to get a few more bucks out. Everyone, keep your guns on you. Everybody still got their masks up?
Mm-hmm.
Furfoot, open up your bag. Let me, do the talking this time.
Furfoot nods.
Keep an eye out. If anybody tries anything, do not give them the opportunity to hurt us. Clear?
Yes.
Furfoot just nods again, looking sternly into the car.
And Sam will pull out his dragon breath pistol again.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, all right, here we go. And he steps into the room.
Place yourself as far as here.
Ooh.
Feel free to spread out as you guys need.
Could you actually tell me what these are?
I will. In
I would
one
like that.
moment.
Ah.
I think Bass got stuck. Oh no, Bass fell out.
Never mind. He's
I
back. He's cooked. He's back. I'll move him
He's
in.
no longer cooked.
There. All right. Dugan Gang. Stepping into this car, you could see, sure enough, it's as Furfoot described. It's a passenger car. Everybody here is either on business trips or they're off to go and see family long distance. Immediately to your left and to your right, as you step towards this, you could see service carts. And some of them still have a little bit of food and a little bit of drink on them.
What
And
kind of
over
food?
on the far side of the wall, you could see a very lax-looking man, another human, in the same sort of style of uniforms as the ones that you just fought. And he's actually in his seat, and it looks like that he's sort of stretching to look over everybody else. Samson, stepping into here, you immediately have gotten everybody's attention. Folks are turned, they're looking at you, and it's like looking at a kaleidoscope of faces. So many different races, so many different walks of life, but all still within that sort of approachable, regular person way of living. Samson, what do you do?
Samson holds his gun up in the air but doesn't fire.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I hope you've been having just a wonderful trip so far. We intend to rob you.
When you say that, they start murmuring, oh, no.
We don't want to hurt any of you. We'd rather this go smoothly. If you value your lives, is there anybody relatively close to me?
I would say
Behind you.
immediately. I would say here.
I will aim my gun at Bass.
I would say a couple of seats in front of you, right here on the aisle, there is an orcish looking fella, maybe about in his 40s, pretty simple clothing.
Oh, nobody I recognize, though.
No. I would say nobody that you recognize. I would say Doc.
Just marking down, there's someone there.
Something catches your eye as people are poking their heads and trying to look over each other to see what's going on. Doc, all the way back here, near the rear of the cart, there are a pair of Nagaji, and they appear to be of the Order of Saren Ray Clerics.
Well, Doc intended to aim his gun at whoever was the closest,
Yeah.
and just be all like, now, if everybody stays calm, nobody needs to get hurt. That was the end of what I was trying to do.
Okay. Give me an intimidation check.
Excellent.
I wonder how beefy your bonus is.
Well, I get a bonus just for being a half-orc, so that's nice. Oh boy, let's see how it goes. 23, sir.
That's not bad.
All right. You have clearly instilled in this crowd a sense of concern and fear. The fella that you pointed your gun at, he immediately puts his hands up in the air, and since he's a half-orc as well, he actually speaks to you in Orcish.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, please, cousin, I have nothing.
Mm-hmm. Sam hears that. Mm-hmm. Just a quick dart around. Any other orcs?
Yeah, there are a few others there as well. We'll say, for the sake of clarity...
You just see a few other half-orcish people?
Yep, you've got 2 half-orcs occupying these chairs here, got 1 half-orc near this window, and another half-orc back here, 2 here, 1
Sam,
here.
having not spoken Orcish in a while, he basically just says, in kind of a reassuring tone, if you just give what you can, we won't hurt you. We're not really here for you specifically.
Dugan Gang, go ahead and place yourself in marching order, so to speak. The half-orc that has already got his hands up, as you guys are moving around, you got your guns out. The half-orc that you originally talked to, he looks at you and he shrugs and he tells you again in Orcish, like, I have nothing. And he pulls out his coin purse and he holds it over to you. Feels like there's barely anything in there. Upon looking inside, there's 5 gold pieces inside that thing.
5 gold pieces?
Yeah.
Okay. Sam, if he has to use, like, sleight of hand in order to do this or whatever, he's gonna reach inside and pantomime taking the money out, but leave the money inside, and then just angrily toss the coin purse back at him.
Nice. So, yeah, give me a sleight of hand.
Got it.
It's just to make sure that nobody else sees what you're doing.
Yeah.
Also, I had asked this earlier kind of as a joke, but was there anything on the food carts that would have been particularly worth taking, at least as a quick snack?
I would say there's a apple on there with a single bite taken out.
As they were passing by, Furfoot had just picked it up, taken a good bite or 2 out of it, and set it back down. They didn't even bother taking it with them. They just wanted a couple.
Mm-hmm.
But you can see that they're going to be chewing on that for the remainder of the car.
Yep. It looks like that nobody else noticed that. In fact, when you pass it back to the half-orc, he looks inside. And first, he looks distraught because you robbed him.
Mm-hmm.
He looks inside, and he looks confused, and he looks back at you. You're already walking past him.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, Samson, put yourself there, and the rest of the gang line up behind him.
Wee! I love the, smooth movement system in Foundry.
Yeah.
It's great.
It's pretty great.
Doug, don't forget to move yourself, thank you. It's so silly, it's just woo.
Alrighty.
It's a slide whistle sound.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, based on the intimidation check that you did earlier, Sam,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say, gang, you managed to get out of this, and I'm going to go ahead and put it in the chat.
Thank you.
Alright, you got 200 gold pieces, 300 silver pieces, 50 copper pieces, and 10 platinum pieces out of this entire group of people as you're walking on
Oh, hell yeah. That's what I'd like to see.
by. There's a couple of times when sometimes somebody on the corner will try to get tough with you, Sam,
Mm-hmm.
and they'll tell you, it's all like, we're not gonna let you take what we worked hard for. And, of course, requires a little bit more persuading, and you're able to get them to essentially cough up what they were already holding back.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys pass by the pair of Nagaji, I would say, Sam, you probably already know this about the Nagaji clerics of Saren Ray.
Mm-hmm.
They're not big on carrying money.
Mm-hmm.
And when they come on by, they're talking to each other. It's like they're trying to appeal to your better part of your humanity.
Mm-hmm.
They're telling you, this wicked life, it's not going to treat you well, son. You got to turn this around. Think about all the people that love you. And as you guys are coming on over, they're talking to Sam primarily, but it's when Doc comes by them, they seem more insistent. Mm-hmm. They seem like they're trying to save one of their own. Like, they almost seem heartbroken, Doc, to see that you have chosen this life for yourself, even though circumstances have essentially damned you to doing what you need to do. They're trying to appeal to you, like Saren Ray's light. You haven't let it soak into your soul. You haven't let it touch those dark parts of your heart. And they're just trying to appeal to you. And then one of them, the older of the pair, stops the younger one. And the older Nagaji is now really focusing on your eyes. I am going to do a perception check to see if they recognize you.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. So much fun. Ooh, that was a really good roll. The older one actually puts their hand on the younger Nagaji, and the older one looks at you and says, Is it you, little one? Little one that came to the Order so long ago. Is it you? We thought we lost you. And now, Doc, your response is in your hands.
From the second that Doc saw the pair of Nagaji on the train, if snakes could sweat, he would be sweating. And it takes a lot to fluster Doc. I mean, like, he's a man of medicine. He's seen a lot, been with the gang. But he has not seen any of his people in a long time. It's been a very long time, and very few of the gang members have really ever either seen another Nagaji or really seen anyone other than Doc. They don't know much about his past because he has kept it that way. And Doc's been in a weird place since, kind of realizing this may be the last mission. And while he's got things to look forward to with Annie, here right in front of him is someone from his past, and he's got things that maybe now he'd like to reconnect with. But on the other hand, in the midst of a train robbery, is this the time?
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that Doc kind of peeks. He's obviously his gaze has been on the two Nagaji, but he's gonna look up to Sam just for a fleeting glance, just for this quick, you're the only one who knows a hair's breadth of what is going through my mind right now. And I'm seeing my two worlds combine, but not even kind of waiting for what Sam might have in his gaze. He's just going to turn to the older Nagaji and let out a tiny nod.
Oh, very good. The older Nagaji is gonna see that, and you can see that there's a little bit of heartbreak in his eyes, and now he's come off of his seat. He's now stepped closer towards the aisle. He's now actually physically reaching out to you, about to touch you, and he's saying, Little one, you can come back. You can come back. You don't have to choose this life. You don't have to do any of this. No, why? What happened? Why are you doing this?
He's gonna swallow, take a deep breath, and he's gonna look up into his elder's eyes and say, I didn't choose this. You've been out in this wide world. I set out here. I left the nest. I left the clutch. And I set out to do everything that I swore to Serenray that I would do. He's going to take a couple shuddering breaths in. This family here is more than and he's going to gesture to the gang, is more than I've ever been able to build than by anything else with my hands. This is more than anyone else has ever let me heal. I promised Serenray, I promised our clutch that I would set up a clinic, that I would spread her good word. And I was met with nothing but contempt and hatred. And I tried, and I realize now the irony of being a venomous snake. You can see that Jock is just getting beyond flustered, and there's probably more words than the rest of the gang has ever heard Jock ever put together in anything, and he is just ranting and raving, and he's almost to tears, but kind of a fleeting thought passes through, can the snakes even cry? And then you're whipped back to just that moment of wait, oh shoot, we've heard Doc mention Serenray, we know that Doc's a healer, but obviously kind of connecting these dots now. Yeah, you all hear this. Doc is not being quiet about this.
Absolutely. This is a intense moment that has not only locked down Doc and this older Nagaji, and this connection that I would say Furfoot and Bass, you two had no clue. Like, you knew Doc had some sort of religious inclinations and was the one to always patch you guys up, but you had no clue it went this deep. Sam, this is all coming up, and you really feel for Doc based off of the conversations that the two of you have had, and it's almost hurtful to see your friend go through this. And while the other two are caught, rightfully so, caught completely off guard by this sudden and very earnest exchange, Sam, out of the corner of your eye, that fella that was sitting over on the far side of the room, you see that he is now leaned over in his chair, looking down the aisle, and he's got his hand on his pistol and he's starting to take it out of the holster.
Okay. Sam is going to snap in his direction, point the gun directly at him, and says, "If you value your life, you will keep your hand off that iron of yours."
Give me an intimidation check.
I don't know if we can get advantage on that or not, because I mean, this is a pretty tense moment. Seeing that cut.
Natural
Never
20.
mind, that's a natural 20. Oh my god, the gods have heard us.
The gods were all like,
having a moment here.
Wow.
the gods heard that, they're all like, that's some good roleplay.
Oh man,
Yeah,
that's good
thank
roleplay.
you.
I
I want to see where this is going.
Hold up, wait a minute.
Hold up, wait.
Keep it rolling.
Spin around, you say that. At this point, when you point your gun over at the guy, there are folks around you that gasp and shudder and like cover each other.
Yeah, he growled a little bit. He tries to be proper as a kind of a sleazeball gentleman that he is. But he was really like, if you value your life, you will keep your hands off that iron.
And when you do that, you sweep your pistol around. People pull back, they recoil, they try to get back deeper into their chairs. And the fella that you pointed your pistol at, who had his hand on his iron, and it was halfway out. He looks at you, his eyes are now wide, and you can visibly see his shades grow lighter as the pistol creeps out of the holster, and as soon as it's clear of the holster, he lets go, and it thumps against the floor. And then he puts both of his hands up.
His tusks are very much like bared at this point.
Yeah.
He says, "Furfoot, go pick that up."
Furfoot nods and does exactly as told.
Bass, get the rest of the belongings off of these people. Sam is going to get closer to Doc.
And Furfoot does exactly as they're told, and as they're walking by the person, they also sort of just shine their gun with a quiet whisper of,
Don't you even think about it.
He looks at you, Furfoot, and he nods, and he said, "Of course, never would."
Good.
Sam, Doc has not stopped locking eyes with this older Nagaji. Even while you did all that shouting and you tried to protect everybody from a would-be danger, Doc is just eyes locked and rifle tight in their grip.
Sam will very gently just place a hand on Doc's shoulder to just kind of reassure him a little bit. He turns to the older Nagaji and he says, "Fella, you have no idea what this snake has gone through. You may think you know, but you don't understand what it's like to live in a place where you're hated constantly and you fear for your life all the time. So I would kindly ask, leave my brother alone."
At that, you can feel under your hand Doc just take in this, like, shuddering breath. Because, like, even though obviously they've been together through this for a long time, like, they're not touchy-feely guys. No. But just kind of feeling that, like, my brother. It is in his hand still because he had been, kind of given last rites to the three that they dispatched in the other room. He's got his symbol of surrender. He's got his religious token. He's got it in his hand, and he's gripping it. Like, in one hand he's got his rifle, and in the other hand he's gripping that token of faith as tight as he can, almost to the point of drawing blood. And he's just trying to kind of reconcile everything.
Awesome.
Oh, and Sam is not pointing his gun at the Nagaji at all. He keeps it in that general direction of the guy that had his gun.
Yeah.
But doesn't lower it from that direction.
Yeah. The younger Nagaji, the impression that you get, Sam, Unfortunately, Doc is really locked in this really tough emotional space right now and can't really take in any other details. I would say, Sam, you're probably picking up that the younger Nagaji means well, but is, as we all are when we're young, a little too quick to put his foot in his mouth, tail in his mouth, so to speak. He sort of cuts in between Doc and the older Nagaji and says, well, your sins will find you out one day. And the older Nagaji says, that's enough. He says to Doc and you, my faith in Sarenrae is predicated on the fact that light means truth and that truth finds us all one day. And the truth of the matter is that if you are loved, truly loved, then you will prosper, but if you do not, you will languish. Now, I hope to the goddess of light and love herself that you will not languish. But until that day, you will be in my prayers.
Sam says, well, if what is most important is to be loved, then this one here, and taps Doc again on the shoulder, this one here has nothing to worry about. Now, holy men, go in peace. And he turns and starts walking the other direction.
All right, great.
Towards the door that they're heading for.
Go ahead and move yourselves into position.
Furfoot's still going to have themselves stationed right at the door, more than willing to go first again.
The fella that you guys intimidated, he actually steps over and sits down in one of the booths.
Somewhere else.
Still without his gun.
As he begins to walk by, Sam puts his hand on his chest to stop him, and then he looks him over to see if his pockets have been outturned.
Huh? They have been.
Oh, sorry.
He reaches down and tugs on the outturned pocket a little bit.
Yeah.
Then looks him in the face, nods, and allows him to pass.
Furfoot slips Samson the acquired loot, including the gun.
Hold on to it. You're stronger than I am.
Furfoot just nods. What kind of a gun is it, just to be sure?
Oh, a revolver. Like your guys's.
I'm gonna spin 3 at once. No, I can't do that.
One in your tail, just
You are working your way to becoming Revolver Ocelot.
I'm not even kidding. Furfoot's first name literally is Ashanka. So, yeah, this is just a whole ass nod. I'm sorry, I swore. This is a whole freaking nod to Revolver Ocelot and Metal Gear Solid as a whole. I love you.
My name is Ashanka. Also called
Revolver Bobcat. As a matter of fact, Sam says, wait here at the door. He'll go over to Doc and just kind of get close so that it can just be as close to a private conversation they can get right now. Just checks in with Doc and just says, you all right?
Doc's gonna give a very terse, I ain't dead yet. But, with that kind of undercurrent of hey, yeah, I'm all right.
Good. When we're done here, we won't have to worry about that no more.
And he's gonna put his hand on Sam's shoulder and say, let's make sure we all get out all right then.
And Sam just very seriously says, you're not going to add to that side of the tally today.
Sam, just to let you know now, I got all the rest of the stuff off of there while y'all was talking and everything. So just to let you know.
And Sam kind of just...
literally right out of the door, head pops in. I just thought I'd let you know.
Sam, just deep breath, and turns it, and just the biggest smile he can do, and just says, great job, Bass.
I don't know if y'all was in the middle of something, but I feel like it's important to let you know that the bathroom light has been flickering. I don't know if you're going out anytime soon. All right, Dugan Gang.
Yep.
Now what are you guys going to do?
Sam is just going to be there should be, and these things for a little bit, and there's no. Ashanka, if you can, please just, quick little peek out.
Furfoot once again nods, flattens to the floor, and just pop, tiny little cat head.
All right, Furfoot. You can see it's another open-air cart, lots of storage, and you could see that there are now 4 men milling about, doing more or less the same sort of aimless wandering and observations as the last deck. You can see that some of them are looking very familiar. You can see a couple of them still wielding shotguns, one with a pistol, another one with a rifle.
Furfoot just pulls back with a disgusted and tired look on their face. There's 4 of them now. And explains that it's another outdoor cart like the one that they were in previously, but there's 4 guys instead of 3. And jokingly throws out the comment,
Do we want to try the chef bit again? See if that gets them this time?
Sam has to think a little bit and says, well, I'm open to suggestions and will allow whoever would like to try something different this time. Suggest something else.
Okay. Mix it up. Have some fun.
Furfoot looks around a little bit, shoots back to the rest of the gang.
There's not as much cover in the immediate area as there was on the last cart, so we might be a little screwed there.
Yeah, for the point of reference, for where you were looking at Furfoot, you could still duck and cover behind these things, but boy, this is a really tight space right here. It's gonna probably funnel you guys in.
Which, considering some of the, stealth rolls we got earlier, Bass with a 6. Sorry, but also, please, dice gods, roll better for this man, please. Furfoot just sort of analyzes for a little bit.
Yeah.
Did we have any security in this particular car?
Yeah, that one guy with his gun.
Mm-hmm.
Bass is gonna go look at him and be like, I need your clothing. I need your outfit.
Oh, boy.
He's gonna look at you, and it's now as you're standing next to him, you can see that he's a slim 20-year-old with dirty hair, and he looks up at you and he says, I don't know if it'll fit.
I understand that, but I do try to do disguises every now and then. We'll see what we can do to make it work.
Bass,
Furfoot-
go ahead and
oh,
give
sorry.
me a disguise check.
On it?
While that's happening, Furfoot can obviously hear that this is happening and thinks for a moment about how this is actually not a bad idea. Looks to the rest of the party and just says, ooh. Furfoot just looks to the rest of the party and says,
Do you think I could fake it?
Bass, when it comes to shooting people, it's not as bad, but like everything else just falls apart for Bass.
You also don't have any points in disguise.
I thought I did.
No, you
Nope.
haven't assigned any
That's
points in
it.
disguise. You
I don't
only
know
have
why.
your charisma bonus. So you rolled a 3 and plus 4.
Yeah.
So, while Furfoot, you're thinking about that, Bass takes, we'll say, a minute to get the overcoat from the young man, get the trousers from the young man, figuring that that's more or less it. It's a bit more work than you would care to admit, Bass, to get into this uniform, but you get there. You get there. It's snug, but you get there. You turn around to the rest of the group. The 3 of you look at him, and Bass puts out his arms, sort of show the, like, what do you think? Like, you think this will work? You notice that the sleeves kind of end halfway through his forearm.
Mm-hmm.
You notice that the pant legs kind of end halfway up his calf.
I imagine he has difficulties touching his hands together.
From Bass's perspective, why would you even want to do that?
Exactly.
It is snug. All right, what are you going to do?
Okay. So I'm trying to think now, is there a way we can get them in here, 1 or 2 of them in here, separate them from the pack and deal with them, and then kind of move forward, since we got 3 people in there, because we don't necessarily want a firefight in the middle of there. The further we get up this train, the more we're going to alert people if we don't try to do something a little bit different.
Question also is, how many lives do you want to take in front of the young ones? And he gestures to the people in the cart.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to take any life so I can help it.
So if you have them come in here, and we dispatch of them, and then he gestures again, the young ones are going to see that.
Maybe if we can get them, well, no, we'd be moving too far back. I was going to say if we get them to the other car.
All the way through to the
That's
other
right.
car?
Yeah, that would be too much. I'm just thinking out loud here, y'all. I'm not going to sit here and say this is the greatest plan in the world.
How about you go out there and you talk to them now that you got a perfectly good disguise?
All right. I think I can do that.
And as he says that, he leans over to Furfoot, who's right next to him, and he just whispers, "Let him cook."
The hell are you talking about?
But Furfoot goes along with it and quietly shuffles out of the way.
If anything goes bad, just give us a signal. We'll run out and help you.
All right.
All right.
Feel free to move yourself onto the other cart, only as far as here.
Can I cast guidance on him?
Ooh, good idea.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ooh, yeah.
Wait, I didn't know guidance was an option.
Click on guidance.
No. Go put your cell phone back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mosey yourself on back here. Let me move back to the
There we go.
Let me slap you with some guidance.
There you go.
Slap him on the back. Hit him with some guidance.
All right.
All right, you're going to get a +1 competence bonus to a single attack roll, saving throw, skill check. You must choose to use it before you roll. And as you are leaving and get a slap on your backside, right before you step out of the cart, that young man who is now in his briefs and his breeches, he says, sir, am I going to get to have my uniform back?
We'll have to see the condition of it, son. I'm not 100% sure we'll be able to keep this all together. But if I can keep it together, I'll leave it at the front of the car for you.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Furfoot.
Furfoot looks back to the man and eyes him up and down. Can I actually make it, like, the equivalent of an insight check? Or just, like, a memory test to see, is there anyone about his size that we fought on the previous train car?
I would say no need for a check. I would say that the fellas that you last fought were much bigger than him.
Right.
All right. You step out into the sunlight. Wind catching you first and foremost. You step out, and immediately the other guards see you. They're looking confused, Bass.
Good Lord, don't you hate it when the laundry is set wrong when you try to wash your clothes? Stuff just shrinks on you for no reason, don't it?
Spin it around. You gotta find a way. You're spinning it. I love it.
I mean, come on, no. Ain't you ever had a laundry thing sit there and go through crazy stuff and shrink your jacket, and shrink your shorts and everything? Good Lord, this is crazy, I tell you. I ain't never in my life seen anything so crazy. I look like a fool to y'all. I'm sure I do. Y'all can laugh at me. It's all right. I fully understand.
Give me a bluff check. Sorry, I was just legitimately wondering. I was like, how is he going to spin this? There's no way. Oh, my laundry shrank. Never mind. That's brilliant. All right, a 16 on that bluff check. Now, time for their sense motive check. Everybody give Will your energy.
Hold up my hands.
I already slapped his behind.
Try to charge up.
Did he add his bonus to
He
that?
did not specify before he rolled.
I did not specify I was adding my bonus because he said I had to do it beforehand. Because if I have to get in the fight, I'm holding my bonus for that.
Okay.
All right. Now, when you initially walked out there, you could tell that the atmosphere was hostile. Nobody's supposed to be out here while the train is moving, especially guests. Staff is okay, but they have to know the staff. And as you step on out there, and you're already, I imagine the door open and you're already complaining about us all like, this darn laundry and I can't get nothing done. And
my soap is all itchy. Got me scratching myself while I'm sitting there moving.
Dugan Gang, the three of you watching this circus play out in front of you see that the first two guards that are closest to Bass, they see him and they look confused. And as it goes on, he keeps complaining. And while you're doing that, Bass, I also imagine that you're just kind of looking very natural, like, I guess I'll go on about my chores. And
yeah, I'm going to go up to the front area there and continue on my pathway.
I'm going to say, Bass, we are going to move you as you're advancing and talking. You get, I would say, about halfway through the cart. They have not assailed you, they have not stopped you, but it's about when you get there that one of the fellas, one that is holding a shotgun, he says, "Now, son, you know you're not supposed to put any of those clothes. They are far too delicate, and they will always shrink on you. This is lesson number 1, son."
Yeah, I know, but I got home yesterday and the wife put them in the laundry for him. I was so tired and I had my gout acting up and I tried to get my feet off the ground for a little bit. Next thing I know, I got in there this morning, she had ironed it for me and everything, and I looked at the pants, I was like, but honey, why my pants look like short? And then all of a sudden she's like, but baby, I put them in the laundry for you so they be clean. I might have put the hot water on them instead of the cold water. And I looked at her, I said, but baby, the tag even says wash it in cold water. She said, yeah, I might have messed up. Well, what can you do? You can't yell at the wife, because if you yell at the wife, you ain't gonna be happy at home.
And when you say that, the fellow with the shotgun says, yeah, you can't go doing that. You should have called her on beforehand. And the rifleman behind him says, you say you joined in yesterday?
Yeah, I was here for the dinner that they had on the boat.
He squints at you and he says, I don't remember nobody getting hired on yesterday. And now you've moved them from high level of hostility to now just being apprehensive. If you want to go for it, Will, feel free to give me another bluff.
I will use my guidance for the bluff.
Alright, let's do it.
Alright.
That is a 31 total on bluff.
Wow.
Natural 19.
I will now roll for them. Good luck.
The bluff game is on point today. You can't do anything else worth nothing, but the bluff game is on point.
What does Bass say in response to, I don't remember nobody getting hired on yesterday?
Oh, give me the name of somebody that would have been. Is there any names or anything if we look on the posters? I'm going to yell out a name. Mr. Fildermo hired me down at the center to get on at the last stop.
When you say that, he squints. You could see him gripping his rifle tighter, and then the shotgunner behind him says, oh, Mr. Fildermo! Yeah, he doesn't like to tell nobody about any new hands he hires on. Yeah, I figured a good chance are you didn't pass the word along, which makes perfect sense.
I'm sorry.
I do not
I'm
much
sorry.
care for it. And the rifleman relaxes.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize he didn't tell y'all if I was coming on.
And the shotgunner says, what's your name now, son?
My name is Beauregard.
Oh, well, well, powerful nice to meet you, Beauregard.
Appreciate it. It's a kind of just to meet y'all as well.
Now, you said you got business over on the front of the train?
Yeah, I gotta head that way. They told me to go up there and check on the people, make sure they're eating good and everything.
Oh, fair enough. Oh, this next car? Everyone's eating good. That's where they put all them fancy types, if you know what I mean. Not so much the cart after that. No, that's where the real toy relax at. But I gotta tell you, this name strikes a powerful chord for you personally. He says, but, you know, what can you do? When you're Mr. Quartermain's personal guard going on out there?
Oh, okay, so Mr. Quartermain's personal guard's in the next car. Not the one I'm going into, but the next car, okay? All right, yeah, he's a pretty popular fella.
And as you're describing this, he's kind of confused by the way they say. He's like, "No, the car after this one, that one is the fancy folk."
As they're talking, Sam just kind of leans over at Furfoot and says, "The cart before the horse, right?"
Hell yeah.
He said, and then after that is where the toys is, and then Mr. Quartermain, look, man, I don't remember where exactly. He always likes to walk around these trains and just look at his money. And when he says that, the other guards all kind of chuckle and look at each other. But yeah, his money, yeah. Anyway, why don't you go on about your business? We ain't gonna stop you.
All right, I appreciate y'all fellas. Y'all have a wonderful rest of your day now, you hear?
All right. And they look at you. They're waiting for you to walk past them.
Okay, and don't walk into the bar.
Sam kind of like thinks and like watches from behind the door and says, "Did he say anything about how we can get past all these people, or is he just going to do it by himself?"
I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to go back and be like, by the way, come follow me? Then that doesn't make things even more suspicious.
I'm going to say, Bass, you are now free to move to the next card unimpeded.
All right.
if you want to. But Sam is correct. You did not specify about anybody else. They just know about this one little dude who, he's hilarious. He got his clothes shrunk.
I don't know.
Oh,
I'm
go
thinking-
talk to
I'm thinking-
Beauregard. He's hilarious.
Oh my God. Oh, speaking of guys, before I go out the door here, I just want to mention, Mr. Quartermain had some people that were coming with me. They're back at the doorway. Is it all right for them to come through with me?
Ooh.
I mean, if I
This is
gotta
not
be the
going to
one-
go well.
me
Part of me
a-
thinks this is not going to go well.
Give me a bluff check.
I was trying to ride from the hotel to the last bluff. I was like, I realized I can't do that.
22. That's still really good.
But
Somehow your stealth is dog water, but you've been able to just bullcrap your way through every situation. We've had
Oh,
one
man.
combat encounter this whole time. Everything else we've just bullcrapped our way through.
No, man, I ain't got that much long. I ain't got that much time to live. I ain't trying to sit there and fight everybody. I ain't got that many fists.
no, Will, don't play the old man card now.
He's playing the
I
old
got
man card as
space
too.
to be. I'm old.
He played the old man card. It's too late. There's nothing we can do. It's a canon event.
Couldn't be helped. Couldn't be helped.
Couldn't be
Sciatica.
helped.
Once you do the sciatica, you can't not be old man.
Lumbago.
Lumbago. You could tell these guys you have lumbago, and they'll be like, "Oh yes, please, sir, please go."
I'm surprised these guys weren't all like, this guy's awfully old to be working a job like this.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Okay. The shotgunner closest to you, who has so far been the friendliest, says, "Now, hold on, son. You say Mr. Quartermain's got some guests?"
Yes, sir.
And he looks over at the cart that you just came out of. From where you was at?
Well, they were back there. Now we wanted to be nice and make sure you were aware of it before we brought them through. We just didn't want to bring two strangers up in here.
He looks over at the cart and he says, "But that ain't where none of the fancy folk are at."
No, but these guests are needed by Mr. Quartermain now. He's got specific guidelines for them on some stuff that's coming up in the future with some plans he's got toward a development nearby.
Now, we don't know too much about Mr. Quartermain. And it's at this point you notice that he's beginning to thumb his shotgun a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know too much about Mr. Quartermain, but we do know that he does not suffer common folk. And now the tension...
He turns to the other two and he's like, common folk.
He does have a coal mine, though. And because of the coal mine business, there are times where he needs some things done. He'd rather not sully more polished hands.
And I am going to say the tension has now risen up. They are now suspicious again. One more bluff check.
On
Okay.
27.
All right. That fella is going to say, true enough, he has a coal mine not that far. And he would need middle managers. And then he's going to squint at you and he's going to say, but ain't no middle management in the cart that you just came from. Those people are entirely listed as separate passengers. They don't even mix with the fancy folk. And now they're getting hostile.
Thinking, try to keep the rules going, or do we just get into a fight? I mean, outside of the game, by the way.
It's up to you, brother. The rest of you, you're watching this happen in real time.
No, Sam is just watching intently. He's not going to step in.
I understand that the situation feels rather weird, and I appreciate y'all listening to me up to this point. But all I have to say is, in a middle manager situation, it's kind of tough to keep Mr. Quartermain waiting. You know, he is a man of means. I mean, even means to where we don't have to work on this train for a lot longer if we don't want to. As long as we get him the people that we need to get him when we need to get him there.
Yeah.
I hate to have to tell him that you guys told me I couldn't bring him. I mean, as he's expecting them.
Yeah, he is a man of means. He is that. So why would you depart without your guests into the other cart? Why don't you...
Because-
And he's gonna smile at you. Call
Okay.
them.
Well, I can definitely call them from here. Ladies and gentlemen of the boat that came with me there, Mr. Sam and Doc and Furfoot, Would y'all please come into the car with me? These gentlemen would like to have a word with you. I'm assuming when I'm calling them by name, right?
It's up to you.
Yeah, did you just call us by name?
Because it sounded like you called them by name.
I did. Because you said call them. I don't know how else to call them.
Yep. All right. I would say for those of you that want to, get as far as here.
Yeah. Sam, when he hears that, he places his hand out to like stop the other two really quick.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, follow my lead. And he unties his bandana from around his neck, folds it up into like a little bit of a kerchief kind of shape, places it over his mouth, and he steps forward and starts going, I can hardly breathe.
Furfoot immediately follows his lead. Almost coughing up a hairball in the process. Like, you can see them going a little too far with a bit. They take the gag off for 1 second. They put one hand on their thigh. They're, like, squatting a little bit. They have, like, one finger in the air. Like, wait a minute. Quickly cough up a hairball. Put the rag back over their mouth and continue coughing.
I love the idea of Furfoot stepping out, going, and then, like, actually going, uh-oh. All fours on the ground, like hair kicking up on the back of their neck.
Yes, exactly.
Like
as much as they don't want to admit it, they're still a cat.
And then just after a little while, after an uncomfortably long time of heaving, just eventually, it's the little one.
Continue coughing.
Did I hear Bass introduce himself in a particular way as he came through?
I would say, given as far as he got, which was there.
Remember I said Beauregard with my name, so.
Okay, perfect.
Yep, you did hear it. I would say you did hear it.
Okay, cool. I want to say that. And Sam goes, Beauregard, we've been waiting for 15 minutes trying to get to Mr. Quartermain. As he has his hand so that he's...
Yes, sir. Now, Sam, I understand it now.
We do not like waiting, son.
I know you don't like waiting. That's why I was trying to let them know who you was.
It's been taking so damned long, son.
I had to talk to the people, let them know you were coming through there now.
Talk faster, son.
I'm trying to talk faster while you're in here.
All right. No, I like it. Be unreasonable.
Yeah, totally unreasonable.
Okay. This is where it's going to get really dicey.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we got two con artists right now.
Mm-hmm.
Between the two of you, between Bass and Sam, one of you needs to choose to do the bluff check, and the other may aid.
I will aid. Well, I feel like what I am doing, like by covering my mouth and doing all of this, I am actually aiding Bass.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'll roll the bluff check.
I'm crossing my fingers. You've had the best luck.
Can I roll? Can I cast guidance on Sam since it's free to use again?
If you could do it before.
It was, it's touch.
Oh.
He's one person away.
All right, no worries.
Heck.
29.
Okay, so Bass is going to get a 19.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Please, we've had such good luck this entire time. Please, you've been the one saving grace.
That's a natural 2.
Ah, nice.
I love that.
It's almost as though through the din of assaultive language that Bass and Sam have flanked these poor work-for-hire guys that they can't get a word in between Bass just saying whatever and we're like, yes sir, I'm trying to get them through, and Sam being all like, you need to get us on through here, son.
Son, why ain't you got us through here, son? Why are you so far away?
That I am gonna say that all of these guards move to the sides, apologize, and usher you guys through.
No shot that worked. No shot.
Sam will just fully like, all right, cool.
Yeah. They're like, I'm sorry, sir. Yeah, I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
Yeah. And as he gets right here to this fella here, he grabs him by the shirt and says, what's your name, son? Steward, sir! Steward, you will not work on this train so long as I have to save it! And I give him a shove. And
I'm sorry, sir. We didn't know.
My dear God.
Go through there and all that. As I get close to Bass, I'm going to make sure that they can't see me. And I will just, not super gently, but like, I'm not trying to hurt him, but I'm going to punch Bass in the shoulder and be like, great job, son.
Okay, Dugan Gang, you've managed to lie your way through that cart, and now you're at the door of another one. Bass, you're at the lead. This humble servant of Mr. Quartermain delivering his guests to their host. What do you guys do?
I mean, does everybody understand what we've done before we go across? That way I don't have to explain it any further. That way I don't have to explain the lie.
Yeah, we know what we're meant to do.
All right, we know what we're going to do. Let's go.
We were listening.
All right. Yeah, Furfoot, if you want, feel free to do another stealth check. You guys did have to expose yourself in order to maintain the lie.
Right.
So, stealth check again.
If
Furfoot wants to. Wait, no.
Oh
Sam,
my God,
Sam was
I
going to
got
ask,
20.
are we dropping the coal mine
Oh, no, I'm
angle?
I'll still stick with that. I just, I didn't know.
Well, you can't really stealth if you're going to be our guard,
Yeah,
are you?
no, I'm going to be the person walking us through. That's right.
I mean, you're my guard, and he, gives you a bit of a tap.
Furfoot, you become one with the universe,
Yes.
able to slip between the delicate shadows in the creases of your mind.
This is
Perfect
a
stealth.
natural 20 for 34 total.
For 34 total on Furfoot's stealth.
Sam
I
turns
am
around and goes,
the best.
"Where Furfoot go, you guys?"
They're sprawled out in basically like an A pose. Like they're just sprawled out like a cat that just got startled. They're on all fours but completely against the ground.
Whenever anybody rolls around 35, I like to make the joke that they stealthed out of that game and have now joined a separate campaign. So be sure that the next time I GM, if I mention, and you see a cat with a cowboy hat go by, but that was about it. That's where that is.
I just come
over
back
to the
with
other
a
hero.
bag full of stolen goods. Where'd you get that from? Found it.
Found it.
Hey, what's that there? A smoothie.
Exactly.
What's a smoothie? I don't have any idea, but it sure does taste good.
Yeah,
Now
I was gonna say, what the hell is laundry? I mean, we hand wash everything. Laundry machines ain't been invented yet.
Yeah, but it's still called laundry, ain't it?
It is, but he said my wife put it in the laundry.
All
He didn't
right.
say my wife cleaned it.
That's true. All right, Dugan Gang. Are you guys ready? It's on
Sam-
Bass. He's up in front.
Sam still's got his thing ready and is like, all right, I'm right behind you, Mr. Coltrane.
Go ahead. Place yourselves as far as where Bass is. Actually, that's a great spot, Bass. Go ahead and leave yourself there.
Okay.
Guys, go ahead and file in behind him, however you want.
Sam is not hiding. He is with the thing over his face, walking right in.
You walk on in. Structurally speaking, this is a cart that is incredibly similar, if not the exact same as the one that you just went to with the other guests, except for the clientele. This is actually pretty full. There's not a single booth that doesn't have at least one person in it.
Oh.
And they are all very well dressed.
I'm
These
just gonna
are,
start marking stuff in.
these are all folks who have clearly either come from money or they have recently acquired big money. They're either small business owners or, again, they're Nepo babies, we'll call them.
And our security is still in the room, right? We have, how many security? We have 3 today? That was in the room we just left.
Yeah, I don't see any security in here.
There's no security in here, so I'm
That's
just
where people
thinking.
are.
I'm just thinking off the game. I'm just thinking, should we try to do anything in here other than just clear the place to get to the next place?
Rob them.
Because I would think,
I'm also going to
I
let
say
you
if
know.
we rob, then we have a chance of blowing our cover with the folks behind us if they come in and check.
Well, Sam. So
Here's the
you're
big give or
saying
take.
this. You're saying this above game. You're not
I'm
saying this.
outside the game.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it in game.
So Sam leans in. He, with his hand, he's like, turns towards Doc and says, "Doc, be a dear and close the door."
Oh, well then, okay, he is leading the mission, so he can do that.
Doc turns around, gives a little slink, closes the door.
Sam, shall I let you step ahead of me and do what we do?
No, sir. I'm gonna need you to fall on the ground when I do this to you.
Okay.
Big apologies. And Sam
Oh, Lord.
unsheaths his gun and pistol whips Bass.
He's all like, going for a spot.
Going for a spot.
Oh, Lord, my head.
Oh, Lord.
If we're gonna sell this, he has to hit him a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, that's why I also yelled.
Yeah, he's gonna give you a bit of a bonk.
In that case, why don't you give me... It's going to be performance. And I'm going to say, Bass, give me a bluff. Sam, give me a performance.
Okay.
But more importantly, I need you to roll me a d6.
A
so
D6?
You want me to do perform and also add a d6?
Roll a separate d6.
Okay.
Do not add it.
Are we both rolling a separate D6 or just him?
Bass is doing a bluff. Sam is just going to
that
roll a
was
d6.
terrible roll, but and one.
All right. Okay. Sam, you tell him you're going in for a spot. Get ready for a bump. Specifically those terms for Will, because I love him.
Yes.
And Will, you're going for a bump. Oh no! He hit you! You're on the back of the head! Oh god, your poor head! You hit the ground? You got 1 point of damage on you from getting bumped. From taking that spot. And I'm gonna say, Sam, you clearly got everybody's attention in here, but like they see you and everybody's attention actually turns towards Bass as he's on the ground going, oh god, oh sweet Saren Ray. And I'm gonna say, Bass, sell.
Oh, Lord, I can't see nothing. I don't know what's going on. I'm feeling dizzy. I'm having a hard time. I got the sweats on me. Oh, my goodness. I see the ground. There's all the carpets fading away. I don't know what's going on, Lord.
There is a elvish couple, I'm going to say right here, and like probably somewhere in their hundreds, definitely older. The lady between the two of them, a gentleman and a lady, she leans over her chair and she says, "Are you okay, young man?"
I'll be all right. I just ain't feeling so good right now. I don't know if I can stand up.
Sam is going to put his foot down on Bass to kind of hold him down, and he's going to give his spiel. All right, ladies, gentlemen, and all those beautiful in-betweens, we are robbing this train. I'm going to need everybody to turn out their pockets and start giving your belongings if you don't want to end up like this poor young man here.
Give me an intimidation check.
Sure thing.
As it stands right now, so you tell the rest of the group this.
22.
And everybody in the room starts talking to each other. They're like, oh goodness. Oh, I don't know. It's strange because it's almost an entirely different reaction from what you got in the other card. In the other card, people recognize this, they see what you're doing, and they immediately like either panic or kind of get a little huffy, or they just give you what you want. These bridge folks seem confused. They're not immediately handing everything over, and you can even see a couple of them. There is a pair of young human women, a pair of them, and they're actually kind of talking to each other and smiling. After you've done that, the first older gentleman, right here, a wealthy human man, he says, "Listen, son, that intimidation tactic may work for other folks on the other sides of the river, but it will not work for this glorious golden class of folk, this highest standard of citizen here." And there are folks in the room that are like, and what will happen to the Dugan Gang in the near future? Are they going to be able to con their way through the rest of the train? Are they going to be able to find all the riches that they need? Can they get these rich yuppies to take them seriously? I guess we're going to have to wait and find out in the next recording, in the next episode, or in the next season, or whatever. But I want to thank you guys for listening. Seriously, it was a lot of fun. And I like getting together with my friends like this. And I hope that you guys enjoy the next episode.